On that day in the city of Linhai, located in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, an event occurred that instantly destroyed the usual order, plunging the streets into chaos, fear, and the desperate cries of local residents. The monsters that had made their way into reality were impossible to count, for they had emerged from the otherworld and forced humanity to face the greatest calamity it had ever seen. Fortunately, however, the heavens never abandoned humanity, even in the darkest moments of its history, when it seemed that hope was lost forever. A secret mark suddenly appeared on the back of every person's hand, glowing faintly and symbolizing a hidden power that humanity had never even suspected existed. With its help, they discovered many unique paths of development that gave them new abilities, hope for survival, and a chance to resist the horrors. From that moment on, a new era of change began for all inhabitants, when ordinary people gradually left their past lives behind and became hunters, ready to fight the spawn of chaos. Among the many people who awakened at that time and gained supernatural powers, there were only 3 chosen ones who were lucky enough to obtain extremely rare and mythical classes. The first of these was Alphard, a phantom blade from the United States of America, whose combat skills and mysterious abilities inspired fear and admiration, even among the strongest warriors in the world. After him, a hellish dragon rider named Rastif appeared in Russia, whose arrival brought with it mighty power and the ability to command fiery creatures that struck fear into the hearts of enemies. The last to complete the trio was Quan Xixian, the king of the mages of the Frost Nation, whose mastery of ice magic made him invincible in battle and a true defender of his people. Since the classes with mythical ranks significantly surpassed all others, this led to the kingdom of Mayak, Russia, and the nations of Frost overtaking all other states in the pace of conquering foreign lands. Exactly 100 years ago, a similar prodigy appeared in the kingdom of dragons, who, like them, possessed extraordinary abilities and mythical potential capable of changing the course of history and the fate of the entire kingdom. The young man, who was distinguished by his incredible courage and determination, became the best expert in the kingdom of dragons and was given the name Asura, gaining fame for his outstanding feats. His strength was so powerful and unbreakable that even the most terrifying monsters had no chance against him, trembling before his invincible might. In just 10 years, he set the highest record ever in China, surpassing all previous achievements and leaving an indelible mark on the nation's history. Asura became the first to boldly pass through the 70th world, overcoming dangerous trials and countless threats that no one before him had dared to face. However, everything did not happen as spectacularly as everyone expected, because behind the glamour of his victory lay difficult trials, invisible fears, and moments that undermined even his unbreakable strength. The problem arose when the 9th wave of monsters invaded the Earth, proving to be the most powerful and cruel, bringing chaos and danger to all of humanity. The monsters were everywhere, spreading in endless swarms, as if their numerical growth had no end, and every corner of the world was plunged into chaos and fear. It was then that Asura, who had changed classes 8 times in his life, died heroically defending the people from the rift, giving his life to save the entire kingdom. He sacrificed himself, making this act his sole purpose, just to protect the Dragon Kingdom from a devastating invasion and save the lives of its inhabitants. At that time, the news was bitter and completely unexpected for everyone, plunging people into grief, shock, and despair at the loss of a great hero. So, 100 years have passed since the death of the hero Shu Luo, and the day before yesterday, a memorial ceremony was held in the capital, where the most prominent hunters gathered to pay their respects. At the same time, statistics showed that 2,350,000 people had awakened in the kingdom over the past year, which was 11% more than in the previous year, setting a record for 110 years. 10% of those who awakened became core hunters, which significantly exceeded the number of those who awakened in the year of Asura's birth, demonstrating the enormous growth in the kingdom's power and influence. So, the news reported that at that very moment, they had a chance to witness the next appearance of the new Asura, a young man with incredible power, capable of changing the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the hero lay on his bed in his room, pensively observing the silence around him and pondering the future trials that inevitably awaited him. His thoughts were filled with information about another world that was about to open up and about hunters whose powers and skills could change the balance of power and influence the fate of both worlds. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in surprise as a panel appeared before him, unexpectedly informing him of the need to prepare for an extraordinary trial. Jumping up, the boy tried to calm his breathing, feeling his heart beating wildly and his thoughts trying to control the sudden wave of anxiety and anticipation. At that moment, he thought he was already dead, but looking around, he tried to understand where he was, trying to find at least some familiar landmarks around him. His head hurt so badly that he couldn't think clearly, feeling every thought dissipate in a fog of pain and confused sensations. Immediately, fragments of the past began to gather in his memory, and it became clear that Zhang Yuer had been delaying payment for his brother's medical services for 2 months, being a poor man who had grown up and trained in the art of monster subjugation. The owner of the memories apologized to his brother for being so helpless and unable to save either himself or his loved one, feeling the bitterness of guilt and the weight of his powerlessness. The hero, clutching his head, tried to analyze the information and understand whose memories he had just seen, struggling with the confusion and chaos of thoughts in his mind. He could never have imagined that 100 years later, he would be reincarnated into the body of a man with the same name, experiencing an unexpected and incredible connection between the past and the future. Monster tamers generally had to rely on their pets, and some people figured that to raise a powerful tamer, you had to be as rich as a whole nation. For an ordinary person, being at such a level was, of course, bad news, and the young man Zhang could not cope with this burden, so he took his own life, leaving behind only sadness and emptiness. The hero looked at the photo in the frame and reflected on his own life, recalling past events, choices, and moments that had shaped his current fate. Everything seemed difficult to him because he used to be the strongest awakened being in the entire Dragon Kingdom, a hero named Asura whose strength and glory now seemed like an echo of the past. Putting his thoughts together, the young man realized that he had taken over the body of its previous owner and been reborn, receiving a chance at a new life and incredible opportunities. So he decided to take on all his responsibilities and sorrows in order to conquer the other world, where the weak are forced to obey the strong and only the most powerful survive. The window again announced that the main gate was about to open to another world and warned the hunter to prepare for extraordinary trials and dangers. Zhang was already composed and calmly awaiting further action, ready to face any challenges that awaited him beyond the open gates of the other world. He confidently commanded the spatial gate to open before him, feeling the strength of his will and readiness to enter a new unknown world. His hand cautiously entered the portal, moving slowly and carefully, feeling the strange energy of another world permeating the air around him. After that, his whole body was gradually absorbed by the magical door, feeling the reality around him dissolve and the space of another world become one with his consciousness. The system welcomed the hunter Asura back and warned him that he had been offline for 36,000 days, reminding him of the long pause and the time that had passed since his last appearance. Messages began to appear around the young man, indicating his game progress, showing tasks, levels, and information about the world he had to master. After that, a main notification appeared, stating that the total amount of his rewards and the power of his abilities amounted to over 221 billion points, demonstrating Asura's incredible power and achievements. The system congratulated the player on being the first to defeat the 9th rank wave and receiving a mythical rank treasure as a reward, emphasizing his incredible skill and courage. The new skill was to be activated automatically, and in addition, he was given a 10,000 times increase in ability power in the afterlife, which greatly enhanced his power and potential for future battles. Zhang received an additional reward 999 times greater than offline, and at that moment, his ability power points were approximately 2 quadrillion, demonstrating incredible power. The hero realized that the first pure reward for the highest ranked monster wave in the world was actually extremely generous, exceeding all his previous expectations and ideas about the reward. The panel reappeared in front of him and announced that the player had received a class reset, so he had to choose one of the 7 basic classes of mythical rank, which would determine his further development and power. The list consisted of the Undead Death Knight, the Dark Swordsman Warrior, the Shadow Reaper Assassin, the Priest, the Hellfire Mage, the Archer, and the Monster Tamer. Zhang understood that 100 years ago he had awakened as an epic class warrior, but the strongest of the basic classes in the afterlife at that time were the Monster Tamer, whose abilities surpassed all others. The only problem was the astronomical number of abilities required to level up both himself and his pets, which made developing the profession extremely difficult. However, the player had already been reincarnated and even had a reserve of abilities for 1,000,000 years ahead, which made his future development practically unlimited and extremely powerful. So, his main choice, of course, fell on the Necromancer Monster Tamer, as this class combined incredible power and control over creatures, giving him a huge advantage. The system congratulated him on reaching the 4th mythical rank, declaring him a core hunter and advanced necromancer, granting him immense power and unique abilities. The necromancer possessed the power of the dead, and only it could awaken his true potential. The window displayed all the characteristics of the class and its skills, revealing a full range of possibilities. The intelligence of an ordinary tamer's pet could be obtained as a reward, and the young man did not expect that he would not only be able to develop his pet, but also collect other monsters. In his past life, he relied on his epic rank class, clearing 70 worlds in just 10 years and becoming the best ranker in China. But in this life, he started from a lower position. Zhang planned to perfectly clear all worlds and become stronger not only in China, but also in the whole world, gaining unquestionable power and influence over all dimensions. So the player entered the first location, the source of horror, a safe zone where the system had assigned him according to his login, preparing him for future dangerous trials. The young man also changed his previous ID, which was Asura, to a new one, and now he was called Zero, symbolizing a new beginning and his rebirth in another world. He planned to surpass his previous life, and the only thing that exceeded all his ambitions and aspirations was Zero himself, his new name and symbol of new strength. All players appeared in the afterlife called Judgment Day Village, the source of terror, where danger lurked at every turn, and the shadows of the past and fears of the future merged into a single threat. The first world test appeared for everyone, which they could view in the task panel, familiarizing themselves with the requirements, goals, and dangers that awaited them in this trial. When darkness enveloped the location and the world plunged into trouble, he, being the only survivor, had to break the pattern of Judgment Day and overcome numerous dangers in order to change the course of events and save those who remained. The task was to kill about 1,000 monsters, collect 1 silver coin, and after fulfilling all the conditions, defeat the boss and move on to the second world. The hunter realized that the plan from last time had hardly changed, so he decided to start by purchasing equipment to prepare for battle and increase his chances of success. Chelsea, the shop owner, asked the players with interest what they wanted, observing them and assessing their needs and potential requests. The shop could only provide basic items, and even the best equipment had only 1 star, which made it basic and rather weak for real challenges. The owner explained to the young man that he did indeed have higher quality weapons, but that they would cost a few more copper coins, emphasizing the value and rarity of such equipment. Zhang handed him a bag with 100 coins and asked for a magic staff with 1 star, choosing the initial equipment for his new journey. Holding his order in his hands, the young man heard the shopkeeper ask him to come back, showing friendliness and a desire to help in the future. However, the other players did not understand why their friend had spent all the coins he had been given for his return and advised him to buy a full set of rough items rather than just 1 staff. Zero thanked the guys for their advice and headed where he planned to go, confidently striding toward his first big challenge. The girl standing behind him thought that with a weapon with a large number of stars, he could significantly increase his attack power, improving his effectiveness in battle against monsters. However, the player explained to her that improving weapons required ability power, which could only be obtained in quests involving monsters with a low drop rate. Everyone around gossiped that the young man had spent all his money, had no defensive power, and, in their opinion, would suffer in the future due to his lack of experience. Zhang knew that the power of abilities that ordinary hunters gain from breeding monsters is quite limited, so they simply cannot afford to upgrade their equipment. Smiling, the young man regretted only one thing as he recalled his past life and analyzed everything he had gone through in order to help himself in the future. Namely, that at the moment, he lacked the ability power to fully realize his potential and develop his equipment to the desired level. When he spent 1 ability point on improvement, he received a 10% chance to increase his green attribute, increasing his overall power and effectiveness in battle. The player decided not to stop and improve the item with each request, persistently increasing its power and gradually bringing himself closer to the ideal equipment. The weapon was successfully upgraded to the highest level, becoming a powerful tool in the player's hands and significantly increasing his combat capabilities. After 132 one-touch upgrades and spending a total of nearly 1,000 ability points, the hero received a golden attribute, significantly increasing his potential and combat power. So, by that time, his magic staff had the ability to inflict a 3-second burn status on the enemy, during which the opponent lost 20 health points every second. Preparation for the task was complete, and Zhang decided that the next step was to put on a real show, demonstrating the full power and skill of his new equipment. The newbie barely had the strength to survive in the other world, so he had to make every effort to resist the dangers and stay alive. In this area, the source of horror served as a starting line for newcomers, a place of first fear, trials, and inevitable encounters with dangers that shaped their future path. It was there that they gradually learned to fight monsters, mastering fear, honing their survival skills, gaining experience, and strengthening their will in constant deadly battles. The monsters were strong, but still not as dangerous as on other levels, allowing fighters to gradually adapt, learn tactics, and survive without immediate death. But the newbies still felt the true power of the enemy, not understanding how much health the monsters had, which made each battle seem longer, more intense, and much more dangerous than expected. One of the monsters was strong enough to completely wipe out the hunters, forcing them to realize their own weakness, fatal mistakes, and the real danger of this level. Suddenly, a powerful explosion lit up the area with a blinding light, momentarily blinding those present and changing the course of events, leaving chaos and anxiety in its wake. The monster with the most health was destroyed with a single blow, instantly ending its existence, shocking witnesses and forcing everyone to realize the magnitude of the force they were facing. The newbies did not understand what had happened and where the attack had come from, because everything happened too quickly, leaving them in complete confusion, fear, and misunderstanding of the real picture of events. However, at that moment, Zhang activated the flame, the headquarters of the pioneers of the burning effect, releasing a devastating force that instantly changed the situation and became the source of that mysterious attack. The window announced that he had killed a mutated rat, after which the system recorded the result of the battle and automatically added 2 experience points to him for destroying the target. Mythical class hunters had maximum damage and improved base attributes, while ordinary beginners needed a whole team to complete such tasks, but he managed everything on his own. Everyone else looked at him with surprise and caution, not hiding their shock at his incredible abilities and at the same time assessing the potential threat he could pose to them at any moment. They did not understand how Zhang could have such a large amount of uranium and gold equipment, as it seemed unbelievable and made everyone question the source of his incredible power and resources. Be that as it may, everyone concluded that they were dealing with a big shot who possessed enormous power, experience, and resources, capable of influencing the course of events and controlling the situation on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the hero thought that he had been given too little experience for killing a first-level monster and decided to focus on killing high-level monsters in the future. In the first world, in addition to those, there were also poisonous spiders of the 3rd and 4th levels and scorpions with iron armor of the 5th and 7th levels, which posed a constant danger. And the main boss of the first world was the 10th level king of berserk boars, who possessed enormous strength and unpredictable aggression. At that moment, the best solution for him was to eliminate monsters above the 3rd level in an abandoned factory, where the risk was justified by the rapid gain of experience and minimal interference from others. So, the player immediately headed in that direction, moving quickly and cautiously, completely focused on the upcoming battles and opportunities to gain new experience. Other newbies invited him to join their team, realizing that this was a great chance for them to gain a strong ally, increase their chances of survival, and gain more experience under his leadership. The young man confidently replied that he did not need them and that he could manage on his own, demonstrating unwavering self-confidence and a desire to rely only on his own strength. So, leaving the other students behind, Zhang set off for his destination, moving confidently and without stopping, completely focused on his own goals and future battles. The trio immediately concluded that the young man's presence frightened them much more than the monsters themselves, causing them to feel fear and respect at the same time because of his incredible strength. The hero went to the factory, where higher-level monsters reigned, and the students did not believe that he was really going to get rid of them on his own, because the danger seemed extremely great and deadly. Meanwhile, the young man did not waste a single moment and killed his enemies one by one, acting quickly, cold-bloodedly, and without mistakes, turning the dangerous territory into a place of his own domination. First, he killed a rat, then a poisonous spider, and then another one that happened to come his way, eliminating enemies one after another without stopping. In this way, the player raised his level to 2, and now he needed to gain 250 experience points to move on to the next level and continue his path to true power. A powerful scorpion appeared before him, huge and dangerous, with shiny iron armor and deadly claws, ready to challenge his skills and strength in the next battle. After defeating it, the boy reached the 3rd level and earned valuable experience points, which allowed him to strengthen his skills, increase his strength, and prepare for even more dangerous trials. One by one, he eliminated the monsters without wasting unnecessary energy, acting quickly and efficiently, saving his energy for even stronger enemies and more difficult battles in the future. As a result, he unlocked the first slot for a skill and system reward upgrade, which turned out to be the initial fire sphere, opening up new possibilities. Jung did not expect that the level-up bonuses for mythical class hunters would be 6 times higher than for ordinary players. The Beastmaster class follows the path of growth in the same way as a mage in the early stages, developing basic skills gradually, mastering strength, and controlling their abilities before moving on to more difficult challenges. Thus, it was quite important to ensure higher attack speed and stable durability, and only then increase agility to maintain a balance between survival. As for the normal skill, it was quite weak for ordinary professionals with a limited number of ability points, so it was practically not worth using. Fortunately or unfortunately, in that life, the player had too many ability points, which gave him a huge advantage over others and allowed him to experiment with different skills without restrictions. Because of this, he decided to upgrade the reward to the highest level, making the most of his available ability points and securing a powerful advantage for himself in future battles and trials. Initially, 10 points were spent, and thus, gradually improving the skill every second, the total number of points spent quickly rose to 50. In the end, the young man spent 3,000 points, and his small fire sphere was first upgraded to the intermediate level, then to the super fire sphere, until it reached the highest quality. The hunter studied the quality of the new skill on the panel, analyzing its characteristics and capabilities in detail so that he could effectively use it in battle in the future. At this rate of completing tasks in the first 2 locations, he should reach the 8th level, after which he would be able to challenge the final boss and complete the first world. A strange noise from somewhere nearby caught the young man's attention and made him alert, instantly focusing all his senses on the possible threat and increasing his readiness to react quickly. Jung realized that he was not alone, that someone was hiding ahead, forcing him to tense up and carefully assess the situation, preparing for a possible attack or unexpected developments. So he decided to open the mighty and majestic door in front of him, preparing to enter the unknown, where new trials, dangerous enemies, and unexplored adventures awaited him. A player was sitting in the room, but he was wounded and missing a limb, which testified to the fierce battles he had endured and forced him to be assessed as an experienced and dangerous opponent. Apart from the fact that they were actually dying, that world was almost no different from a regular game, retaining the usual rules, mechanics, and level system. The stranger in front of him asked for help in destroying the hated scorpions, and the traveler had to decide whether to accept this dangerous task, weighing the possible benefits. The young man analyzed that he would receive good equipment as a reward and decided that this quest was indeed worth completing. The panel announced the details of the task and showed the reward that the hunter could receive as a result of its successful completion, allowing him to assess the risks and potential benefits in advance. Jung heard someone move nearby again and realized that besides him and the monsters, there was someone else in the room, forcing him to tense up and carefully assess the potential threat. But at that moment, his main priority was to complete the quest, so he suppressed any distractions and focused entirely on the task at hand, planning each step with the utmost caution and efficiency. An enemy appeared ahead, its eyes burning with hatred, radiating deadly aggression and readiness to fight, which instantly increased the tension. The monster was an intermediate boss in the first world in the form of a scorpion in iron armor, possessing strong armor and deadly claws. Its main skill was iron armor, which made it almost invulnerable, and the traveler's effectiveness at that time was significantly reduced, forcing Zhang to look for cunning ways to attack without direct confrontation. However, paying no attention to anything else, the young man immediately set to work, acting quickly and decisively to complete the task as quickly as possible and receive the appropriate reward for his efforts. The enemy was extremely powerful, mercilessly swinging its sting across the entire territory, keeping everything around it in fear and leaving no chance for peace to the living creatures around it. The scorpion also activated its collision skill while wearing its iron armor, which significantly strengthened its defense and made each attack even more dangerous for its opponents. The hero confidently kept the battle in his own hands, concentrating on completing the task at hand, despite fatigue, danger, and constant pressure from the enemy. Within a few minutes, he had completely eliminated the enemy, successfully completing the battle and earning 15 experience points and 50,000 ability points. Zhang understood that the Super Fire Sphere was an extremely powerful skill, but at the same time, it consumed a tremendous amount of mana, quickly depleting his internal resources during battle. He remembered that when the number of ordinary armored scorpion decreased to a certain critical level, then what everyone had expected in advance inevitably happened. Namely, the Emperor of the Scorpions in heavy armor appeared much earlier than it should have under normal conditions, disrupting the expected course of events. So it was he, the Emperor of the Scorpions, who suddenly appeared before the player in person, radiating menace, power, and pressure, immediately making clear the seriousness of the impending confrontation. The hunter clearly understood that he had to kill the giant before he completely exhausted all his mana. Otherwise, he would have almost no chance of survival. So, using all his skills and strength, the hero bravely confronted the monster, squeezing out his last resources to prevent the enemy from gaining the upper hand in battle. The beast was truly unlike any he had fought before, its strength, range of attacks, and dangerous aura far exceeding any previous challenges. No matter how many blows the young man struck, the scorpion's body remained like impenetrable armor, deflecting all attacks and preventing him from inflicting any serious damage on the enemy. So he constantly had to dodge the monster's attacks, balancing between offense and defense to avoid serious injury and keep his chances of winning the battle alive. The young man resolutely decided to use his own weapon to focus all his remaining strength and deliver an extremely powerful attack to the enemy, capable of turning the tide of the dangerous confrontation. Everything around him instantly burst into bright yellow light, illuminating every corner of the battlefield and creating a feeling of incredible power that raged in the air. Indeed, what he had previously decided to do worked, causing significant damage to the enemy and demonstrating the effectiveness of his carefully planned attack at a critical moment. Zhang knew that he was incredibly lucky because he was able to knock down his opponent at the critical moment when his mana was almost depleted, securing his advantage in the battle. Then all that remained was to deliver the decisive final blow to the Emperor in his iron armor, after which the mission would be officially considered complete. The problem was that an unknown enemy suddenly appeared behind the traveler, trying to inflict serious damage on him with his sharp blade and disrupt the course of the battle. There were two of them, and they decided to take the last blow from the monster to claim credit for the victory and ensure that the mission was credited to them, not the hero. The young man watched the strangers closely, carefully studying their every move, trying to predict their intentions and find a moment for a safe counterattack. He was delighted because those who had been pursuing him for so long had finally appeared before his eyes, giving him a chance to confront his enemies and take control of the situation. The duo was shocked that the hunter already knew they were following him, which unexpectedly demonstrated his cunning and strategic thinking in battle. Some players leveled up honestly by persistently completing tasks and gaining experience, while others specialized in questionable methods such as stealing other people's loot. But unfortunately for them, they chose the wrong target, because Zhang would never allow himself to be treated this way and was ready to resolutely repel any encroachment. Since the enemies he had faced before were much stronger and more dangerous than these two strangers, Zhang felt that it would be much easier to deal with them. So the young man resolutely launched an attack, gathering all his strength and skills to protect himself and at the same time complete the mission, giving his enemies no chance to interfere. The players were shocked and deeply confused by the unexpected turn of events, which completely overturned their expectations and forced them to reconsider their plans of action. One of the team members had already been eliminated with a single powerful attack, which fully demonstrated the enemy's strength and forced the rest to carefully reconsider their next moves. The hunter cautiously approached his next opponent, assessing his weaknesses and preparing to deliver a precise and effective blow at the right moment. The enemy, in turn, understood that the traveler before him was not a novice, but a truly experienced warrior, whose movements, reactions, and strategy testified to his great skill in battle. The necromancer's skill instantly activated in his hand, and the young man realized that luck was on his side, as he had received it extremely quickly, giving him an advantage at a critical moment. Therefore, the player decisively used the skill, confidently launching the entire process to influence the situation as effectively as possible and gain an advantage over his opponent in battle. Black smoke with a purple tint swirled under his feet, demonstrating the magical power of the situation and emphasizing the incredible energy that was raging around at that moment. The opponent was so confused that he remained standing in place, completely unable to move, paralyzed by fear and the unpredictable power emanating from the young man. In turn, Zhang received the Emperor's pet scorpion in iron armor, which became his loyal ally and significantly strengthened his position in subsequent battles and trials. The monster instantly appeared behind him, accurately following all of its master's commands and creating a sense of imminent danger that forced Zhang to be constantly on guard. The panel reported on the skills and usefulness of such a monster, noting that it was capable of protecting its master and repelling any attacks directed against him. The reason why masters developed slowly was that in order to increase the level of their pets, they had to gain experience as tamers. The hunter understood that he did not need any additional experience, as his skills, reactions, and strategic thinking already allowed him to act effectively even in the most dangerous situations. So, without hesitation, Zhang completely upgraded his pet to A rank, significantly increasing its strength, endurance, and combat abilities, making it an extremely effective ally in future battles. The stranger standing in front of him staggered at the sight, unable to hide his surprise and fear at the incredible strength and determination that Zhang and his pet demonstrated. From the moment the young man received the assignment, he felt that someone was spying on him and concluded that he was facing assassins who hunted lone players, choosing easy prey. As it happened, they had been given the same task and planned to ambush him at the last moment to seize the initiative and destroy the Scorpion Emperor. So the guy decided to test his pursuer's abilities, carefully watching his movements and preparing for any surprises in the upcoming confrontation. The player moved forward, breathing heavily, his face reflecting the fear that testified to the tension of the moment and the awareness of the danger that hung over him. Then he fell to his knees, begging not to be killed and to be spared, struck by the young man's strength and determination, which made him realize his own defenselessness. Zhang said that in this world, where the strong prey on the weak, they had decided to do the opposite, so they should be prepared for the fact that now they themselves would be hunted and no one would spare them. His eyes widened even more, either from fear or from the realization of what lay ahead, as the dangerous and relentless reality of the future struggle unfolded before him. The hunter returned to the person who had commissioned the task, and Kale, as he was known, announced that from that day on, he would be his good friend and reliable ally in all future adventures and trials. The system also congratulated the young man on completing the mission, as a result of which his level rose to 4, and he still had 2,000 experience points left to reach the next level. The young man decided to check his equipment and found a magic necklace and daggers that provided additional protection, significantly increasing his chances of survival in battle. All this was extremely timely, as the player was left with little mana, and all these items immediately replenished it, allowing him to continue to effectively use his skills in battle. With all these attributes, he and his Scorpion Emperor will be able to level up much faster, improving their abilities, strength, and effectiveness in future battles. Zhang continued to carefully study the information on the panel, analyzing all the details to better understand his pet's capabilities and make the most of his skills in future battles. The message said that a new location, a secret 5th-level kingdom, had appeared near the city, which would only exist for an hour, and that they needed to go there, fight other players, and be the first to reach it. All the characters present paid attention to this, were greatly surprised, and at the same time felt a great deal of motivation, ready to make every effort to succeed in the upcoming challenge. Zhang was confident that with his abilities, he would easily pass the test and win rewards because his skills, strategy, and pet gave him a significant advantage over other players. He boldly stepped into the new location, ready for the challenges that awaited him and to meet other players for a valuable reward. In addition, the Scorpion Emperor specialized in protecting his master and effectively blocking all attacks directed at him, which made Zhang much more secure in battle. The players were already standing at the portal to their new destination, watching the flickering light and preparing for the unknown adventures that lay ahead. Some realized that the location was level 5, which was suicide for them, so they considered all the dangers and decided to form a team to increase their chances of survival. The hero approached them and saw that most were in favor of passing through the secret kingdom, aware of the danger that awaited at every turn of the secret path. But suddenly a stranger pushed him away, ordering him to step aside, and the hero felt a sudden rush of anxiety, realizing that the situation might be more dangerous than it seemed. The so-called president, dressed in shiny gold armor, was walking towards them, inspiring both respect and anxiety, and his appearance promised unexpected changes in events. It was Liu Yao, the son of the richest man in Linhai, whose family controlled the city's 3 largest pharmaceutical stores and whose own fortune was estimated in the billions. He had always been very popular among the people, and a full set of 1-star equipment for any of his subordinates cost tens of thousands, which emphasized his wealth. The young lady noticed Zhang and asked what he was doing there, observing his behavior with curiosity and trying to understand his intentions amid this tense situation. The young man immediately realized that she was the former girlfriend of the body's owner and that her name was Lin Yuer, feeling both surprise and excitement at the unexpected encounter after so many years. She said that an ordinary tamer like him couldn't even afford housing and that he definitely couldn't enter the secret 5th-level kingdom, emphasizing his insignificance. The young man was already angry at this conclusion and asked in response if it would be a problem for him, showing stubbornness and a willingness to challenge her words despite her contemptuous tone. Lin did not understand what was happening with her ex, because he did not ask her to give their relationship another chance, which caused her surprise and a certain irritation at the same time. So she said that a man as strong as their brother Yao was capable of passing such a test, and that Zhang Yue should not give in to empty dreams, hinting at the foolishness of his ambitions. In her humble opinion, people should be able to assess their own strengths and not build castles in the air, because the realities of life required sobriety and an understanding of one's own capabilities in any situation. The young man explained that he was not interested in the girl and hinted that someone else was flying in their own dreams, emphasizing his indifference and at the same time heating up the tension in the conversation. Lin was furious and asked her brother to show what he was capable of, hoping that his strength would prove to everyone, including Zhang, the reality of his abilities and status. In a calm but threatening voice, the hunter advised them to save their lives, hinting at the danger that could await anyone who underestimated his strength and intentions. No one around him believed his words because the young lady explained that she knew for sure about his weakness, and this made those present doubt the truthfulness of his warning and the real threat. Liu Yao was alarmed that he could not see the newcomer's class and rank, as if his stats were hidden, and this made him uneasy and suspicious of the stranger's true strength. So, raising his hand, he warned that he was entering the portal because he couldn't waste his time on such a young man, and this time he decided to spare him. The man ordered the team to follow him and promised that they would receive the best initial admission in return, motivating them to act and emphasizing the value of such an opportunity. Without hesitation, the players followed him, feeling a mixture of fear and excitement that their choice could determine success or failure in the trials ahead. The brother and sister were quite confident of their victory in the new location, hoping that their skills and strategy would allow them to easily overcome all the trials that lay ahead. Meanwhile, the young man standing next to Zhang asked him to accept everything and just give up, because nobodies like them shouldn't go there, hinting at the mortal danger and futility of their attempts. However, the hero replied that if he felt like a failure, he needed to find a way to become stronger, and that even if the owner of the body was so pathetic, it did not apply to Asura himself. Xu Lu realized that his companion was still hiding his identity, feeling both curiosity and suspicion that he might be hiding even more secrets and true power. They knew that in the secret kingdom, they would have to face a large number of monsters. Considering his strength, he could handle the first level, but he was unsure about the final boss. If the young man and the Scorpion Emperor reached the 5th level but did not improve their equipment, they would have no chance of victory, and all their efforts could be in vain in the face of danger. Zhang waited for his turn to enter the portal, feeling tense and anticipating adventure, because every step could change his fate in the new location. Meanwhile, the man's team had already arrived at their destination, surveying the area and preparing for the dangerous trials that awaited them ahead. Lin still couldn't calm down about why her brother hadn't stood up for her, feeling irritated and at the same time surprised by his indifference in such a tense situation. But he explained that there were too many people around and they could easily damage the family's reputation, because if someone said that Liu had killed an ordinary person, it would cause big problems and scandal. Then he asked his sister to relax, because sooner or later he would force the monster tamer to submit to her and apologize, promising to restore her honor and emphasize his own influence. The pupils of an ordinary monster tamer needed the same amount of experience as their master, which made their development process equal and required the same effort and time. Fortunately, only half of the experience was needed to improve the necromancer's pet, and at the initial stage, the hero had to kill only a few mobs to significantly improve his scorpion's abilities. Other players watched him and were shocked by the newcomer's power, regretting that they had previously mocked him and underestimated his abilities. The girls approached Zhang and asked to join his team, and one even wanted to become his girlfriend, showing genuine interest and a desire to be with him. However, turning away without enthusiasm, the young man said that he was not interested at all, showing indifference to the girls and their offers. The system announced that the 5th level of the Secret Kingdom was to close in 10 minutes, forcing everyone present to speed up their preparations and rush to complete their tasks. The young man upgraded his scorpion's defense, and it would serve as a living shield while he focused on damaging enemies, increasing his effectiveness in battle. So all of the monster's skills and stats were increased by several points, adding strength and endurance to it, which made it much more powerful in future battles. Along with a pendant that quickly restored mana, the hunter could use a fire sphere that created a continuous stream of fire, damaging enemies and controlling the battlefield. In conclusion, Zhang realized that he had to complete the task and collect his rewards in 10 minutes, planning each step as efficiently as possible. Meanwhile, the president and his companions fought in a new location, demonstrating their skills and strategy in a tense battle against numerous enemies. Lin asked her brother to put their lives first, as the monsters were too strong and they had to quickly use the resurrection scrolls and escape before the monsters caught them. However, at that moment, someone else caught their attention, not their enemies, and this unexpected appearance forced them to stop and carefully assess the new situation. The team called out to the person standing on the hill above, trying to get his attention and find out who he was and what his intentions were towards them. But Liu Yao couldn't believe his eyes, because standing in front of him was the newcomer with whom he had previously had an altercation, and this made him both surprised and cautious at the same time. The president understood that the player was only 5th class, but he was not afraid to die, and his courage inspired both respect and surprise. In response, Zhang began to laugh at them, showing his confidence and showing no fear of their threat. The president was so angry that he could no longer control his emotions, and his sister began to calm him down, convincing him that the young man had no money for the resurrection scroll and would simply die. They did not believe in him and considered him just a fool who would soon be swallowed up by the Secret Kingdom, underestimating his true strength and abilities. At that time, the system announced that the main task was to kill the guard, namely the 7th level armored scorpion, emphasizing the seriousness of the test and the danger to all participants. Meanwhile, the young man was glad that the annoying company was gone and would no longer interfere with him, feeling relieved and able to act at his own discretion. The ground began to crack in front of him, and it became clear that the main enemy had appeared, causing tension and a sense of danger in the air. The armored scorpion, the Lord, had excellent physical skills and a high level of proficiency in the use of armor, which made him an extremely dangerous opponent in battle. He differed from his minions in that his health indicator was several times higher than theirs, which made him much more resilient and difficult to defeat. So the young man decided to start the battle in order to end it as quickly as possible, focusing all his attention on the enemy and acting decisively without hesitation or delay, aware of the danger of every second. Zhang understood that with such equipment and the skills of the Scorpion Emperor, the monster could not defeat them, and this gave him confidence in his chances of success in battle. So he continued to strike relentlessly, trying to gradually remove both the enemy's health reserve and strong armor, acting methodically and giving the monster no chance to recover. The monster, in turn, was not weak either, its claws and sharp tail with a sting attacking from all sides at once, forcing the hero to constantly dodge and look for vulnerable spots. The battle was protracted, and the chaos around added even more tension to the air, forcing everyone present to watch every move of the combatants intently. The tamer used his fire sphere, which created an endless stream of fire, burning his enemies and giving them no chance to get close. When everything around him was engulfed in flames, the enemy suffered significant damage, which noticeably weakened him and gave the hero an advantage in the battle. The hero knew there wasn't much left, and he could leave the location as the winner, feeling that all his efforts and strategy were finally paying off. After delivering the final attack, the mighty 7th level scorpion lay on the floor, helpless and completely defeated by the hero's strength and skills. The young man, feeling pride and victory in his soul, stood on its body in a winning position, enjoying his triumph after a tense and dangerous battle. His eyes were filled with excitement after the battle, and he understood that it had all been quite easy, which gave him even more confidence in his own abilities. Hunter Zero received his rewards in the form of initial admission to the Secret Kingdom, which opened up new opportunities and prospects for the development of his power. The system notified all players about this, and they did not understand who it was about, exchanging surprise glances and trying to figure out who had received such privileges. However, everyone knew that this character was so strong that he had cleared the 5th level kingdom on his own, causing admiration and fear among other players. Lin and Liu concluded that the winner was at the 6th or 7th level at the time, while everyone else was only at the 1st or 3rd level, which greatly frightened them and caused a feeling of uncertainty. Her brother realized that the announcement appeared a few minutes after her ex-boyfriend showed up at the location, hinting at a connection between his appearance and the event. The young lady did not believe in such a turn of events, since he did not even have a pet, and she believed that he could not kill the monster on his own, which caused her surprise and doubt in his abilities. The president agreed with her, and they decided that some outsiders were involved in this situation, suspecting that someone had interfered with the course of events. Then Liu Yao ordered the team to find the character Zero, and no matter what the cost, he had to force him to join the Supreme Guild and work for him. The items that dropped from bosses were always of a much higher level and power than those that could be obtained from ordinary monsters, even with prolonged farming. But the most important and desirable reward for the young man turned out to be a rare 5th level scroll, which promised incredible power and new opportunities for his development. It could be significantly improved by spending just a few $1,000s, which made it incredibly valuable and desirable among all players. So, the hero, thoughtfully spending his accumulated ability points, began to gradually improve his secret item, striving to make it as powerful and effective as possible. A secret scroll of royal level had never appeared in the first world before, and its price at the bazaar would reach hundreds of thousands, which was completely unaffordable for ordinary hunters. But Zhang's main and most important goal has always been to go through all the alternative worlds, explore their secrets, and overcome any dangers in his path. He used the royal scroll and received a difficult mission of generosity in return, which had to be successfully completed within a limited and strictly defined time. The difficulty level was 100, the rewards were completely unknown, and the task was simply to accompany a non-player character through dangerous locations. All the necessary information was provided in detail on a special information panel, so that the hero could thoroughly prepare before embarking on the dangerous journey. The problem was that the young man was only at level 5, while the map and location of the Berserk Forest were already at level 10, which made the task extremely dangerous and difficult. In addition, wild boars usually appeared in large herds, and it was extremely difficult to deal with them on your own, even for an experienced hunter. First, the hunter had to find the girl Eileen, who was being mercilessly pursued by a dangerous monster that threatened her life and safety in the forest. The fireball instantly hit the enemy, completely destroying it and leaving no chance of rescue or escape. The girl realized that the guy was capable of saving her life, so without hesitation, she completely trusted him, hoping for his protection and help. The player had only 10 hours left to complete the mission, during which he had to overcome all dangers and complete the task without any mistakes. The wild boars were extremely angry and had large, dangerous tusks, which made them extremely dangerous to anyone who dared to approach them. Zhang thought that as soon as he found the young lady in the forest, The raging animals began to appear, attacking everything around them and creating incredible danger for both of them. They attacked him from all sides, accelerating to maximum speed, rushing into battle and threatening Zhang's life at every turn. The young man had to think not only about his own safety, but also about little Eileen next to him, who was defenseless and unable to fend off the danger on her own. So he attacked his opponents with powerful fireballs, destroying their defenses and neutralizing any threat to himself and Eileen. The problem was that the boars surrounded them on all sides, trapping them and leaving no chance of a safe escape. The hero understood that the boars were extremely strong, and even his mythical level equipment with golden attributes and a powerful fireball were not enough for a complete victory. So the young man decided to call on his faithful scorpion for help, hoping that its presence would help control the situation and reduce the threat from the boars. The pet instantly appeared in front of the hero and began to actively defend his master, throwing himself at the boars and repelling their attacks with remarkable agility. Meanwhile, the traveler himself, using all his skills and fighting techniques, quickly eliminated the approaching monsters, preventing them from threatening him and Eileen. His attacks hit the enemies accurately, causing heavy damage and neutralizing any threat from the approaching monsters. The system announced that the character had successfully killed a level 10 wild boar, and as a result, he received valuable experience points and rewards for completing the task. Zhang noticed that his tactics had worked and realized that if he delivered a few more powerful blows like that, he and the scorpion would easily be able to level up. One by one, the wild boars were quickly eliminated, leaving no opportunity for resistance or escape, and gradually the threat around the hero diminished. However, the number of boars still did not decrease, and the hero's mana was almost depleted, which made his situation critically dangerous and required a quick decision. The boy still promised the worried Eileen that he would bring her back alive, no matter what happened, promising to do everything possible for her safety. Out of nowhere, a monster suddenly appeared in front of him and launched a vicious attack, lunging at the hero with incredible strength and fierce aggression. To save himself, the hunter used a powerful super fireball, which hit the enemy accurately, causing him enormous damage and neutralizing the threat. Everything around was engulfed in flames, and the heat from it spread throughout the area, creating a hellish atmosphere and forcing the enemies to retreat. Fortunately, he was in good health, because after the animal's attack, he could have been seriously injured and even failed to complete the mission successfully. The armored scorpion was also at the end of its strength and would not have lasted long, and the young man could not even imagine that the mission of generosity would turn out to be so extremely difficult and exhausting. Thanks to the fact that he was able to kill several monsters, he was awarded valuable experience points, which brought him closer to the next level and strengthened his abilities. Thus, the traveler was able to improve his level twice in a row, significantly increasing his strength and preparing for even more difficult trials in the forest. The system notified him that all his skills and points had been successfully improved to a certain number of points, significantly increasing his combat capabilities and effectiveness in battle. In addition to all this, he also had valuable equipment that he received after defeating the Scorpion King, giving him even more strength and advantage in battle. The boss's ring was level 7 and possessed an incredible killing effect, capable of quickly eliminating enemies and significantly increasing its owner's attacking power. The hero continued to fight, raising his weapon high in his hands and delivering powerful blows to his enemies, giving them no chance to retreat. It was then that it became clear that the player could destroy a wild boar with just 2 fireballs, whereas previously it would have taken him 7 or 8 blows, which testified to his growing strength. Fire spread around the battlefield, burning everywhere, creating a hellish atmosphere and complicating any maneuvers for the enemies and the hero. Finally, the young man managed to completely destroy the herd of wild boars, and now all that remained was to return Eileen to the City of Judgment Day, after which the task could be officially completed. Suddenly, Liu Yao appeared before him, who was sure that the newcomer had died in the secret kingdom, and now watched the events with tension and surprise. He was a warrior of the sword and shield of the Higher Sun, endowed with great strength and skills, and his sister belonged to the Higher Moon, possessing no less powerful abilities. The young man had no desire to waste his time on empty talk and arguments with them, so he coldly asked them to get out of his sight, focusing on his own mission. Lin again asked her brother to show her ex what he was capable of, and he agreed, reasoning that he needed to earn money to pay his bills and fulfill his obligations. The young man was not at all confused. On the contrary, he felt intense anger that they were wasting his time and distracting him from important matters. Lo rushed at him with his sword, looking extremely confident and determined, ready to deliver a powerful blow without any doubt in his own abilities. However, his weapon did not strike Zhang, because the young man deftly dodged and remained completely unharmed, demonstrating his skill and quick reactions. The young lady could not understand how this happened, because he was a simple tamer and had no armor at all, but his skill and agility allowed him to avoid any blows. The traveler saw that his opponent had finished his attack, so he decided to take the initiative and show what he was really capable of in battle. The tamer raised his heavy weapon high above his head, tensing his muscles and concentrating on delivering a powerful blow to his enemy. The man immediately began to assure him that he was once the president of the Supreme Guild and the richest man in Linhai, naively believing that these loud words would somehow help him avoid danger. However, the young man did not even listen to his explanations, because he was annoyed that all these useless words and excuses were interfering with his carefully thought out and important plans. Without hesitation, he unleashed his powerful attack on his opponent, putting all his accumulated rage, determination, and desire to end the fight as quickly as possible into it. As a result, he destroyed him with just one blow, clearly demonstrating his devastating power, absolute superiority, and the complete lack of chance for his fallen opponent. Only his equipment and golden armor fell from the man, clattering loudly to the ground, becoming silent evidence of his defeat and instant collapse. The system announced that it had marked the opponent gray, warning that he must be killed within 10 minutes to avoid receiving unwanted sin points. In the other world, the names of hunters were usually white, but if one of them decided to deliberately harm another, the aggressor's name would take on a noticeable gray tint for a certain period of time. At that time, resistance on the part of the victim was considered a completely justified defense, so the system did not assign any sin points for such actions. If the victim was killed, the attacker's name immediately took on a bright red tint, after which, over time, the system inevitably assigned them exactly 100 sin points. In such cases, the rules of the afterlife strictly prohibited movement to the protective zone and leaving the world until the offender had completely redeemed all the points by destroying monsters. After his death, the hunter not only lost his accumulated experience and dropped in level, but also lost most of his valuable equipment and inventory. Lin was genuinely shocked that the former was able to destroy her brother with just one blow, and she did not understand when he had become so incredibly strong. Zhang understood well that he could only use 2 resurrection scrolls in 7 days, so he had to act cautiously and think through each step in advance. He had already used 1 scroll in the Secret Kingdom, so if he used another one now, he would have no room for error or escape. So, taking the girl by the hand, they completely ignored Lin and calmly went on their way, paying no attention to her attempts to stop them. The boy clearly understood that he could not waste his time on her, because if something happened to Eileen, all his efforts would instantly lead to the failure of an important mission. That's why they continued on their way, leaving the girl sitting on the ground without any help or attention, completely ignoring her condition and needs. Lin was so angry that her face instantly turned red, her rage ignited by the fact that her ex had completely ignored her, paying no attention to her whatsoever. Finally, the player successfully completed his task and carefully returned the girl home, ensuring her safe return after all the dangers she had encountered. He was rewarded with a powerful ice staff, as well as a new small fragment technique and a normal level pet egg for further training and adventures. Deciding to test his new weapon immediately, the young man concentrated and pulled the ice staff toward him, feeling the cold energy obediently respond to his will. The new weapon possessed tremendous ice power, and upon reaching the blue level, would grant him the ability to deliver powerful ice attacks that could freeze his enemies. The hunter decided to improve the item by focusing on the strengthening process in order to increase its characteristics and unlock the hidden potential of the new weapon. So it was reworked 144 times, and the item reached the gold level, transforming into a majestic ice scepter with powerful magical power. Fortunately for the young man, using more points was not a problem for him, so he could strengthen his item and develop his abilities without restriction. Among the rewards was also a pet egg, which he carefully took in his hand, feeling the warmth and light weight of his future companion next to him. As it turned out, the egg was of normal level, which meant average strength for his future pet and moderate abilities that he would be able to develop over time. The boy had collected a large number of such eggs while fighting various monsters, accumulating them as valuable trophies for future adventures and pets. So he decided to simply feed all these eggs to his scorpion in order to strengthen his pet, improve its characteristics, and accelerate its development without further ado. Thanks to this snack, his monster gradually became stronger, gaining new strength, endurance, and the ability to overcome even the most dangerous enemies. Thanks to this progress, the Emperor of Scorpions rose to the status of a Silver Emperor of the elite level, gaining considerable power, authority, and respect among all other monsters. All of the hunter's pets' skills became much more powerful and reached a whole new level of development, opening up new possibilities and effectiveness in battle. As a result, the player possessed a silver scorpion and a 2-star staff, and together with Liu Yao's golden armor, he had enough power to defeat the first boss in the afterlife. However, before following his carefully thought-out plan, the guy had to replenish his supplies in order to be fully prepared for the challenges ahead. It was a dark night outside when suddenly a bright light shone in one of the rooms of the building, piercing the darkness and drawing attention to the events inside. Zhang instantly teleported to his room, appearing there suddenly and without warning, leaving behind the place where he had just been. His phone lying on the table suddenly began to emit loud sounds, signaling an incoming call and attracting his full attention. The traveler picked up the phone and heard that he had been warned for the last time that he needed to pay 390,000 for his brother's medical services, and if he did not pay, treatment would be stopped immediately. Zhao asked for the card number and promised to call back in 10 minutes, planning to sell some of his gold equipment and expecting to receive millions for it. But the problem was that the system informed him that it was impossible to sell the equipment because it was tied to the player and could not be transferred or sold. He realized that even if he sold all his silver coins, he would only get 10,000 for them, which was far from enough to cover his brother's medical expenses. Therefore, the hero's next plan was to urgently find a reliable way to earn more money in order to collect the necessary amount and save his brother's treatment. The young man went to the website and began to carefully review the ads of various people, looking for profitable opportunities to earn money and ways to quickly obtain the necessary funds. Coaches offered their services, but he understood that they charged by the hour, and then he would have to save money for too long to collect the necessary amount. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the inscription below, and his eyes widened in surprise because the information was completely unexpected and impressive. Someone was looking for a professional coach from Linhai, offering a salary of 3,000 yuan, which immediately caught the young man's attention as a lucrative opportunity to earn money. The comments on the post said that this vacancy appeared every year when new professionals were being recruited, and that everyone who accepted the reward died before they could even say their last words. The hero carefully read everything that was written, trying to imagine the picture of events and put together his own puzzle in his head, thinking about the risks and opportunities. But no matter how much he thought about it, the publication, which posed a threat to life, seemed extremely interesting and alluring to him in any case. The girl sat behind many monitors, closely following the events on all screens, where data, videos, and signals flashed continuously, requiring her full concentration. The hero called her to find out the details of the 3,000 yuan trainer position, hoping to hear more about the conditions, requirements, and possible risks of the offer. She replied that the offer was only valid for those who had recently received their rank, and explained that he needed to send a specific person to complete the first world. Zhang did not care about the task itself, as money was the most important thing for him, so the woman calmly informed him that she was ready to pay him 400,000 yuan. They needed to start in 10 minutes, and she said she would wait for him at the respawn location in the gloomy city of Judgment Day. After the required time, the young man was already at the location, looking around and carefully checking the details of the place where the event was to begin, on which his further actions depended. The main task was to guide a person through the first world, and as long as others were willing to pay generously for such a service, he agreed without hesitation to do this job again and again. His gaze sharpened the moment the person he was supposed to work with appeared before him, and he immediately began to assess the person, their condition, and the potential difficulties ahead. There stood a girl, but her face and body remained invisible under a black cloak that completely hid the contours of her figure and added mystery and intrigue to her. It seemed that at that moment the young man already knew who was standing in front of him, and his mind trying to quickly match the face with the images he had seen before, was preparing for the next steps. Everyone around began to say that they knew her, and from moment to moment, the name of the spellcaster of destruction spread among those present, causing fear, admiration, and anxiety at the same time. Even if she had worn hundreds of hoods, everyone around her would still have recognized her, because her aura, movements, and unchanging charisma revealed her true personality, which was impossible to hide. The young man suggested that they start by forming a team and completing a world quest together, hoping that this would allow them to establish mutual understanding and prepare themselves. To get through the first world, they had to complete 2 quests, during which thousands of monsters awaited them, and the reward was only 10 coins. He explains that she could not hurt enemies if their level exceeded hers by 5, and even if he helped lower their level to 1, she still would not be able to kill them. The young man also suggested visiting some locations to raise her level, gradually strengthening the skills and experience necessary to overcome more dangerous tasks. Zhang, meanwhile, decided to use his new ability to test her, observing her reaction and abilities in the face of an unexpected challenge. It turned out that it was not as effective as the fire sphere, but it could be used as an auxiliary tool, which made it useful for supporting the team during combat. Looking at the young lady behind him, the hunter did not understand why she was standing still and ordered her to finish off the monster in front of him, hoping for her reaction and combat abilities. A purple light flashed around her, flickering and reflecting off surrounding objects, but the girl remained silent, not saying a word or showing any emotion. The boy saw that with one blow she was able to raise her level by 3 points, and this shocked him, as he did not expect such a powerful demonstration of her abilities. The enemy was approaching from behind, and the hunter asked her to be more careful and look around so as not to miss any danger and react to the monster's attacks in time. However, she did not hear these words, so he rushed towards her and shielded her with his body, taking the enemy's blow and risking his own safety. Using a fireball, the hero attacked the monster in front of him, aiming the burning projectile precisely at the target and hoping to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. Everything around him burst into flames, engulfing the space in a bright red-orange light and creating a chaotic atmosphere of danger and panic. He continued to observe what was happening around him, closely watching the movements of his enemies and the girl's reactions, analyzing the situation before each subsequent step. Meanwhile, the girl just watched him without saying a word, her gaze remaining cold and calm, as if she were evaluating his actions and every movement. The player asked her to get up because they needed to move on to the next level, and he hoped that she would quickly get her bearings and support the team. They were already in a new location when the guy asked his companion how old she was, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere a little and learn more about her. The girl used her fingers to indicate that she was 21, and the hero did not understand why she had started training so late, since all this should have been done 3 years ago in order to achieve the required level of skill. There was silence in response, and the young man sensed that something was wrong, noticing the inconsistency in the girl's behavior and her strange uncertainty. Taking off her hood, the young lady thanked him and told him that he was free to go, promising to send partial compensation, but insisting that he say nothing to his sister. The young man was shocked to hear her voice, as he had previously thought she was unable to speak, and this unexpected ability completely changed his perception of her. Zhang promised his sister to guide her through the first world, but the girl was worried because she carried the vessel of catastrophe, which could have unpredictable consequences. The hero, ignoring the possible danger, asked what the term meant, seeking to understand its meaning and essence, despite the warnings about the risks. She immediately wanted to explain everything, but a sudden voice from the side interrupted their conversation, forcing the young lady to fall silent for a moment and focus on the new situation. A group of strangers were talking about a post on a forum, which claimed that anyone who helped her would inevitably die, and anyone who could kill her would receive a huge reward and a whole bunch of points. So they decided to eliminate the girl in order to receive the promised gifts, driven by greed, indifferent to the consequences and possible disaster. The young lady said that they would not be able to cope with so many level 5 players, so she was ready to take everything upon herself, aware of the risk and possible consequences of such a decision. But Zhang understood that he was taking a big risk, yet he remembered the reward of 400,000, which he desperately needed, and this forced him to stay and continue. Another team approached from the other side. They saw that a battle was about to break out in front of them and began to watch the developments with curiosity and tension. It was immediately clear who had joined them, as the confident gait, equipment, and looks of the newcomers made their intentions and experience easy to read. It was the same rich man, Liu Yao, with his people and his sister, who walked confidently and were ready to intervene in the events unfolding ahead. The two young men who wanted to kill the young lady quickly joined the president, realizing that they did not want to stand in his way and risk their own safety. However, Liu was focused only on Zhang, saying that their lives were constantly colliding with each other and that this conflict was inevitable regardless of the circumstances. The hero noticed that his opponent had once again decided to give him his inventory, and as far as he remembered, he could not use the deceptive scroll, which made the offer partially useless. The sword and shield warrior simply raised his hand, giving a clear order to his subordinates and preparing them for joint action in close combat. Immediately, his entire team moved toward the young man and woman standing in front, moving in unison and ready for battle, leaving no chance for retreat. The young man was frowning at the situation that had just unfolded before them, and his heavy gaze expressed deep dissatisfaction and restrained anxiety about the events around him. Liu Yao could not understand his opponent's reaction, as his words and actions seemed too contradictory and illogical in this tense and dangerous situation. Turning back, the leader called his subordinate over for an explanation, his voice sounding stern and demanding, as if he already guessed the hidden details of the situation. So he said that his subordinate had misunderstood him and that he was only talking about stealing someone's skin, because not a word had been said about the hunter standing in front of them. The girl stayed behind the hero the whole time because she sincerely believed that if something suddenly happened or the situation got out of control, he would definitely be able to save her. But unexpectedly for them, the president's subordinates handed them gifts and calmly explained that they were intended for them as a sign of respect and goodwill. The young lady was shocked by this unexpected turn of events, because just a moment ago, she was mentally preparing herself for a fierce battle and possible dangerous consequences. Lin, meanwhile, was angry at what her brother had become, as his actions and words contradicted everything she had expected of him and caused anger and disappointment. The man knew that Zhang was not afraid to use his power against him, so he hoped that he would accept his gifts to prove the sincerity of his intentions and desires. He deliberately chose everything that was in the boxes he had previously asked to be prepared, because among them were things that were absolutely irreplaceable and very valuable to him. Liu again asked the young man to join his guild and serve him, emphasizing that only then would he be able to take the gifts and accept the offer seriously. The president also offered him a salary of 500,000 a month, which was an extremely large sum and far exceeded his expectations. His sister appealed to her ex, hinting that no poor man surviving on crumbs would receive such a huge sum, and sincerely wished that he would simply join the winning side. Lin understood that if she managed to recruit him, her brother would be extremely pleased with her, and she would have a real opportunity to control Zhang and his actions. The young man was someone who recognized the value of those who were stronger than him, and he offered to test her worth in his eyes, promising that if she proved to be stronger, he would accept the offer without hesitation. The girl was furious because she believed that such a huge salary was already a privilege for him, and in her opinion, he had absolutely no right to refuse such an offer. Without backing down, the hunter said that if everyone in the guild were like her, there was a high probability that he would lose his dignity and be forced to serve someone like a submissive dog. So, if they weren't going to fight, the hero asked them to get out of his way, because he had completely different plans that required peace and quiet and no obstacles in his path. The president ordered them to let him go and not touch him again, sternly emphasizing that any further actions against him would be unacceptable and would have serious consequences. The sister was shocked by her brother's decision and, unable to contain her emotions, began to shout loudly, expressing her dissatisfaction and surprise at the same time. But the man raised his voice, hinting that his order was not to be questioned by her or anyone else, and demanded complete obedience. The soldier approached him, hinting to the leader that he had once killed him, and only his generosity allowed him to turn a blind eye and not punish him for the past. But if the hero continued to act in the same spirit, in their opinion, he could easily destroy everyone around him, demonstrating incredible strength and dangerous determination. The chief explained that the value of some things only increases when you put a lot of effort into them, and if everything comes easily, then there is no real meaning or significance in it. Lin tried to ask him why his opinion had changed so quickly, her voice sounding gentle and soft, trying to melt his hardness and find out the truth. Luya replied that he was just a poor man who couldn't afford gold equipment, so as a tamer, he would never be able to achieve such high power and skill. The boy turned out to be more complicated than they thought, and the leader was ready to lure him to his side at any cost, seeking to gain his support at any price. However, the girl remained unconvinced and continued to call her ex a worthless fool, unwilling to acknowledge his merits or the strength he had demonstrated. She consoled herself with the thought that next time she would make him crawl before her on his knees, imagining it as her own small victory and a way to regain control. Meanwhile, Zhang and his companion were moving through the area, and the hero explained that he had saved her only because he would not have been paid if she had died, emphasizing the pragmatic motive for his actions. The young lady was unsure whether they would be able to successfully complete their mission, as the circumstances were difficult and every step required caution and careful planning. Turning around, the young man did not understand why she was so confident in posting on forums, so he asked her why she had such a desire to go through the other world and risk her own life. The girl explained that she had given up long ago, but her sister had not yet surrendered and continued to resist, demonstrating stubbornness and determination in her actions. She showed him her window, on which was written about the summoner of destruction, and explained that the vessel of catastrophe must be destroyed after she cleanses the first world of threats and chaos. The hero noticed that the young lady belonged to a special class, which made her abilities and role in events particularly important and extraordinary among the other participants. In conclusion, it became clear that in addition to the main classes and ratings, there were other, less noticeable, but no less important categories that could influence the power and status of the participants. If they managed to overcome their own limitations, they would have the opportunity to instantly reach not only a high class, but also a legendary or mythical level that had previously seemed unattainable. She said that it had been 3 years since she had awakened to that level, and during that time, more than 1,000 attempts had been made, none of which had been successful. It was no longer even taken into account that the girl could not form a team with someone whose level differed from hers by 10, as this became a serious obstacle to joint action. The spellcaster did not understand how it was possible to defeat the boss of the first world with only the 10th level, so she asked the young man to simply leave and not try to interfere or help her. The young man calmly said that it was entirely possible and that he was capable of guiding her through the first world, overcoming all the difficulties and dangers along the way. The young lady was so surprised that she was speechless for a moment, standing there, puzzled and confused by what she had heard. Grabbing Zhang by the hands, she said that for 3 years, she had dreamed of removing the cursed restrictions so that others would follow her example, and finally she would be able to find her true name. Holding him tightly, the enchantress could not believe that she finally had a chance at the normal life full of freedom and opportunities that she had dreamed of for years. The hero cheerfully asked them to stop talking, because they still had a whole world to conquer ahead of them, and they needed to focus on the trials and dangers that lay ahead. For the first world, the class leader had to complete all previous tasks and prove his skill and strategy before earning the right to battle the main world boss. So the team first destroyed 1,000 monsters, thereby successfully completing the second task and collecting the 10 silver coins needed to advance further in the world. The girl was deeply confused by the young man's incredible strength and impressed by how instantly and flawlessly he eliminated each enemy, leaving only silence and admiration behind. By that time, they were fully prepared and experienced enough to confidently face their main opponent, using all their skills and experience gained in previous battles. From the expression on Miss Zhang's face, Zhang immediately realized that there was some tension or misunderstanding between them, and without hesitation, he decided to ask her about it directly to clarify the situation. She explained that she then realized how incomparable the young man's strength was to ordinary people, and that even someone like him would never have agreed to do such work. Zhang jokingly replied that he was not an ordinary player and that his class was considered only average, but this did not diminish his unmatched combat skills. But he realized that he should keep his mouth shut and not tell anyone about his real income in order to avoid unnecessary envy or unwanted attention. All the tasks that needed to be completed were successfully completed, so the team could press the button at any moment when they wanted to face the boss and start the decisive battle. Without hesitation, the player pressed the button, and the main battle was about to begin, filling the air with tension and anticipation of incredible events. A system notification indicated that the first world, the source of horror, was loading, preparing the team for the dangerous trials and dark atmosphere that awaited them. They were instantly transported to the main sector, where their decisive battle was to take place, and the tension around them grew, anticipating a dangerous and intense battle. The smiling young man seemed to be anticipating what was about to happen and calmly asked if the young lady was ready for the dangerous battle ahead. Perhaps at that moment she did not want anything like that at all, but she understood that this was the first such opportunity in 3 years, so they boldly marched forward together into the unknown battle. The duo entered the first world, and their opponent turned out to be the demonic abyss, whose powerful presence filled the space with fear and menace, ready to test their skills to the limit. The system also informed them that they had only 1 hour to complete the battle, during which time they had to defeat the Mad Pig King, who awaited them with incredible cruelty and cunning. However, if they failed to defeat him within the allotted time, the system would consider it a defeat, and in that case, they would have to start all the tasks from the beginning, going through all the trials and training again. Pulling out his attributes, the hunter threw them toward the girl so that she could grab them and use them for protection and support in the upcoming battle. The spellcaster understood that these were quite valuable items, including instant recovery potions and other rare artifacts that could significantly enhance her abilities in battle. The hero realized that he had to be prepared for any turn of events, and he was confident in his own abilities to defeat the monster on his own, but he understood that something could still go wrong. He decided to simply put on the armor he had received from Liu Yao and also give the Scorpion Defender's armor to strengthen his defense before the dangerous battle. With this plan, the young man was confident that the enemy's attacks would not be a serious problem, as his defense and strategy had been carefully thought out for any surprises. The elite silver and armored Scorpion was fully prepared for battle, and its performance had improved significantly, making it much stronger and more resilient in confronting the enemy. At that very moment, the main opponent of this battle suddenly appeared before them, filling the air with a threatening atmosphere and forcing the team to prepare for the most dangerous test. The monster was so huge that it fully justified its name, the Mad King of Pigs, impressing everyone with its strength and terrifying appearance. However, the team, consisting of a young lady, a hunter, and his pet, also looked confident, demonstrating determination and readiness to confront even an extremely powerful enemy. The system announced that those who dared to cross the threshold to the monster in an attempt to enter the second world were mercilessly torn to pieces by it, demonstrating the incredible strength and cruelty of the enemy. The girl, who called herself Fan Suyan, talked to herself in order to overcome her fear and gather her strength to control her emotions and act decisively in a dangerous situation. Jung understood that it was precisely because of all her previous failures and setbacks that all her feelings had been replaced by only deep fear, which could paralyze her will and prevent her from acting decisively. Therefore, he asked her to stay put and support the Scorpion, monitoring its health and providing assistance when needed to increase their chances of victory. The hero himself said that he had come to this place only to deal with one little pig, easily concealing the seriousness of the upcoming battle. Ahead, the monster stood enraged, its fangs and teeth gleaming sharply, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to approach it. Jung used a super fireball against it to deliver a powerful blow and try to weaken the monster before close combat. It really helped at that moment and reduced the monster's health, causing it noticeable damage and weakening its strength for further attack. But the enemy was still dangerous, could attack at any moment, and was ready for the next blow, without losing its aggressiveness and strength. The young man correctly assumed that the leaders had extremely thick skin that was difficult to penetrate on the first try, and that several precise strikes and a strategic approach would be needed to inflict damage. The Mad King of Pigs became even more enraged than at the beginning of the battle. His aggression grew, and his every move was now much more dangerous for his opponents. In turn, the Scorpion defended its master, taking the enemy's attacks upon itself and thus reducing the damage that could be inflicted on the hero during the battle. His sting and tentacles prevented the boar from breaking through and delivering the final blow, holding back the enemy and giving the team time to counterattack. The player was completely focused on the battle and did not notice anything around him except for the main target he had to destroy, and his every move was precise and calculated. His fireballs flew everywhere, continuously damaging the monster and leaving it no chance to rest or counterattack. Everything was going quite well as long as the Scorpion effectively blocked the enemy's attacks, protecting its master and creating opportunities for subsequent attacks. The boar destroyed everything around him, His strength was enormous and incredibly powerful, forcing the team to act cautiously and thoughtfully to avoid serious damage. He also inflicted significant damage on the hero's pet, causing it to fly a certain distance, losing its balance and needing time to get ready for battle again. Everything around them and the entire battle created incredible chaos, raising thick dust into the air and making the battlefield even more dangerous and confusing. After some time had passed, Zhang realized that the battle would be much more difficult than he had hoped, and that he would have to make every effort to defeat his opponent. The Pig King rushed at them again, his snout wide open, revealing a row of sharp, blade-like teeth, which made him even more threatening and terrifying in battle. Fang Suyan watched the battle and shouted sharply at the young man to duck when the enemy's powerful attack was about to hit him, saving him from danger. Zhang understood that he should wait a little longer at that moment, and he continued to act according to his own plan, carefully choosing the time for his next move in the battle. His eyes reflected the image of the enemy, who was getting closer and closer to him, filling the air with tension and anticipation of the next blow. The opponents stood facing each other, intently watching each other's movements and patiently waiting to see which of them would dare to make the first sharp and decisive attack. Zhang understood that this was his best chance to change the course of events, and he realized that hesitation could cost him everything he had fought so long for. So he resolutely directed his swift attack toward the enemy, putting all his accumulated strength, fury, and hope for a quick victory in this fierce confrontation into the blow. The icy arrows began to pierce the monster's body, penetrating its thick skin and causing a noticeable decrease in health with each accurate and painful hit. The girl watched in shock as everything unfolded before her eyes, unable to believe the speed and cruelty of the events that were unfolding right before her eyes. The freezing effect did not last long, as the bosses of the lower worlds had up to 50% resistance to such attacks, which significantly reduced the duration and strength of the imposed freeze. Fen Suyan understood that the monster was enraged again, and she knew that when the Pig King reached this state, he would use his deadly axe without hesitation. The scorpion loyally helped his master, bravely taking on the enemy's devastating attacks and holding back his onslaught to give his allies precious time to attack. The boar was momentarily confused, and a second later fell heavily to the floor from a powerful blow that knocked him off balance and caused him to lose control of his own body. The hero asked the girl to immediately restore the scorpion's health, realizing that his ally would no longer be able to fight effectively without quick treatment and support. Immediately after receiving the order, she began to perform her duties, quickly and accurately taking the necessary actions to complete the task without delay. Incredible chaos reigned around them, where the sounds of battle, screams, and the rumble of destruction mixed into one terrible and disorderly storm that engulfed everything around them. The young lady understood that even at full health, the scorpion would not last long, as they lacked sufficient damage to compensate for the huge difference in strength between them and the enemy. The hunter took his staff in his hand and raised flames around himself, creating a protective circle of fire that blazed and repelled attacks from enemies on all sides. He understood that there was no point in delaying, and that his team's existing strength and resources would be more than enough to quickly end the battle and claim victory. The forces of fire and ice gathered around them, dancing, intertwining, and spinning together, creating a deadly vortex to deliver a powerful blow to the beast. After that, the monster began to scream in pain, its roar echoing around, reflecting the immense suffering and damage caused by the powerful blow. The boy understood that even his friend, a 10th-ranked star boss, would not be able to withstand the barrage of mythical-level golden equipment. So powerful and destructive was it. In that case, it became clear that victory was approaching, and everyone present felt the inevitability of the final conclusion of the battle. The Pig King could be heard everywhere, and it was then that he let out his last cries, which tore through the air and echoed like a terrible death rattle over the battlefield. Fan thought she had never seen a person capable of so skillfully controlling and effectively using two such powerful skills at once, combining them in incredible synergy. The monster was destroyed, its mighty form broken under the onslaught of attacks, and finally the battlefield was filled with silence after a long and fierce confrontation. They stood on either side of it, watching as the animal lay on the floor with no signs of life, and felt relief at the end of the terrible battle. The system immediately congratulated the team on their victory, announcing their success and praising their skill and coordination in completing the difficult task. The player received many rewards and decided to sell everything except the skill book in the store to obtain additional resources for further development and improvement of equipment. On the other hand, the girl realized that she had been stripped of her status as a destructive spellcaster and felt deep disappointment and a loss of her own power, which had previously given her confidence. She had not only achieved this, but also received an epic main class and could not believe that she had managed to achieve such incredible success. The team looked up when a system notification appeared above them, and they watched with curiosity and excitement as the message that could change the course of events appeared. The other players, after reading the notification, couldn't believe that the two of them had cleared the first world in less than half a day and were completely amazed by their incredible speed and skill. They also realized that the name Su Yan belonged to a girl who had never had any combat potential, which meant that someone was protecting her and defending her from danger on their own. The young man stood opposite the young lady when the second world was opened, a fortress captured by the undead, and both stared intently at the dark walls, preparing for new trials. The red portal led to a new location, and the blue one took the hero back, and he understood that he first had to solve the problem with the main expenses so as not to risk resources during the transition. Suyin did not understand why her companion was not going with her, and he explained that he wanted to resolve the issue of his payment first to avoid problems with resources later. It was then that the young lady realized that she was standing before the very hero and hunter Zero of the mystical class that everyone was talking about, whose fame had long spread throughout all worlds. In the center of Linhai City stood the large and tall Fang building, which stood out from the other buildings with its monumentality and grandeur. Ms. Fang was standing by a large window watching everything when her assistant informed her of a call, and she immediately turned her attention to it, feeling curiosity and tension. The hero explained that his work was complete and that he would later send the details of the completed task, as well as inform her where to transfer the funds for his services. The lady decided to see everything with her own eyes first because she did not believe that the quest could be completed in half a day and initially considered the hero a fraud, doubting his abilities. But suddenly the office door opened and the delighted sister ran inside, smiling and radiating admiration for what she saw and excitement for the events that were taking place. She explained that she had managed to dispel the vessel of misfortune and had also achieved an epic main class, and her voice was filled with pride at her achievements. The woman thought that such a result would have required quite a few people to help, and she felt surprise and respect for the coordination and effort that had gone into achieving success. However, Suyin warned that only one young man had helped her, and this amazed everyone because such strength and efficiency were incredible for one person. The sister was shocked by this information and could not believe that one young man could provide such assistance and achieve incredible results on his own. Sitting down at her monitors, the woman began to quickly check all the data, carefully analyzing each indicator to verify the accuracy of the information she had received. Then she asked if this was the same Hunter Zero that everyone was talking about, and received a confirming answer, which only increased her surprise and admiration. On the website, players began to actively discuss the situation and even declared that he had become the best of all, recognizing his incredible skills and achievements. Ms. Fan understood that with the skills of her sister and the young man, they would be able to significantly improve the situation in their country, using their skills for the development and protection of the state. The director decided to hold a meeting, and the main task was to lure Zero to their Misty Rain Pavilion in order to clean up the second world before anyone else could plan to do so. The payment for the character's brother's treatment was successful and without any delays, which finally confirmed that the guild had honestly kept its promise to him. The hero reported by phone that he was handing his brother over to reliable hands, but he was told that his brother was in serious condition, treatment was ongoing, and an additional 50,000 needed to be paid. Zhang understood that the amount was extremely large for him, and he constantly reproached himself for not accepting the lucrative offer from that rich scumbag at the time. Suddenly, his phone lit up brightly in the darkness of the room, sharply announcing an incoming call. The young man cautiously picked up the receiver, remaining tense and wary because of the unknown number that appeared on the screen and aroused his alarming suspicions. However, on the other end of the line, he was unexpectedly offered to join the Misty Rain Pavilion Guild, promising great opportunities and generous support. He spoke with Su Jin, the deputy head of the guild, who calmly informed him that they had fully covered his insurance and also assigned him a standard monthly salary of 30,000. The tamer clearly realized that at that moment there was an almost perfect coincidence of circumstances, which rarely happens and could significantly influence his future actions and decisions. Without hesitation, he immediately replied that he accepted the guild's offer without hesitation and was fully prepared to immediately begin performing his new duties. However, he set one condition: that the guild would not interfere in his affairs under any circumstances and would not restrict his personal freedom and will in any decisions. The sisters were deeply shocked by his unexpected request and could not understand the motives that made him make such a demand on the guild. The guild members also understood that joining the guild automatically meant complete devotion and a willingness to devote one's life to the guild, carrying out all its orders and tasks. The young man clearly understood that if they did not agree to his condition, the entire agreement would instantly become void, and there would be no obligations between him and the guild. CEO Suchin asked directly if Sujin really wanted the young man to be accepted into the guild, showing interest in her decision and motives. She replied that he was a true professional, capable of breaking a record that no one had been able to set for 100 years, and that such a player only came along once in a century, so they had to provide him with reliable protection. Su Yan also supported her sister and convincingly explained to her uncle that Zhang was an extraordinary player whose abilities and talents were rarely found even among the strongest members of the guild. The woman said that they were ready to accept his conditions first and then start any negotiations, and at the same time he confirmed that he would take an active part in their affairs. Chen understood that if the hero refused to submit to their authority, they simply had no choice but to agree to his terms and accept his rules of the game. The phone call was still ongoing, but they deliberately slowed it down, limiting the exchange of information and carefully controlling the course of the dialogue. The guild was only 5th in the Kingdom of Long, but even that was enough to satisfy the young man, not to mention the fact that their monthly salary and bonuses would fully cover all expenses. Finally, they intervened in the conversation and said they were willing to meet him halfway, asking the young man to come to the office at a time convenient for him. Zhang explained that he wanted to work from home, as the time difference was not a problem since he was also in Linhai, and the same applied to access to the system and all work resources. Jin did not expect the young man to be so adamant and categorically refused to meet in person, remaining unyielding in his decision. But overcoming their doubts and realizing that such an opportunity might never come again, they finally agreed to cooperate, leaving their doubts behind. The player realized that he had completed all his tasks and no longer needed to worry about income, so he decided to return to the other world to focus entirely on his own progress and development. The system informed him that the character had to make a choice and determine the world he wanted to enter, giving him complete freedom for further actions and development. By that time, the young man already clearly understood that he needed to immediately begin fulfilling his duties in the second world, preparing for new challenges and tasks. So the portal instantly opened before him and smoothly invited the young man to move to a new location, opening the way to adventures and new opportunities in the second world. Zhang appeared in the safe city of Norden, where the calm atmosphere and reliable protection allowed him to recover and prepare for his next steps in the second world. Looking around, he carefully studied everything that was happening, observing the people, buildings, and atmosphere of the city, trying to quickly orient himself in the new environment. The system provided him with detailed information that he had to carefully review in order to understand the rules, tasks, and features of the new world. The player was given a task, the completion of which would give him a chance to fight the boss, after which he could move on to the third world, opening a new stage of adventures and trials. The level required for this was 15, so he had to focus on raising his level in order to complete the task and move on. The tamer heard a voice. It was Captain Norris who was commanding his subordinates, preparing them for battle with a crowd of zombies and coordinating their actions for maximum effectiveness. Norden was a safe zone, but it was occasionally attacked by the undead, which kept all the inhabitants constantly tense and ready for unexpected threats. The man ordered everyone to move west to obtain the necessary materials from which they could make new weapons and strengthen their positions for future battles. Zhang noticed that there were only 10 quests in the city, and one of them turned out to be the most difficult, as the level of enemies in it ranged from 11 to 20. The task was to replenish the weapon stockpile, sneak into the occupied territory of the military base, and restore the resources spent for further operations. The young man realized that this quest was the most generous in terms of rewards, and as soon as he completed it, the rest of the task would lose all interest and significance for him. Approaching Captain Norris, the traveler clearly stated that he was ready to take on the difficult challenge and take responsibility for its successful completion. The surroundings of Nordian, in particular the former military warehouse, looked rather pitiful due to the constant attacks of the undead, which left behind ruins and traces of destruction. The zombies looked extremely scary, like real living dead, their distorted faces and slow but ominous movements inspiring horror in everyone who saw them. The hunter approached cautiously, remaining alert and ready to engage in combat at any moment, carefully assessing the surrounding situation and enemies. Using a powerful fireball, he simultaneously attacked the enemies around him, creating a burning wave that burned everything in its path and kept his opponents in fear. Seeing a new warrior approaching, the monsters instantly rushed towards him, aggressively attacking and trying to neutralize the threat before he could act. Scorpion actively helped his master, taking on some of the enemy's attacks and distracting opponents to give him the opportunity to destroy his opponents more effectively. The young man closely observed the monsters' reactions and behavior, analyzing their movements, weaknesses, and tactics in order to use this information in his battle strategy. He realized that the zombies had increased resistance to fire and took much less damage from his attacks than expected, forcing him to look for new ways to destroy them. So he decided to use another technique, hoping that the new move would cause much more damage to his enemies and be more effective in dealing with their fire resistance. Everything around Zhang instantly turned to ice, and it was unclear how the enemies would cope with such an unexpected and powerful attack that paralyzed their movements. The master ordered the silver-armored scorpion to take on all the aggression of the enemies, closely protecting him and not allowing anyone to approach while he carried out his command. So the animal began to attack the undead, quickly eliminating them in one fell swoop, leaving behind only empty shadows and silence enveloping the battlefield. On his side was a scorpion with upgraded defense skills and armed with various life-stealing abilities, which made it almost invincible in battle against numerous enemies. Although Zhang was surprised that his pet was able to handle the zombies, he couldn't hide his admiration for how quickly and efficiently the scorpion destroyed each enemy. The hero also rushed into the attack, fearlessly breaking through the ranks of the undead, swinging his weapon and feeling a rush of adrenaline and determination to defeat the enemy. At that moment, he decided to extinguish all the fire with ice, creating a thick ice curtain that instantly engulfed the flames and turned them into cold shards of ice. Everything around him burst into ice, instantly freezing his enemies in icy chains and turning the battlefield into a sparkling cold wasteland. The team managed to eliminate the level 11 fire zombie and gain 50 experience points, feeling satisfied with the successful completion of the dangerous mission. As a reward, he was given a bronze coin, which made him realize that these monsters usually drop gifts that are not very valuable, although the small reward was still pleasant. The young man's gaze sharpened, reflecting his determination and readiness for new battles, and his eyes shone with the cold light of experience and intense concentration. The player's level rose steadily as he destroyed many zombies, and by that time he had reached level 11, feeling new strength and improved abilities for future battles. As a reward for his hard work, he received only 50 fire cores, feeling slightly disappointed at the low value of what he had received, although they could come in handy in the future. There was still a long way to go before the quest was complete, and hunger was making itself felt. He knew that as soon as he left that world, he would find food and then continue his adventures with new strength. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a loud rumbling that spread around, forcing him to be alert and prepare for a possible new danger. The boy understood what was happening, but he didn't want to believe it, feeling an inner resistance and trying to remain calm in the face of the imminent threat. Two portals merged in front of him, and lightning began to pour out of them, illuminating the darkness with bright flashes and filling the air with a sense of dangerous power. The whole situation indicated that the time had come to fight the main monster, and the tension around him grew, causing his heart to beat faster in anticipation of a deadly battle. A huge monster appeared before the young man, and its 14th level indicated its incredible power, forcing him to carefully evaluate his every move in the upcoming battle. The enemy was a flaming ice lord of the magical type, whose presence radiated both ice and flame, creating a dangerous and unpredictable atmosphere for battle. The young man was right that he would receive many rewards, and this could provide him with good equipment or even a rare skill book capable of significantly enhancing his abilities. Taking up his spear, the traveler was ready for battle, feeling the strength in his hands and the determination to face a powerful enemy at any cost. The monster watched his opponent closely, studying his every move and preparing to deliver a fatal blow at the slightest moment of weakness. Then it suddenly lunged at him, trying to deliver a powerful blow that could instantly change the course of the battle and put the traveler in mortal danger. Various inhuman sounds could be heard from its mouth, indicating its enraged state, causing the air around it to tremble with the fury and danger emanating from the monster. Zhang immediately realized that he was in trouble, feeling a chill of fear and realizing that the upcoming battle would require all his skills and determination. The zombie lord was indeed a powerful character, and with such a high level that even the slightest mistake could prove fatal for Zhang. In a second, the hero was struck by the enemy and lost 352 health points, feeling intense pain and realizing how dangerous his opponent was. He tried to counterattack with his ice staff, directing cold discharges directly at the enemy, hoping to inflict at least some damage on the powerful zombie lord. But then he realized that the monster possessed two elements, fire and ice, which made it incredibly dangerous and virtually unpredictable in battle. The young man had a spell against such elements, but he could not increase its power, and it turned out that the monster was his main opponent, capable of overcoming any of his magical attacks. The enemy was getting closer and closer to him, its heavy footsteps echoing around, heightening the sense of danger and making the traveler's heart beat faster. At that moment, Zhang knew he had to call on his armored scorpion for help, hoping that his ally would be able to hold back the enemy and give him a chance to counterattack. Soon his pet was also struck, but it stood its ground, demonstrating incredible endurance and strong armored protection that gave the enemy no advantage. The zombie lord did not stop and launched a new attack on the team, releasing powerful waves of magic that forced the heroes to dodge and prepare for defense. The force of his blow destroyed the scorpion, which died on the battlefield, leaving behind silence and emptiness that reminded everyone of the loss of a powerful ally. The system announced that the player had to wait 3 hours, otherwise he would be penalized by 1 level, but when the necromancer was activated, the waiting time would be significantly reduced, giving him a chance to continue the battle without major losses. The Tamer couldn't figure out what to do, as he was left all alone, feeling the pressure of danger and realizing that now all decisions depended solely on him. Compared to other bosses in the first world, this monster was on a completely different level, demonstrating incredible strength and skills that made it virtually invincible to ordinary players. In a second, his enemy was enveloped by a powerful force that appeared out of nowhere, filling the air with unprecedented energy and forcing Zhang to prepare for a new, even more dangerous blow. But when he turned around, Zhang saw Suyan, who had appeared out of nowhere, ready to support him in battle and become an unexpected ally against the powerful enemy. The boy was surprised by her appearance and asked what she was doing in such a place, not hiding his surprise and uncertainty about her intentions and presence. But the girl replied that she was ready to take on a crowd of enemies while he did what he had to do, demonstrating her determination and willingness to support him in the most dangerous moment. The young man's spirits were already lifted, as his team now had a skilled hunter who could effectively distract enemies and significantly increase their chances of winning the battle. The hero said that even if the enemy blocked his attacks, he would still be able to defeat him, relying on his experience, skills, and unwavering determination. Speaking in his own language, the zombie lord most likely wanted to convey his fierce state, filling the air with threatening energy and fear of the impending attack. Without hesitation, the tamer used his fireball skill, unleashing a burning explosion toward the enemy, hoping to inflict significant damage and distract him for a short time. At that moment, he remembered his conversation with Suyan when he helped her complete the task, feeling warm memories and realizing that their cooperation could be the key to victory. For her part, the girl directed her light beam skill at the opponent, emitting bright energy that struck the enemy and weakened its defenses for a short time. The attack simultaneously rained down on the monster, dealing powerful blows and forcing it to retreat under the pressure of the hero's combined efforts. The hero wondered if the combination of the 3 skills was a manifestation of the power of a forbidden, magical class, trying to understand how powerful and dangerous their joint strike was. He ordered himself to stop thinking about anything else and focus on the battle, breathing deeply, feeling his heart beat faster, and his mind intensely focused on the enemies. Everything around him was in chaos, with ruined buildings, scattered objects, and people's screams creating a sense of complete disorder and unpredictability that engulfed everyone present. Suyin helped her companion eliminate the monsters, moving quickly and decisively through the battle, carefully watching their movements and coordinating each of her strikes. They attacked it from both sides with powerful strikes, forcing it to dodge and block, feeling how every movement became critical for survival. The system congratulated Suyin for helping the young man destroy the zombie lord and received ability points and experience, announcing her achievement with a bright, sparkling message on the screen. Jung thanked her for her help and promised to share the reward equally, smiling sincerely and showing that he appreciated her contribution to their joint victory over their enemies. She said that they had met by chance, and she had not had time to thank him properly for what had happened to them in the past, feeling a slight excitement and a desire to make up for this delay. The guy said that her sister had already transferred the money for the help, adding that she wanted to quickly thank him for his support and appreciated his efforts during the dangerous situation. Extending her hand, she introduced herself as Sujin and asked his name, smiling politely and watching his reaction to the introduction closely. Shaking her hand, the hero was glad to finally get to know her properly, and the young lady immediately offered to team up and complete the quest together, showing enthusiasm and readiness for joint action. Jin explained that her crowd control skills lasted 30% longer, as did her ability to reduce reload time, making her more effective and faster when fighting multiple enemies. The player understood that with such help, completing the task would be much easier, and felt confident in his actions, knowing that their team's strength would increase significantly. So they returned to Nordine because they could only reunite in 10 minutes, using the time to prepare and discuss the strategy for the upcoming quest. The girl remembered how she promised herself that she would marry the one who would break her curse, feeling both hope and anxiety about the fate that could change forever. But her thoughts were so vague that she scolded herself for them, feeling both shame and irritation, trying to return her mind to more rational considerations. The hero looked at his inventory and saw 3 pieces of equipment and a skill book, thinking about how best to use the items he had to increase his strength and effectiveness in battle. He decided to sell all the 1-star items, but keep everything else, carefully checking his inventory and assessing what might come in handy in future adventures and battles. The Ice and Flame boots added 10 points to his agility, which he liked because he felt noticeably lighter in his movements and more confident in his speed during battles. Next, he needed a stronger and more destructive skill to deal with powerful enemies more effectively and inflict more damage during difficult battles and dangerous missions. So the system started processing, quickly analyzing the data and activating the necessary mechanisms to give the hero new abilities and improvements in real time. The player received a super flaming ball that dealt much more damage to the enemy, allowing him to defeat opponents faster and feel superior in every battle. So, after testing his new ability, Zhang was satisfied, feeling joy and confidence that his strength had now increased significantly and his enemies would become easier targets. He knew that with his speed and new skill, no one could catch him, feeling completely confident in his superiority and safety when fighting any enemy. The panel that suddenly appeared in front of him surprised him, forcing him to stop and carefully examine the new information that could affect his future actions. It stated that Suyin had offered him to join the Misty Rain Pavilion Guild, which aroused his interest and made him consider the advantages and possible consequences of such a decision. The hunter accepted the offer and decided to return to the task, feeling determined and ready to use new opportunities to achieve his goal. The enemies were already waiting, so the tamer quickly eliminated them, demonstrating agility and precision in every movement, leaving his opponents with no chance of resistance. The young lady did not understand how it was possible to boast about his single blow, and in response, the hero also praised her control of the situation, especially during crowd control spells. Suyin explained that her sister had provided her with equipment that was suitable for her level, emphasizing that she could now fight enemies more effectively and use her skills to their full potential. Daring to ask, the girl said whether her companion had mythical-level equipment with such an additional effect, wondering how much his strength and advantages depended on rare items. Zhang calmly replied that the question was irrelevant and that he was just an ordinary mythical class hunter, not wanting to go into details. Even after such a response, the young lady couldn't believe it, because usually the appearance of a hunter of this level was accompanied by some kind of phenomenon, but this year nothing happened. The traveler understood that it was impossible to awaken his class using conventional methods, realizing that achieving true power required unconventional approaches in special conditions. So their next task was to go to the poisonous zombies and destroy their core, preparing for a dangerous mission with high risk and great trials. Suddenly, the system notified everyone to arrive in the city within 10 minutes, and failure to comply with the order would result in expulsion from the guild, forcing the participants to urgently plan their actions. Soo-yun did not understand what Chen-jun could have in mind that frightened everyone with his announcement, feeling surprise and slight anxiety at the unexpected seriousness of the situation. Then she explained that the man was the master of the guild's branch in Lingai, and his father and her uncle were sworn brothers, which made the situation even more unexpected and personally significant for her. They had to go on the mission, knowing that not only the success of the task, but also their position within the organization depended on it. The city center was in complete chaos and disarray, the streets filled with panic, broken buildings, and people rushing about, trying to escape the danger. The hunters tried to eliminate the incredibly powerful monster, coordinating their attacks and using all their available abilities to prevent it from recovering and escaping. However, no one succeeded, and they suffered severe injuries, feeling how every attempt to get closer to victory turned into pain and danger to their lives. Most of the soldiers held on with their last ounce of strength, not giving up and continuing to fight, even though their bodies and minds were already exhausted from the constant attacks and danger around them. Some of them fought with Liu Yao because they were the first to find the boss, and he couldn't just show up and take him for himself, forcing the heroes to defend their achievement and show their strength. The two leaders were ready to tear each other apart to show their power, demonstrating strength, determination, and a desperate desire to assert control over the situation. The president said that the opponents were just a small guild and that they were ready to crush them, confidently emphasizing the superiority of their strength and the unquestionable power of the organization. A portal appeared in the sky, blinding everyone around with a bright light that forced them to cover their eyes from the dazzling glow. Rays of light also began to emerge from it, destroying everyone they touched, turning chaos into even greater horror. Liu Yao did not understand who dared to stand in his way, feeling anger and surprise at the unexpected opposition that challenged his authority and power. Zhang saw his opponent and realized that he was once again fighting his guild for the boss, realizing that previous conflicts were repeating themselves and that he would have to use all his skills again. It all started about an hour ago when he suddenly noticed that the usual course of events had changed and strange circumstances were unfolding around him. The hunters focused their weapons on the enemy, trying to deliver a decisive blow and prevent him from escaping or taking advantage of his sudden advantage in this dangerous battle. However, the powerful monster did not give up, continuing to resist fiercely, causing chaos around him and demonstrating a strength that frightened even the most experienced warriors. Its blows were so powerful that they knocked players back a considerable distance, causing them to lose their balance, fall to the ground, and desperately try to rejoin the fight. The subordinates turned to the guildmaster and explained that without control techniques, it was extremely difficult for them to face the boss head-on, as every mistake could cost them defeat. But the leader told them not to be afraid, to keep their composure, wait for the right moment, and attack for as long as they could hold out in this grueling battle. Then they saw the lady of the Su family before them and were genuinely surprised by her refined beauty and cold aloofness, while they paid no attention to the young man, because to them he seemed like an ordinary simpleton. The girl asked her friend not to listen to groundless gossip and rumors, assuring him that she was not at all the cold snow queen that those around her tried to portray her as. She mentally scolded herself for suddenly becoming nervous around Zhang, because she did not want to show her true feelings and allow her emotions to take precedence over her mind. The team leader saw that Jining had arrived and paused for a moment, trying to understand why she had appeared at this tense moment. However, he was surprised by the fact that a hunter was walking next to her, completely unaccompanied, which seemed extremely risky and gave rise to a number of unpleasant guesses. The young lady explained to Guildmaster Chen that it was none of his business where she was going and with whom, emphasizing that her actions and choice of companion did not require his interference or permission. The huntress understood how to clearly distinguish black from white, and therefore asked him to hurry up and get down to business without wasting time on unnecessary words or doubts. The man reported that the zombie fortress had just been renewed, and therefore a powerful monster had been reborn next to it. ready to frighten and attack anyone who dared to approach. The companions looked at each other, exchanging silent glances full of surprise, anxiety, and uncertainty about what would happen next in this unpredictable situation. Jin understood that once they eliminated the zombie, the guild could receive significant assistance, which would greatly strengthen their position and facilitate the completion of future tasks. Chong suddenly asked the young man not to stand with them, which caused him confusion and made him feel superfluous and uncertain among the rest of the participants. Then he said that an ordinary tamer had sneaked into their guild hoping to profit from their lunches, causing everyone to feel slightly surprised and quietly indignant at the same time. Everyone began to mock him, not even realizing the true power the hero possessed, and therefore did not want to take him on the mission, underestimating his abilities. Sojang said that the final decision on all actions and participation in the task would remain with the guildmaster, emphasizing his authority and the need to follow the rules. In that case, Jin announced that if the young man stayed, she would not go anywhere either, demonstrating her willingness to support him and not back down from the joint decision. Chen immediately asked her to calm down and explained his words by saying that he was afraid for the hunter, lest he die, because he looked very weak and vulnerable in this dangerous situation. Taking the girl by the hand, the man pulled her along, while she politely asked Zhang to wait a little while, trying not to fall behind and at the same time remain cautious. The enemy was level 15, so the battle was going to take some time, and he decided to watch closely to see what the 5th rank guild was capable of, assessing their strength and tactical abilities. Later, the character finally appeared before them, unexpectedly stepping out of the shadows and attracting the attention of everyone present with his unexpected appearance and confidence in every movement. The warriors of Liu Yao could not understand how he managed to inflict such enormous damage, observing his incredible skill and speed in battle, which exceeded their expectations. The man himself asked if the young man had really joined the Misty Rain Pavilion, or if it was just a rumor, trying to dispel doubts and find out the truth about his new status. Lin was surprised by this information and began to yell at him, explaining that she never thought that her ex could sink so low and do such things. Unable to withstand such a commotion, Jin used her control skill, trying to calm the situation and restore order among those present so that the situation would not get out of hand. She was pleased with the result, as it finally became quiet enough around her, allowing her to feel calm and confident in her abilities. Loyo couldn't calm down and kept asking how much the guild should pay him, and he was ready to get 3 times more than what was offered because of his confidence in his own skills and merits. The man even offered to become the guildmaster's deputy, promising that he would treat him with respect, like a CEO, recognizing his authority and influence in the guild. The young lady was surprised that he was not at all shy about trying to win the hunter over to his side in her presence, demonstrating openness and confidence in his actions. Zhang replied clearly that, as a member of Misty Rain, he was carrying out their tasks and could not simply switch sides, emphasizing his discipline and dedication to his duties. He added that no one knew what tomorrow would bring, and when the time was right, they would revisit the topic, discussing it with new clarity and without haste. Luya was pleased with these words and said that their guild would always be waiting for him, inviting him to join at any time and feeling confident in his loyalty. The leader then informed his warriors that they were leaving the territory, explaining the retreat plan and emphasizing the importance of maintaining safety and discipline during the exit. The master shouted that they needed to look at the situation more broadly and listen to his orders, emphasizing that only by maintaining discipline could they avoid mistakes and achieve success. Then, taking his subordinates with him, Liu Yao stepped aside, giving way to the newcomer and allowing him to confidently enter the situation and prove himself. Standing next to the young man, Jin thanked him, expressing her sincere gratitude for his support and willingness to be there at this crucial and difficult moment. However, the traveler understood that he had to do this, realizing the responsibility for his actions and the consequences that could affect the fate of everyone present. The monster suddenly appeared before them, unexpectedly bursting out of the shadows and causing everyone present to feel fear and tension at the same time. Wasting no time, it immediately attacked the warriors, delivering powerful blows and forcing them to react instantly to avoid serious injuries and chaos on the battlefield. The team stood tensely before the battle, holding their weapons at the ready and preparing for any enemy attack, feeling the adrenaline and responsibility for their every move. The monster was dozens of times larger than the characters, and its eyes burned with rage and hatred, radiating danger and making everyone fear its power. Zhang knew who was standing before him. It was the zombie king of despair himself, huge and terrifying, whose appearance immediately instilled fear and emphasized the seriousness of the upcoming battle. Looking at him, the traveler realized that he wanted to take on this enemy himself and destroy him. Feeling determined and ready to risk everything for victory, time after time the enemy was wounded by the fireball, which crashed into his defenses at incredible speed and left deep burns on his body. The warriors around him were surprised that the tamer was not quite ordinary, for his strength exceeded their imagination and destroyed any doubts. Zhang turned to the girl, realizing that she knew what to do in that tense moment when everything depended on the right decision. The skills of his companions were evident in the way they circled around the monster, continuously delivering precise and coordinated blows from different sides. The player's fireball became much stronger than before, emitting powerful waves of heat and destroying everything it touched during the battle. Aiming at it one last time, the young man resolutely gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful attack, putting the last of his stamina and fury into the blow. The monster lay on the floor, finally eliminated, its massive body no longer posing a threat to the exhausted warriors. The hunter was pleased with the outcome of the battle, feeling confident in his own abilities and certain that his decisions had been correct. The system congratulated the player, informing him that he had destroyed 2 level 15-star bosses and gained a huge amount of new experience for future adventures. The warriors were surprised and at the same time fascinated by such a battle, calling him cool because even Mr. Liu paid attention to him, which emphasized his importance. Jinyan thanked him, explaining that if it weren't for his help, the higher guild would have taken that boss from him, and he would never have won. Everyone around agreed that the boy was someone to look up to, as his actions and strength earned the sincere admiration and respect of those present. So the team returned to Norden, feeling relieved and joyful after a difficult battle that tested their strength and unity. Chenjun was unhappy that they had returned and kept asking what had happened to the monster, not hiding his excitement and dissatisfaction. His subordinate explained that they had both managed to drive away the higher guild and finally finish off the boss, demonstrating their power and skill in battle. All of his attacks could easily kill anyone but him, and with him, the guild could definitely become much stronger, winning victories over the strongest opponents. The man did not want to accept him and said that the hero had been patiently waiting for them to fall before intervening and taking control of the situation. He pushed Zhang with his finger and ordered him to listen to the guildmaster, warning that otherwise he would be mercilessly expelled from the guild. The young man did not allow himself to be treated this way and sharply grabbed his hand, demonstrating his determination and readiness to defend himself. He said that he clearly remembered how June had ordered him to stand aside, and he could not forget that moment, which had left a deep impression on his memory. The man really couldn't accept the young man and took everything with hostility, feeling animosity and constant tension every time he appeared. However, in the end, the mission with the boss was completed quite successfully, leaving the team satisfied with their achievements and the experience they gained. Jinyan explained that without the hunter, they would have lost the mission, and most likely none of them would be alive, and he definitely deserved recognition for his achievement. Everyone around listened attentively to the young lady, mentally agreeing with her words and feeling the truth in each of her statements. Grabbing the young man by the hand, the girl pulled him in the other direction to complete many more quests together and continue their adventures. Chenjun stood there angry because everything had not gone as he had ordered, and his plan was in jeopardy because of the disobedience of others. But then he ordered his assistant to spy on them and report immediately as soon as he noticed any weakness in the young man so that he could take advantage of it. Meanwhile, the group had already arrived at the location, but the air there was filled with an unpleasant smell that was alarming and repulsive. Zhang explained that zombie poison was more dangerous than ice and fire, so it had to be treated with the utmost caution and attention. The monsters did not possess basic abilities, but they compensated for this with their dangerous skills, which made them extremely threatening in battle. Hearing this information, the girl was frightened, realizing how dangerous the consequences could be for all of them. The hero asked her to keep her cool and periodically use healing spells to ensure the safety of the team and support everyone in battle. Suddenly, Jinyan asked him to stop because she had something important that needed urgent attention and could affect their next move. Then she handed him a reward for successfully completing the guild quest, praising his courage and contributions to the team. Zombies appeared in front of the group, throwing poison, creating a deadly threat and forcing everyone to be extremely cautious. The huntress asked her companion to hurry up so that they could get ahead of the danger and prepare for the approaching enemies. He, in turn, aimed his staff at the enemy and used a fireball, striking the target with powerful flames and causing serious damage. With a single attack, the hunter eliminated all the enemies, but also thanked the young lady for making everything much easier with her help. Together, they set off for another location, preparing for new trials and unknown adventures that lay ahead. But the young man felt that something was not right, and this made him feel anxious and wary. The guildmaster's assistant reported that the team he was ordered to follow was completing quests and collecting zombie cores, while maintaining a fairly friendly relationship. The man realized that after the young lady received her class, she never missed a beat, and this further enraged him, intensifying his feelings of hostility. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of them, illuminated by a bright light and attracting all their attention. There was a message for all hunters on the border of Nordina that within 30 minutes, a large horde of level 13 monsters would attack them. The guildmaster couldn't calm down, thinking that the young man might steal his future girlfriend, and this constantly irritated him and made him jealous. He decided to find a way to prevent the hero from staying in the Misty Rain Pavilion, to deprive him of his comfortable shelter and control the situation. The assistant explained that they had scrolls of rebirth and that killing players in the safe zone was impossible, as was restoring points, so the task would be very difficult. The man turned around and said that the rule of the second world was that as soon as the horde arrived, all points of defense would become inaccessible to other hunters, and they would have no choice but to defeat him. The team tirelessly continued to eliminate monsters one after another, demonstrating incredible endurance and coordination in each of their decisive steps. They relentlessly collected coins and cores to complete difficult missions, showing ingenuity and precision in every action to achieve their goal. There was very little time left, and the comrades had to complete the task, knowing that the horde would appear in half an hour, putting more and more pressure on them. As they were talking to each other, Zhang was suddenly attacked by a zombie, forcing the whole team to react instantly and prepare for a fierce battle. The girl instantly rushed into the attack, trying to save the young man from the dangerous zombie, demonstrating incredible courage and determination in battle. Not counting on help, he decisively struck the zombie on the head with his staff, showing courage and quick reactions in a critical situation. The hero was fine and said that if they walked along the shore, they would get their feet wet, but they had finished all their business there and decided to return immediately to a safe place. Behind a tree, someone unknown was secretly watching the team, closely following their every move and hiding their intentions in the shadows of the forest. Together, they gathered all the necessary resources to successfully complete the task, and the young man reached level 17, demonstrating rapid progress. The young lady, in turn, reached level 16 and obtained two 2-star pieces of equipment, significantly increasing her strength and readiness for new challenges. She was quite excited about her growth and asked with interest about her companion's condition, wanting to make sure he was safe and sound. He, in turn, reported that he had also leveled up, feeling proud of his progress and eager to move forward with the team. The project noted that if he had not shared his experience with his protege, he would have reached level 20 long ago, demonstrating the tremendous speed of his development. The horde was about to appear very soon, so they urgently needed to upgrade their equipment to be ready for a dangerous and intense battle. Zhang decided to get back to business and opened his inventory, carefully reviewing all the items to prepare for the trials and dangers ahead. He was the first to receive gold-level equipment, and if he had worn this armor, he would have become much more resistant to zombie attacks, increasing his chances of survival in battle. He also had armor that made him almost unreachable for zombies, preventing enemies from getting close and causing damage in any case. With 2 pieces of such equipment, as well as the armored scorpion, no one from the other world could even touch the young man, providing him with absolute protection in battle. Jinyan was fully prepared to face the horde, concentrating on assessing the situation and preparing for a fierce and dangerous confrontation. But then she received a system notification and reported that someone was looking for her, instantly feeling alarmed and preparing for unpredictable events. The young lady had to go to the office where her sister was already waiting for her, and everyone else was patiently waiting for her to start an important meeting or business. Her friend said she had family matters to attend to and asked the guy to fight the monsters on his own, to which he agreed without hesitation, showing courage and responsibility. Finally, she asked him to be careful, as she was worried about his safety and wanted him to avoid any danger during the battle. Hearing her words, the young man sincerely thanked her for her concern, feeling the warmth and support that gave him strength before the upcoming trial. The portal opened quickly, warning the team of the approaching danger and forcing them to instantly prepare for a fierce confrontation. The system warned the warriors that the horde was about to attack, forcing them to urgently take up combat positions and prepare for a merciless clash. The hunters were already anticipating what was to come, watching the situation intently and preparing for any developments in the battle. None of them could leave the world until all attacks had been completely eliminated, forcing the team to remain on combat alert until the very last moment. Then countless monsters rushed at them, creating chaos and forcing the team to act with maximum speed and precision. The players were excited and sometimes frightened by such a huge number of enemies, feeling the pressure and fear of the inevitable fierce battle. They came in an endless stream, and the team only had to hold out for an hour, after which the enemies would retreat after their exhausting attack. Everyone in the guild supported the hero and sincerely believed in his strength, inspiring him to brave actions and giving him confidence in victory over the enemies. The young man knew he would be back soon, feeling both excitement and impatience about the upcoming events and meeting his friends. Everything around him was dark, and the bodies of fallen players lay on the floor, creating a creepy and scary atmosphere that reminded him of the dangers of battle. Two men stood behind the window and watched as the hunter moved alone, closely following his every step and evaluating his actions. The master was sure that the boy's defenses were at zero, as numerous zombie attacks had seriously mauled him, leaving him almost defenseless against his enemies. According to his orders, 12 archers were also brought in, who were lying in wait, and all this was supposed to work against him, setting a dangerous trap. Chen Jun decided that as soon as he dealt with Zhang, he would prepare his men at the resurrection point and kill him again and again, leaving him no chance of escape. All this happened only because the man desired the girl and decided that she belonged only to him, ignoring her own will and feelings. The guy was already at the location, suspecting something was wrong, tensely assessing the situation and preparing for the possible dangers that might await him. Suddenly, a large number of arrows were fired at him from different directions, forcing him to instantly dodge and seek cover in order to survive this dangerous barrage. The armored scorpion appeared before his master to protect him from danger, becoming an impenetrable shield against all enemy attacks. The master and his subordinate were shocked by the appearance of such a monster before them, because the young man was an ordinary tamer and no one expected such power. The system notified the player that he was being attacked by his own guild and informed him that no penalty points would be awarded for the next 10 minutes, giving him time to maneuver and prepare. Zhang loudly asked if they were done with their circus and decided to take matters into his own hands, preparing to act decisively and without hesitation. Everything around him was engulfed in flames. Thick smoke pressed down on his chest, and the young man fearlessly rushed into the attack, feeling adrenaline in every muscle. Scorpion tirelessly helped his master, accurately and ruthlessly eliminating all opponents who dared to stand in their way. Together, they formed a formidable and extremely strong team, capable of overcoming any obstacle and tackling the most difficult tasks. Zhang walked confidently through the territory, looking around every corner and moving as if he were its undisputed ruler. His eyes looked crazy, as if they gave off a cold white hue that pierced everything around him and caused anxiety in those who dared to look. The master could not understand how the hunter had become so strong that he was able to resist all of his strongest techniques and strategies. Grabbing his assistant by the collar, he sternly ordered him to explain how they could have been so wrong about his defense and made such miscalculations. The fireball flew sharply toward the men, and they instantly rushed to safety, feeling the heat and danger approaching them with every step. The traveler said with contempt that they really thought they could defeat him with such pathetic tricks, not realizing his power. Chenjin stood there in surprise, unable to understand what his words meant and what significance they had in this situation. He explained that since they had eliminated the boss, he had noticed that they were constantly watching him and looking for any convenient opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The young man deliberately pretended that his defense was weak and intentionally imitated his weaknesses to confuse and mislead them. The guildmaster openly admitted that he had long wanted to kill this player and saw this as the only way to achieve his goal. But Zhang did not allow himself to be harmed, instantly gathered his strength and counterattacked sharply, forcing his opponent to retreat. Jun was surprised by such incredible skill, and his eyes widened sharply, reflecting shock and admiration at the same time. The assistant could not understand how an ordinary player dared to point his blade at his superiors and break all the rules of hierarchy. So he instantly rushed to attack him, filled with anger and determination not to leave any chance for retreat. However, a huge wave of flames immediately engulfed him, incinerating everything in its path and forcing him to retreat. The guildmaster saw that the young man had been able to flawlessly eliminate an elite spiritual assassin, and this caused him deep surprise and anxiety. For a long time, they couldn't figure out who they were really dealing with, and this only intensified their excitement and fear. Chaos reigned around them as the hunter confidently stepped forward and coldly explained that he was the person they would be wise to never mess with. The system announced that they were facing a level 17 necromancer, and this information instantly filled everyone with fear and tension. At that moment, the leader and his subordinate realized that the young man was the one who had wiped out the entire first world in half a day, leaving everyone in shock. They realized that all the information had been carefully concealed, and that he was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing, capable of incredible strength and cunning. In the real world, in the Su family building, loud cries of discontent could also be heard, echoing through the corridors and filling the room with tension. Jinyan was furious and repeated over and over again that she had never liked Chenjun, expressing her anger with every word and gesture. Uncle Chen did not understand the reason for the refusal, but calmly explained that love is a feeling that comes only after a certain amount of time and cannot be rushed. He also said that he had prepared expensive gifts for her, on which they had spent 5 million together, emphasizing the scale of his gesture. The man said that Jun was his only son, who was to inherit the company, and that as soon as she married him, all the property would be at her complete disposal. The girl thanked him for his generosity, but insisted that she would make her own decisions about her life and not depend on the wishes of others. Losing his temper and reminding her of the money they had spent on her education, he could not understand how she could say such insolent things, and in public at that. Her sister stood nearby and listened attentively to everything that was happening in front of her, trying to comprehend every word and gesture. Then she turned to her uncle, reminding him that her younger sister was not a bargaining chip and that no one had the right to make such important decisions for her. She asked Jinyan not to worry, reminding her that she would always be on her side, especially when it came to finding true happiness and making her own decisions. Suddenly, the silence in the office was broken by ringing phones, abruptly distracting everyone from the previous tense conversation. Picking up the phone, they heard the news that Zhang Yue had killed Chen Jun, and this news instantly shook everyone in the room. The man said that his son had been appointed head of the guild in exchange for his sponsorship of Su's base, and that their men had already turned their swords on him, preparing to attack. Su Chen asked him to calm down, assuring him that there had been some misunderstanding between them and that everything could be settled peacefully. The man headed for the door, but warned that as soon as anything happened to his son, he would return immediately and take control of the situation. The director stayed with the girls, discussing the hired hunter and the difficult situation with the Chen family, listening carefully to their opinions. Jinyan was sure that there must be a good reason for the situation and that Zhang would never attack members of his own guild without serious grounds. The CEO did not want to listen to anything and ordered the young man to be brought to him so that he could bow and apologize to the Chen family. Otherwise, he would be expelled from the Misty Rain Pavilion, leaving him without any protection or support. The deputy had already called the young man to find out what had happened and where he was, worried about the situation at work. Smiling, the young man picked up the phone and said he was leaving, showing calmness and self-confidence. Then he added more specifically that he had decided to leave the Guild of the Foggy Rain Pavilion, finally confirming his decision and intention to act independently. His girlfriend desperately shouted at the young man, begging him not to tell anyone the truth, because she was determined to prove his innocence to everyone who doubted him. He understood well that it would be much safer for him to draw clear and unbreakable boundaries between himself and the guild, because Jun was extremely vengeful and had loyal supporters behind him. As for the monthly hospital bills of 50,000, he had no choice but to silently rely on the unstable money he received from selling the materials he had collected. In order to obtain significantly more valuable items and resources, the hero had to completely clear the second world of all threats and obstacles as quickly as possible. To finally complete the difficult task, he had to withstand and completely stop 2 unstoppable waves of ferocious zombies, and only then gather all his strength and deal with the dangerous secret realm. The 3 secret realms in the land of the undead were the most dangerous, but by that time, the hunter had already reached level 17, so it wouldn't be a serious problem for him. Suddenly, his focused thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a noisy crowd of armed warriors who persistently surrounded him and began to demand an answer as to whether he was the mysterious tamer from the famous guild. Zhang ordered everyone in a sharp and authoritative voice to immediately get out of his way and stop interfering with his progress, demonstrating complete confidence in his strength and authority. But in response, they just laughed loudly and began to openly mock him, showing contempt, ridicule, and a complete lack of fear of his words and threats. The young man quickly realized that they were deliberately and insidiously provoking him with their insolent words and mockery, trying to throw him off balance and force him to take a rash step. So he asked with interest how much Chen Jun had paid them for this daring game and blatant provocation, trying to assess their motivation and mercenary intentions. The strangers reported that the master had generously allocated 5,000 to each of them, and for each death caused, they promised to pay an additional 5,000, emphasizing the material benefits of their dangerous game. The young man understood well that killing them would not be a problem for him, but such an act would immediately stain his name in red, which would prevent him from safely leaving during the cleansing of his sin coefficient. Lu Yao suddenly appeared behind them and announced that he was willing to pay double for the death of the guildmaster, as well as generously compensate 50,000 for each death caused. The hunters had no idea what an extremely generous and influential man had suddenly appeared before them, causing surprise, anxiety, and slight fear in their eyes. His assistant calmly informed them that they were standing before Lu Yao, the eldest son of the influential Lu family and the richest and most influential man in all of Linhai, whose appearance commanded both respect and fear. Everyone instantly agreed and rushed away as the man slowly approached the young man and calmly informed him that he had already heard about the situation, as Jun had been running around non-stop telling everyone about all the complications. Lu Yao explained in detail that everyone in the guild was blind and couldn't see the real situation, then asked him to name his price and join him. Zhang calmly asked to discuss the matter later, explaining that he was not looking for a guild at the moment and was not ready to make any decisions about joining, as he had his own plans and priorities. The man agreed, explaining that he understood the young man's situation, and then made the harsh conclusion that the foggy pavilion had never noticed true talent, which is why it always remained in 5th place. The young man thought he could finally free himself from Jun if he left the guild, but given the current circumstances, he realized that if he didn't eliminate him, he would inevitably have serious problems. So the player arrived at the dark and gloomy lair of the 15th level undead, where thick darkness, eerie silence, and a feeling of constant danger at every turn reigned supreme. Hunters of the ordinary class sought to obtain the best rewards, so for such large-scale cleanups, they always formed well-coordinated teams, planning their actions and assigning roles. The sorcerer unexpectedly met the young man and asked with curiosity if he really dared to enter the secret hidden kingdom, testing his determination and courage in the face of the dangers that awaited inside. The hero agreed decisively and answered the question confidently, and the sorcerer just smiled gently and wished him luck, realizing that now everything depended on his own actions and courage. The ordinary secret order of the dark lair of the undead could be gradually improved to the golden level, and when that happened, the lair itself turned into a real secret kingdom. But the probability of such manipulation was extremely low, and the energy required for this could not be accurately calculated, so no one wanted to waste their time and valuable resources on it. Regardless of the low probability and amount of alternative energy, the hero persistently sought to achieve maximum purification until he finally received the long-awaited golden secret order and the full power of the lair. Meanwhile, the hunters were actively searching for Chen Jun, seeking to destroy him and thus obtain the promised funds, stopping at nothing to complete the task and earn their rewards. The man carefully hid from the hunters, not understanding why his own mercenaries were looking for him to organize an attack, because he could not comprehend their true intentions and motives. His assistant advised him to wait calmly until the weekly limit on the use of resurrection was fully restored, and only then to go for a level up. However, the guildmaster did not want to listen to anyone, as his mind was completely consumed by obsessive thoughts about Zhang, his death, and the inevitable revenge that was gradually taking over his entire consciousness. All hunters were suddenly notified that a player who had concealed his name had used a secret command and temporarily upgraded a normal secret realm to a hidden level for a full 2 hours. Jun decided that he could clear the small 15th level realm on his own, so he asked to gather all the guild members to get the necessary equipment and prepare for the upcoming battle. Free resurrection was a real gift from heaven for those who could not use resurrection scrolls, giving them a chance to continue fighting and avoid inevitable defeat. Liu Yao asked his subordinate to immediately convey the young master's order to all guild members so that they could urgently gather and thoroughly prepare for the dangerous journey into the dark lair of the undead. One of the key tasks of the second world was to completely clear the secret realm, eliminating all enemies and obstacles, and to secure control over its territory and resources. After the upgrade, the level of rewards that could be obtained in the hidden location increased significantly, and the possibility of free respawning could greatly tempt hunters, prompting them to take risks for these benefits. A large dark room stretched out before the player, where a guard awaited him, ready at any moment to engage in combat and prevent him from advancing. He turned out to be an extremely strong and powerful monster, whose presence radiated menace and instilled fear even before the battle began. The young man understood well that this powerful monster was a serious obstacle to carrying out his plan calmly and without any unforeseen difficulties. Therefore, at that moment, his main task was to completely destroy the Guardian of the Secret Kingdom, eliminating any threat that could prevent him from achieving his goals. Zhang was not worried at that moment because he was completely confident in his upgraded skills and powers, expecting to easily overcome any obstacles in his path. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out ahead, shattering the silence and causing him to instinctively flinch as he felt the air around him tremble. After that, everything around him suddenly burst into devastating fire and unbridled chaos, which instantly engulfed the space and made him look around in confusion. The hero sternly asked his enemies to behave properly, warning them that otherwise they would face the same inevitable fate as his subordinates. The system immediately announced that a large number of players had entered the dark lair of the undead, where dangerous creatures and deadly traps were already waiting for them. For all characters who had not been reborn, receiving it for free was a unique opportunity that could not be missed. So Jinyan and representatives of the Supreme Guild appeared before him. Zhang had only one target in mind, so he believed it would be much better not to attract unnecessary attention from outsiders and to act as cautiously and prudently as possible. So, as the respected holder of the Golden Secret Order, he gained the right to change the rules of the location 3 times, using this influence to achieve his own strategic goals. At that moment, the young man only had to choose what he wanted to change, carefully weighing each decision, because the further course of events in the location depended on it. The guilds were fighting dangerous monsters, and the master insisted that the girl stay with him so that she would not stray and expose herself to mortal danger. The young lady was annoyed by this attitude because she wanted to find Zhang, and if it weren't for her uncle, she wouldn't have bothered with that pathetic man who infuriated her. Suddenly, the system announced that the ruler had changed the rules of the Secret Kingdom, and it turned out that after death, the free resurrection feature was canceled, and no one could leave the location halfway through. Chen Jun was shocked by these changes and immediately decided that the young man had gone completely mad, because it was he who had changed everything so radically and unpredictably. His assistant concluded that Zhang Yue could have changed the rules, since he had previously deliberately deceived them to hide his true intentions and actions. However, the master did not believe that the young man could be the real lucky one, capable of receiving the Golden Order, and doubted his ability to cope with such power. Approaching them, the girl also thought that the change in the rules looked as if the hunter had deliberately targeted one person, carefully choosing his victim from among all those present. Jun asked her not to worry because he was by her side, and he also decided to help clean up her kingdom and destroy 500 zombies to complete the task quickly and efficiently. Jinyan did not want to cooperate with him at all, so she decided that it would be better for him to help himself without involving her in his own affairs and risks. Commanding his warriors, the man ordered them to kill the boss first and complete the mission, so that the rewards would later go to the Misty Pavilion, giving his team an advantage. But ahead of them, they suddenly saw someone who had beaten them to it and completed everything much faster, leaving them behind and surprising them with his agility and speed. After that, they heard a very familiar voice around them, which irritated the master and caused sincere admiration in the young lady, forcing them to react differently to the same event. Zhang sat on the body of the enemy he had eliminated, holding his staff firmly in his hands and calmly observing what was happening around him, demonstrating confidence and strength. Looking up at them, he said that he had been waiting for the guild for quite a long time, full of patience and at the same time feeling impatient for the moment of their meeting to finally arrive. Jinyan was enchanted by what she saw and explained that she had been looking for him for a long time, filled with joy and curiosity at the same time. Meanwhile, Jun angrily realized who had changed the rules and asked where the young man had gotten the Golden Secret Order. Not hiding his surprise and indignation, standing up, the hero approached closer, and the man realized that he had originally come to this location to get a free resurrection, but did not expect to fall into the young man's trap and could have actually died there. The guildmaster did not understand his confidence, noting that he was supported by the Chen family, one of the most influential in Lingai, and even the head of the Su family was on his side, which gave him a significant advantage. The man ordered Jin Yan to use her power to take control of the young man, but she replied that the leader had tried to kill him first, and the player should not be blamed for defending himself. He was shocked by these words and did not expect her to dare to go against him, betraying his orders and his own expectations. So he shouted at his subordinates to kill Zhang, but the warriors realized that he had single-handedly eliminated the main boss, and if they rushed at him immediately, they would die without a chance of victory. The whole situation had an increasingly strong effect on the guildmaster, exacerbating his anger and making him feel powerless in the face of the young man's unexpected strength. In that case, he decided to pay anyone who had the Scrolls of Rebirth $5,000 just to eliminate the young man and get rid of the unpredictable threat once and for all. People died in pursuit of money just as birds died in a ruthless pursuit of food, unaware of the dangers that lurked at every turn. The young man understood that compared to the wave of 9th-level monsters, the members of the Misty Rain Pavilion were nobodies, posing no serious threat to his strength and skill. So, without wasting any time, he immediately launched an attack, mercilessly destroying each of them and demonstrating incredible speed and power in battle. The player understood that only his Fire Sphere skill was capable of eliminating all enemies at once, demonstrating incredible power and control over the elements in battle. Since they attacked him first, the hunter did not receive any sin points, so he could act without remorse and not worry about the consequences for his karma in the game. Zhang was confident, and everything happened in such a way that his attacks looked like self-defense, allowing him to act decisively and without hesitation in front of his enemies. On the other hand, Jun only commanded his warriors to complete the task and clear the secret kingdom, controlling their every move in battle. Instantly, the tamer's armored pet appeared before them, roaring menacingly and demonstrating its strength and unwavering readiness for battle. Some were shaken by the sight of the giant scorpion, but others remained confident that they could destroy it, relying on their own skills and combat experience. Then a level 14 player approached it, full of confidence, and struck a blow, unaware of his opponent's strength and skills. But he failed to inflict any damage on the animal and was shocked by the unexpected resilience of the armored pet, not knowing how to counter it. Chung said that it would be surprising if they could launch even a single attack on the elite armored scorpion of the 15th level with 2-star gold protection of the same level, because its strength was almost invincible. The next moment, someone else began to attack the warriors, and they did not understand what was happening, because they thought that only they and their organization were in the location, not expecting outside attackers. The young man also did not understand what had happened, and could not comprehend who could have appeared at that time, disrupting their expectations and order in the location. The mercenaries quickly ran towards the enemies, feeling the adrenaline rush through their veins and realizing that they would receive generous payment from the customer for their precise killing. Running past Zhang, they didn't even notice his presence because their eyes were completely focused on the main goal, which had to be achieved at any cost. All he could do was watch from a distance as the battle intensified, each blow and scream filling the air with tension and fear. Finally, the leader approached the young man, calling him brother, and explained that as long as he was around, no one would even think of threatening or harming him. But the hunter couldn't understand why Liu Yao had suddenly reappeared and was tirelessly helping him, as if his presence was completely natural and predictable. The master of the Rain Pavilion Guild shouted that he had never intended to target any of the members of their Supreme Guild, and that all his actions were just a coincidence or a misunderstanding. The president explained that he had heard that he liked to use funds to solve his own problems, and this aroused curiosity as to which of them could accumulate the most financial resources. Pointing his finger at Jun, Liu Yao announced that he would pay 1,000,000 to anyone who could kill him, emphasizing the seriousness of his words and his willingness to take extreme measures. The man did not know what to do at that moment and threatened that anyone who agreed to this dangerous proposal would become enemies of the Chen and Su families and suffer severe consequences. The argument was suddenly interrupted by a bright pink light that appeared out of nowhere, illuminating everyone present and causing them to look around warily. In another world, when the health of a local ruler or boss-level monsters fell to a critically low level, there was a small chance that they would enter berserk mode, increasing their strength. At that time, it seemed that the undead lord's health continued to decline rapidly due to the continuous arrows, each of which increased his weakness and exhaustion. Then a monster evolved into a 3-star level, 17 boss appeared before them, radiating incredible power and a menacing aura that made everyone tremble with fear. The system announced that the enemy was the dark tyrant of the undead, whose terrible reputation and incredible power warned everyone of the extreme danger that was approaching. Liu Yao was frightened because no one had warned him that the monster could level up, and this surprise made him feel real fear of the enemy's unknown power. Indeed, the enemy before them looked extremely strong, and at first glance seemed too terrifying to be overcome by ordinary methods or strategies. Its attacks began to rain down on the warriors with incredible speed and destructive force, forcing them to dodge and seek any cover in order to survive. The system announced that the Guardian of the Realm had increased his level, and in this case, all hunters were given the opportunity to leave the location at any time without risk to their lives. Liu Yao decided to take on the enemy himself, as he was an experienced expert in simulation, and his skills allowed him to predict enemy attacks and counter them effectively. He decided to make the monster pay for all its crimes, so he prepared his weapon, tensed his muscles, and focused on the upcoming battle. The guild president's gaze was frenzied, filled with a desire to inflict as much damage as possible on the enemy and prove his power in this merciless battle. However, the man immediately saw that his blow was so weak that he could only push the monster slightly toward him without causing any significant damage. The mighty beast turned sharply in his direction, letting out a dissatisfied sound that threatened everyone around and made them fear its power. The man begged someone to save him, and fear filled every cell of his body, paralyzing his movements and making him feel completely helpless in the face of the threat. The enemy's attack was already flying towards him with incredible force, so powerful that it could instantly eliminate any player, leaving no chance of survival. However, the silver-armored scorpion suddenly appeared in front of him to take the blow and protect him from certain death, demonstrating incredible courage and self-sacrifice. The owner understood that after leveling up his pet, it had become much stronger, but he did not expect that such a block would reduce his health so critically, putting him in a dangerous situation. Chen Jun, having opened the portal, decided to draw attention to himself by announcing his departure from the location and forcing everyone around to watch his actions. Zhang asked the guildmaster not to move under any circumstances, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the need to exercise extreme caution at this moment. Scorpion fought the Guardian of the Secret Kingdom, demonstrating incredible skill and endurance in every strike and evasion of his opponent's deadly attacks. The hero understood that he could only use teleportation once, and if he decided to kill Jun, he would sacrifice Liu Yao because he had no chance of resurrection after death. The battle was getting more and more intense because their opponent was pretty high level, and every strike and move he made forced the warriors to use all their strength to survive. The hunter decided to save the leader of the Supreme Guild, sacrificing his own plan and willingness to achieve personal gain for the safety of his ally. His ice attack struck the monster with incredible force, enveloping it in icy cold and inflicting devastating damage that slowed the enemy's movements. The young man acted as quickly as possible, seeking to save the man from certain death and the incredible danger that hung over him at that moment. The dark tyrant of the undead struck a powerful blow with his weapon just as the players were trying to escape, causing them to feel mortal danger and panic. Zhang used the Ice Horn skill and realized that he could only deal 100 points of damage, which was too little to effectively damage such a powerful enemy. It was as if the Guardian did not even feel his attack on his body and continued to move relentlessly toward them, demonstrating the incredible endurance and strength of his opponent. Staying on his feet in the face of his incredible strength, the Tamir knew that dealing with a 3-star boss of the 17th level would be extremely difficult and would require all his skill and endurance. Therefore, he decided to rely solely on his agility to dodge attacks and be able to counterattack effectively at the most opportune moment. Liu Yao watched the battle and ordered his assistant to immediately come to the young man's aid to increase his chances of survival in this dangerous situation. But he understood that if they joined the fight, they would only get in the hunter's way and constantly get in the way, creating additional danger for everyone involved. Not noticing the enemy's rapid approach, the hero was wounded in the arm, and the sharp pain from the blow made him feel dangerously vulnerable in battle. The next blow threw him to the side, and the young man lost his balance, barely staying on his feet and struggling with severe pain and disorientation. The dark undead tyrant was getting closer and closer, and the situation in general for Zhang at that moment was not developing in the best direction, threatening complete failure in battle. The player was on the verge of life and death, feeling cold fear envelop his body, and thoughts of loved ones and lost opportunities rushing through his mind. However, a great force descended upon the monster at that moment, unexpectedly saving the hunter from certain death and giving him a chance to continue the fight. Jin Yan immediately announced that they would proceed as before, with her role being support and his being attack, preparing for the next battle. Pulling himself together, Zhang realized that they needed to act together with their allies, coordinating every step to achieve their common goal and avoid defeat. The effectiveness of the strikes increased, so the undead immediately took much more damage, which significantly accelerated its destruction and gave a noticeable advantage in battle. The leader's companions understood that they were so good that they could even cope with a 3-star monster, demonstrating their power and fearlessness in any battle. Liu Yao knew that if he were in the hunter's place, he would have died 1,000,000 times, feeling all the danger and deadly power of the enemy around him. Raising his hand, the master wanted to recruit the girl and the young man into his guild, but his assistants insisted that he never mention it aloud because he couldn't even handle the other sister. The battle continued in favor of the team of hunters, who skillfully coordinated their actions and delivered precise blows, gradually weakening the enemy and approaching victory. They both attacked the monster, delivering powerful blows that echoed in the air and forced the enemy to retreat under the pressure of their mighty strength. Fortunately, the monster's health was practically at 0, giving the hunters a significant advantage and a chance to end the battle in their favor. Jinyan asked her companion to act quickly, as the final attack was coming, which could decide the outcome of the battle and determine the winner among the enemies. Smiling, he confided in her and revealed that he was the very player who had changed the secret realm, leaving a mark of his strength and determination in its history. The young lady was shocked by this confession, feeling how the unexpected truth overturned all her ideas about the events and people around her. But bowing her head, she said that she understood everything, accepting the truth with deep calm and hidden self-confidence. After a brief conversation, they returned to work on the enemy, focusing all their strength and strategy on its swift destruction. The girl used her firelight skill, directing burning rays at the enemy and inflicting devastating burns and severe damage. At that moment, the dark tyrant of the undead disappeared from their sight forever, heralding the victory of the teams and leaving behind a feeling of triumph and relief. The level of all warriors rose, giving them more characteristics and new skills, which significantly increased their combat power and readiness for future trials. The system congratulated the girl on clearing the secret realm of the 15th level and awarded her a scroll of the same level, emphasizing her achievements and strength. Everyone began to rejoice that the battle with the enemy was over, feeling relief, happiness, and pride in their joint victory. Liu Yao hugged the young man and thanked him for saving him, but Zhang understood that if it weren't for him, Chen Jun would have died long ago, feeling responsible for his life. The man did not know what to do in such a situation, feeling helpless and doubting the correctness of his every decision. Then he offered to pay the player $1,000,000 in compensation, trying to resolve the situation peacefully and avoid conflict. He had a dream to gather all the strongest players and unite them into the strongest guild in the world, which is why Zhang had to join him and become part of a great power. His family was the most influential representative of a pharmaceutical company in Linhai, and if he were with them, endless supplies of medicine would be available to him. He also added that his family had good connections with the Su family, the best blacksmiths in the Dragon Kingdom, and they were also good friends with a family of magicians, strengthening their influence. Of all the information, Zhang was interested to learn that the Su family were blacksmiths, as this opened up new perspectives for understanding their power and craftsmanship. The man explained that his father was on good terms with them, and they could provide the player with any equipment he desired, greatly enhancing his capabilities. The young man understood that blacksmiths always made the best quality equipment, far superior to what he had always bought in regular stores or from craftsmen. Being very kind, the man explained that it didn't matter when he made his decision to start, and that he just wanted to be friends, to which the boy agreed without hesitation. So they set off for the portal, leaving the guild behind and feeling excited and anticipating new adventures ahead. The group of men talked about Jinyan, her beauty and epic class, not understanding what kind of man could be suitable for her and match her level and strength. Thanks to the notification about the location being cleared, they realized that the girl was the leader of the Misty Rain Pavilion and assessed her strength and influence among the players. The guildmaster understood that they had underestimated the young man because he knew how to use the secret realm as a trap, and they were willing to do anything to kill him. However, the hero was still strong, and he was supported by the High Guild, so they couldn't kill him, although that didn't mean they couldn't assign the task to someone else. The assistant did not understand what his superior meant, feeling doubt and incomprehension about his intentions and plans. Then he remembered that last year, several veterans of the game were stuck in the third world, their minimum level reaching 30, and they were supposed to meet with his family. The leader asked Zhang to just wait, and if he survived in the third world, the man was ready to eat shit. So strong was his confidence in the hunter's defeat. On the other side, the girl asked her companion if he felt she was his enemy because the guildmaster was so hostile towards him and his actions. Zhang said that a person had to take responsibility for their actions, but if the foggy pavilion started helping him, the hero would not mind having a small group of enemies. The young lady promised that they would not do so, swore not to help the enemy, and decided, like her companion, to hate Zhang for his actions. Jinyan also decided to share the rewards they had received in battle, as she understood that they belonged to his merits and efforts. The hunter liked this and decided to use the equipment and skill book later, as his attack and health would increase significantly after that. The system announced that all class users in the city should pay attention to the fact that a crowd of undead was advancing in their direction and that they needed to prepare for the upcoming battle. The team was alarmed by this message as they had not yet recovered from the battle with the undead tyrant and regained their strength for new trials. Zhang understood that once they defeated the horde of monsters, they would complete the world quest and then be able to move on to the third world for further trials. The young lady said that they needed to go back to prepare for the battle and gather all their strength for the upcoming fight. Suddenly, someone's blonde hair flashed before Jinyan, surprising everyone present and drawing their attention to the unexpected appearance of a stranger. Lin Yuer asked her former lover to forgive her previous actions and words. Her eyes showed deep despair and sincere guilt for her past mistakes. The player did not understand at all what the whole confusing situation meant, which was rapidly unfolding around him and creating a feeling of complete uncertainty. His ex-girlfriend confessed that she was no longer needed by her brother, so she suddenly ran to him, full of doubts and hopes for some kind of reaction from him. Jinyan saw that when Liu Yao dumped her, she immediately ran to Zhang, but she couldn't understand the real motivation behind this action at all. Putting her hand on the boy's chest, Lin felt that at first she really thought he was poor, but then she realized that any girl would want to live peacefully with a rich man. She continued that the hero had become so strong and all roads were open to him, asked him to put aside all misunderstandings, stop quarreling, and promised to make him even stronger. In response, the hunter just smiled quietly at her words, saying nothing, but in his eyes one could see a slight interest and hidden warmth. Jinyan said that Lin had no dignity at all, and her behavior completely demonstrated a complete disregard for any moral principles. From the side, she heard the incredibly loud cry of a monster that echoed around, causing her heart to beat faster with fear and anticipation of danger. The young lady said that the horde was already very close, and they had no time to prepare, so every minute was critical for their survival. Zhang turned to Lin, responding to her words that, in her opinion, all roads were open to him, saying that he did not understand why he needed such a weak player by his side, and ordered her to leave. She was quite shocked because she believed that he would never be able to refuse her and did not expect such a harsh and uncompromising reaction from him. The monsters were already ahead, and there were so many of them that it created a feeling of imminent danger and helplessness in the face of the advancing horde. Jinyan attacked anyone who dared to come closer to them, acting decisively and ruthlessly to repel any threat and protect her allies. The huntress saw that there were an incredible number of undead and realized that she would no longer be able to hold them back, feeling the growing danger around her. At that moment, the Scorpion's master ordered him to stand in front of his companion to support her in battle and help repel enemy attacks. The pet immediately appeared nearby and instantly attacked the enemies, acting quickly and ruthlessly to protect his allies from danger. The hero also joined the battle, seeking to actively help the team and repel enemy attacks alongside his allies. His fireball skill flared up in front of the monsters, instantly knocking most of the enemies back and creating a short window for the team to maneuver more safely. A voice behind him asked the young man to help her and save her, filled with desperate hope and fear for her own life. Lin, who was being attacked by undead creatures on all sides, begged for support, feeling a growing helplessness and danger around her. Jinyan rushed to her rescue, but the boy grabbed her by the hand and insisted that she stay where she was so as not to put her in danger. He understood that the girl could not be saved, and if she went to her, she would face the same tragic fate among the dangerous horde. Indeed, at that moment, Lin Yur was surrounded by monsters so tightly that she could not even move her limbs, feeling completely helpless. At that moment, the team realized that she had no chance of revival, as she had used it earlier, and was now doomed without any chance of salvation. The undead were advancing toward them, attacking relentlessly, and with each passing moment, they looked even more enraged and uncontrollable in their fury. They had no time to mourn the dead, as they had to immediately deal with the crowd of monsters that were relentlessly pressing in from all sides. Agreeing with his companion, they resolutely marched on, leaving the dangerous battlefield behind and preparing for new trials ahead. For some reason, the hero remembered his relationship with Lin, how happy they once were, but quickly dismissed these thoughts, realizing that at that time his body belonged to someone else. The battle was gaining momentum, and the warriors were desperately trying to eliminate their opponents throughout the territory, holding back the onslaught of the enraged undead on all sides. The group saw that this was already the third wave, and they did not understand why it was not ending, but the young man assured them that there was no need to worry because their strength was almost exhausted and they just needed to wait a little longer. After completing all the tasks, they would have the opportunity to meet the boss of the second world and move on to the third, where even more difficult trials awaited them. Zheng received 400,000 after clearing the secret realm, and in order to enter the third world as quickly as possible, he had to find a hidden and dangerous secret passage. Opening the portal, the young man ordered his companion to immediately restore her health, as the wave was almost over and there was a brief opportunity to rest. He explained his disappearance at that moment by saying that he had something important to do before completing the main task so that everything would go smoothly. Jiyan asked him to take her with him because she did not want to remain alone among the dangers and was afraid of finding herself without support in a difficult situation. Before the crowd of undead completely dispersed, the player returned to the level 17 undead hospital, preparing for the next challenges and dangerous tasks. Walking confidently, the young man seemed to know exactly where he needed to go to accomplish what he had to do, and had no doubts about the correctness of his path. Meeting the gaze of the monsters ahead, the tamer remained extremely focused on his goal and did not allow fear or doubt to influence his actions. The armored scorpion immediately came to the aid of its master, ready to attack enemies and protect him from danger at any cost. After clearing out the undead hospital, the hunter received quite a few rewards, recognizing his skill and courage in fighting dangerous enemies. He also reached level 20 and received special items that would instantly make his pet legendary, significantly increasing its combat power. After reviewing the characteristics, Zhang saw that new skills and equipment had appeared, and his attack and health had increased. As soon as they defeated the horde, they could set out to cleanse the world. In the inventory, the character had a lightning bolt of higher magic, capable of paralyzing the enemy for 1 second, which gave a short but critically important advantage in battle. A demon blade was also added to the item, which reduced the enemy's mana by 200 with each attack by the player, and if there was not enough mana, the opponent was left with no mana at all. The system notified him of a message that had been sent to him personally, drawing his attention to important information. Jinyan and Liu Yao reported that the horde was finished and it was possible to fight the boss, but his level was 20 and he had 3 stars, which indicated the enormous strength and danger of the enemy. With a restriction mage, they had a better chance of winning but the guild leader had helped him several times during the defense of the fortress, providing support at critical moments. So, the player replied to his new team that they should all meet at the entrance to the Undead Emperor's Hall 15 minutes after receiving the message. Time passed unnoticed for them, and soon they were all together on the outskirts of Nordine, staring intently at the familiar silhouettes of buildings. Jinyan looked around with obvious excitement, unable to understand why the guild leader had decided to bring so many people with him. He replied that compared to their boss, she could indeed be considered almost invincible, but they should not forget that the final enemy of the second world awaited them ahead, so it was better to be prepared for anything. The hero silently agreed with this opinion, because above all, he wanted to ensure maximum comfort and confidence for his team before the decisive test. So they completed all the tasks and were now ready to face the main challenge. Because once they won, the portal to the third world would finally open before them. After reading and carefully reviewing the system notification, the group felt fully prepared for the task and concentrated on getting ready for the next stage. Jung concentrated and created a small ball of fire in his palm, which slowly rotated, radiating heat and bright light that reflected in his calm but determined eyes. Throwing it into the air, he pressed the positive response, finally agreeing to the proposed rules and accepting the conditions of the upcoming confrontation. The portal that appeared right in front of them seemed to silently warn of what was about to happen to the hunters, hinting at the danger and inevitability of the coming trial. The final monster of the second world was solemnly summoned, appearing in a bright flash of energy that enveloped everything around it in a dark and frightening aura. Gathering all their strength and determination, the team decided to move forward confidently, ready to face any dangers and overcome all obstacles in their path. Luya sternly ordered his subordinates to follow their leader and strictly obey all his orders to ensure unity of action and success in the upcoming confrontation. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and each member of the group waited anxiously for something terrible, anticipating the danger that might lie ahead. The monster stood in the middle of the half-ruined city, continuing to mercilessly destroy buildings and raising clouds of dust and debris around itself. The hunters had been transported there, and only their portal illuminated the gloomy surroundings with a dim light, emphasizing the destruction and chaos around them. The level 20 undead emperor, hearing extraneous sounds, immediately turned his attention to them, straining all his senses and preparing for a possible threat approaching. The guild saw that the enemy was incredibly huge, and everyone understood that if the level 17 boss had almost killed them in the previous secret realm, then this one, being 3 levels higher, posed an even greater threat. Zhang, looking at the soldiers with a stern expression, ordered them to stay where they were and not attract attention to themselves in order to avoid unnecessary risk in the face of a dangerous enemy. In their case, it was much safer to move away and not approach the monster. Otherwise, it could instantly destroy them in a matter of seconds without any difficulty. Calling his pet, the master realized that it was time to demonstrate the power of the armored scorpion, preparing for an incredible clash with the enemy. In the secret kingdom, the horde of undead provided them with a wealth of experience and eggs for their pets, and they also managed to overcome the difference in strength between the armored scorpion and the boss, gaining a significant advantage. The monster, possessing considerable physical strength, spoke with fury and mockery, asking if humans dared to taste death for themselves. However, before it could strike, the monster was severely wounded by the scorpion's sting, which pierced its defense and caused a painful reaction. The boy rushed towards the enemy, concentrating on preparing his fiery attack, which was supposed to burn the opponent and force him to retreat under the pressure of the burning force. The new equipment really increased his damage significantly, so the battle with the Emperor felt like a clash with a powerful monster, and he already knew that he could handle such monsters without any problems. The beast was extremely enraged by their intrusion into its territory, and its fierce aggression instantly filled the air with a threatening energy that made everyone around tremble. Scorpion skillfully took most of the attacks aimed at his master, protecting him from danger and allowing him to methodically prepare a counterattack. The Emperor decided to demonstrate all his might and power, showing his enemies what he was truly capable of in this merciless battle. His direct attack rushed towards the team, trying to eliminate all members as quickly as possible and destroy any possibility of resistance. The hunters scattered in different directions, escaping from falling from a great height and death, trying to find safe shelter among the debris and chaos. The young man's pet slowly and carefully approached the enemy, preparing to deliver a precise and powerful blow that could turn the tide of battle in their favor. However, the monster swung sharply at him, delivering a powerful blow that struck the pet and forced him to retreat, feeling pain and loss of balance. The armored scorpion was thrown several meters to the side and fell heavily, raising clouds of dust and debris around him, but remained ready to continue fighting. The hero ordered everyone to immediately heal the pet, as he was one of the strongest fighters on their team, and his loss could significantly affect the course of the battle. The team immediately got to work, actively trying to help their pet and quickly restore his strength so that he could once again become a full-fledged participant in the battle. Jung stood opposite the Emperor, demonstrating a confident stance, completely focused on the battle and ready to withstand any enemy attack. Then, having regained his strength and restored his energy, the scorpion lunged sharply at the enemy, preparing to deliver a powerful and devastating blow. Its attacks became even stronger thanks to Jinyan, who unleashed her magic, increasing the scorpion's striking power and destructive effect on the enemy. The Emperor bitterly and contemptuously called them pathetic people, claiming that they were only capable of such weak and low-grade magic that it posed no threat to his power. The girl turned to the leader and said that she could not hold him back for long, feeling his strength and energy growing and threatening everyone around him. The young man turned sharply toward the enemy and replied that he was too weak to compete with such strong and experienced warriors. At that moment, all the attacks fell on the undead emperor, mercilessly striking him from all sides and causing him great pain and damage at the same time. Liu Yu noticed that the 3-star boss of the 20th level instantly lost a quarter of his health and realized that it was time for Zhang to start his chain of powerful spells. The decisive part of the battle began, and the player sought to end it as quickly as possible, concentrating on coordinating his actions and attacks to defeat the enemy. Magic instantly engulfed the monster from all sides, surrounding it with a bright glow and delivering powerful blows that left the enemy no chance of escape. Suddenly, its body fell to the ground, loudly announcing the hunter's victory and the final end of the brutal battle that had taken so much strength and energy. The boy stood on the hill in front of him, carefully observing the results of his work and feeling a mixture of satisfaction and fatigue after the battle. His companions on the other side joyfully accepted this conclusion and realized that the hero had significantly increased his attack, becoming even more dangerous and powerful in battle. Looking straight ahead, the tamer remained silent, giving no answer to their questions and maintaining a calm but tense aura of mystery. The system announced that the boss of the second world, the undead emperor, had been defeated by the forces of heaven and earth, officially confirming their victory and the end of this epic confrontation. When the earth suddenly split open and the huge cracks that formed began to swallow the emperor, he swore that he would drag the entire human world into the abyss of hell. Liu Yao, stunned by the horrific sight, grabbed the young man's leg sharply, warning him that he had no more scrolls left to perform the resurrection. The portal that suddenly opened up in front of them in the distance made some of them realize that they could try to run to it. Looking at his protege, the leader immediately understood the situation, and a clear plan of action quickly formed in his mind. He grabbed the guild president, who was crying incessantly, unable to hold back his tears in front of everyone present. He also quickly pulled the girl toward him, saying loudly that there was no time for explanations and that they had to act immediately. Throwing his companions high into the air, the master turned attentively to his protege, preparing to give him important and urgent instructions. He resolutely ordered his pet to use all his strength to throw them straight to the exit, aiming directly at the bright area ahead. The hunters were deeply afraid because they had no idea what was about to happen and whether his bold and risky plan would actually work. Liu Yao could not comprehend what an incredibly terrible and dangerous joke his companion had decided to play in this critical situation. Everything happened incredibly quickly, and by that time the whole team was already floating high in the air, trying to maintain balance and control over the situation. However, they managed to cover the distance to the portal and pass through it, emerging on the other side unharmed and intact, retaining all their strength and composure. The young lady realized that the boy was still behind them at the location and felt anxious because the exit was about to close very soon, leaving little chance. The player was standing on a steep rocky ledge, surrounded by a huge cliff that was completely engulfed in flames and seething with danger. Zhang ordered the armored scorpion to use all its strength to throw him off the cliff, while he himself quickly pulled him back and took him to safety. The pet acted exactly according to plan, carefully and decisively throwing the young man high up into the air, right into the portal, ensuring him a safe and accurate flight. Meanwhile, while he was flying through the air, he decisively decided to call the animal back to him, controlling its movement and coordinating further actions. The exit from the location was right in front of him, and at that moment there were only a few seconds left to get through it to safety. But when the stones collided, the flames suddenly rose up, coming very close to the character and posing a serious danger to him. This sudden situation significantly disrupted his pace, and he had to quickly decide how to proceed without wasting time on hesitation or doubt. The boy decisively decided to use his powerful fire sphere to cause the fall and maximize his impact on the situation around him. So his spell was directed straight at the flames to influence their movement and control the dangerous situation around him. There was a fairly strong explosion, which suddenly spread around, raising smoke and heat into the air and creating a dangerous atmosphere for everyone present. His companions noticed that the portal was almost completely disappearing, on the verge of vanishing, and felt an urgent need to act quickly. They stood aside, deeply believing that the player could not die so senselessly, because he was ready to sacrifice his life for their safety and salvation. At the very moment when everything began to close, Zhang had already managed to pass through the exit, saving himself and remaining safe and unharmed. The tamer's face showed no emotion that would indicate that something had gone wrong, and he remained calm and confident. His gaze remained confident and somewhat joyful, reflecting his satisfaction that everything had gone exactly as he had planned. The young man explained that he was fine, but he had suffered a little from the remnants of the destructive breakdown that had affected him during the event. The system solemnly congratulated the hunter, Zero, Jinyan, and Liu Yao of the High Sun on their brilliant victory over the boss of the Second World and the complete successful clearing of the entire territory. The guild president was incredibly happy, thanked the young man for his help, and decided to generously reward him, first with 500,000 and then even 1,000,000 for his courage. When the player was already on his way home to rest a little, the young lady suddenly asked him to stop, addressing him with an important and urgent matter. She said that Chen Jun had left the Misty Rain Pavilion and, as far as she knew, would be looking for a way to take revenge on the young man. So she asked him to be extremely careful. After thanking her, the young man carefully considered the information he had received and made important conclusions for himself regarding his future actions and caution. The Third World turned out to be extremely creepy and truly lived up to its name, approaching death, plunging everyone into a feeling of constant danger and fear. The guild had already arrived at the location, trying to get ahead of everyone else and take the most advantageous positions for future actions. The leader's assistants noted that there was little entertainment in the world, as only numerous crosses and deep grave pits stretched around, creating a gloomy and eerie landscape. Suddenly, someone's foot unexpectedly stepped on Liu Yao's hand, causing him to flinch in surprise and instantly focus on the situation. The man screamed in pain, not understanding what kind of blind fool could step on him so ruthlessly, and looked around irritably. The stranger with a stern face knew very well who was standing in front of him and resolutely ordered him to bring Zhang Yue to the location without any objections or delays. The president stood up and said that the character considered himself someone special because he decided that the leader would definitely listen to his order and bring his comrade directly to him. The subordinate explained to the boss that this was no ordinary person, but most likely an old-class user who was stuck in the Third World and posed a potential threat. The stranger realized that they did not want to negotiate peacefully, so he took up arms and asked not to be accused of ruthlessness, explaining his actions by the circumstances. The hair on the man's head stood on end from the incredible power emanating from the old characters, radiating a powerful, frightening energy around him. He aimed his shining sword at the guild leader, intending to inflict maximum damage and show his strength to all the enemies present. The attack failed, and the man realized that the newcomer was under protection. But he couldn't understand how they managed to clear the Second World without even reaching level 20. Liu Yao was glad that his protection had worked, while his assistants begged him for mercy and tried to escape, saving their own lives from imminent danger. The enemy, hearing their conversation, realized that it would be extremely difficult to escape from them and predicted that the struggle would be long and exhausting for all sides. He realized that even if he couldn't kill them, it didn't mean that other hunters wouldn't be able to do so, and the danger to them remained very high. The two level 25 warriors, who were second and third in seniority, were fully prepared for a fierce battle and were gearing up for a merciless attack on the enemy. The guild guessed that they were facing mercenaries who ruthlessly took rewards and felt that the fight for prizes would be extremely difficult and dangerous. The man decided to give them a second chance to call Zhang, and if he did not show up, they would face certain death with no hope of salvation. In the real world, the hero had already paid all his brother's medical bills, providing him with the necessary treatment and peace of mind for the foreseeable future. Finally, he felt relieved, as he no longer had to worry about hospital expenses and securing the necessary funds for treatment. Zhang was pleased with his wealthy friend, especially with the fact that he was generous enough to always help others and spare no resources for his friends. Suddenly, the phone in his hands rang, signaling an incoming call that could change the course of events and forced him to react instantly. On the other end of the line, the High Guild asked him for urgent help, as their leader was in serious danger and needed immediate rescue. Liu Yao was still in the third world with the mercenaries, carefully observing his surroundings and preparing for possible surprise attacks from enemies. They noticed that someone was approaching them after all, and instantly began to prepare for a potential threat and defend their position. The young man's gait indicated that he was very angry, and his every step radiated a dangerous energy, ready to burst out at any moment. Approaching closer, the player decisively ordered his companions to be released, demonstrating his authority and willingness to defend his friends at any cost. The man finally saw Zhang Yui himself and realized that someone had paid a huge sum of money for his life, so only one of them could survive, with no chance of mercy. The president immediately replied that he was willing to pay even more, because his father was the richest man in Linhai, and his financial resources allowed him to secure any victory. The mercenaries knew they couldn't accept his offer, because it was impossible to refuse Mr. Gu due to his enormous influence and terrifying reputation among everyone. Pointing his finger at him, the man explained that the young man was only a tamer and resolutely ordered him to be killed, demonstrating ruthlessness and absolute control over the situation. The mercenary warriors instantly rushed towards him to deliver a powerful blow, hoping to carry out the order and show their loyalty without a shred of doubt. But the young man managed to instantly cast his spell, releasing it with such precision and force that it forced his enemies to retreat and lose the initiative in battle. In a second, he appeared behind the enemy and delivered his precise blow, which exploded with a force capable of breaking any defense and forcing the opponent to retreat. The hunter was completely baffled by such a rapid turn of events and could not immediately understand how the situation had changed so dramatically against him. Seeing how quickly his brother had been dealt with, the other instantly rushed after him, trying not to fall behind and intervene in the events that threatened his loved one. For him, the young man prepared a huge sphere of fire that radiated heat and power, ready to destroy everything in its path and change the course of the battle. The flames instantly engulfed the enemy, incinerating him with fire and eliminating any resistance, leaving behind only ashes and trembling with fear. Zhang looked determined in this light, while sparks flew and smoke swirled around him, filling the atmosphere with thick tension and a sense of impending danger. Sweat poured down the man's face as he tried to comprehend how the young man had managed to destroy a 25th level warrior, which seemed almost impossible for any mortal. He lunged at the young man, trying to inflict at least some damage, hoping to break his concentration a little and interfere with the course of the battle. The system notified the player that he had taken damage from the assassin class's sneak attack skill, which instantly took away a significant amount of his health points and weakened his position. The opponents stood facing each other, tensely awaiting their opponent's next move, each ready to react instantly to any movement and attack without hesitation. The mercenary realized that the tamer had survived his powerful blow, and this made him feel unexpected fear and doubt in his own abilities. The agility of the level 30 killer far exceeded his own, so the blow was too close, and the young man did not have time to dodge, finding himself in mortal danger. That is why he called on his armored scorpion for help, which instantly rushed into battle, ready to deflect the blow and give him a chance to survive. The enemy proved to be not so easy to deal with, demonstrating cunning, strength, and unpredictable maneuvers in battle. After damaging the scorpion, he moved decisively towards Zhang, preparing a powerful blow capable of causing serious damage and forcing his opponent to lose his balance. The young man saw that the situation was not in his favor, and his face showed obvious confusion as he could not predict how to resist a stronger opponent. Suddenly, the enemy's body was enveloped in purple magic, clearly indicating that another hunter had appeared on the scene, ready to intervene and change the course of the battle. Jinyan, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, anxiously inquired about her companion's condition, watching his actions and trying to assess the seriousness of the situation. Her opponent was clearly surprised by her sudden arrival, not expecting another player to appear, which instantly disrupted his plans and forced him to rethink his strategy. In turn, Zhang felt much more confident, firmly stating that it was now the man's turn to answer for his words. It was clear from his face that he was afraid and trembling, as fear and tension were fully reflected in his every movement and glance. The fiery attack instantly engulfed his opponent's body, enveloping him in flames and causing devastating damage that caused him to lose control of the situation. The character realized that the young man was a level 20 tamer and had inflicted incredibly heavy damage, but he couldn't understand how this had happened, given his level 30 golden armor. The hero sincerely thanked his friend for appearing several times at the most critical moments of his life and offering him a helping hand without hesitation. According to Jinyan, their lives were closely and invisibly connected by fate itself, which brought them together again and again at decisive and unexpected moments on their journey. Liu Yao sincerely apologized, because it was because of him that they found themselves in such a difficult and dangerous situation, which caused a lot of anxiety and tension for everyone. At that moment, the young lady was quite sure that Chen Jun was behind everything, because he had been acting very strangely lately, and she had long suspected that he was secretly plotting something. The president officially announced that the attackers belonged to an organized group of hired assassins who worked together seamlessly, covertly, and had planned the attack in advance. It was a small guild consisting of assassins that had appeared about 10 years ago, with about 50 members, but none of them exceeded level 30. The man sincerely did not understand how it could be that in 10 years of existence, they had not been able to raise their level by even a few steps. The young man calmly said that after reaching that level, it was necessary to undergo special training. But since they had not done so, they would never be able to obtain another degree. The bandits had been hiding in the third world for a long time and survived by ruthlessly robbing hunters who were advancing. And in 10 years, their equipment and skills had reached the gold level. They also refused to take money when the leader made them an offer, which meant that the real reason for their actions was not profit, but some kind of coercion. Zhang understood well that his opponents had lost, but he was sure that they would definitely return again, but much more prepared and cautious. The son clearly realized that the difference in levels was extremely large, and they had absolutely no chance of fighting off their opponents in such a situation. The young man remembered his friend and their close relationship with the Xiao family, who were blacksmiths, so they could make some necessary equipment for them. Any equipment that corresponded to level 20 would be suitable for their upcoming battle, as it could provide sufficient support and protection in combat. However, there was one condition. They had to possess the demon heart effect, and the sooner they could obtain it, the better their chances of success in the upcoming battle would be. Liu Yao said that in this case, there would be no problems with using the equipment, but he did not understand why such specialized equipment was needed at all. Zhang explained that it would be his actions and skills that would determine whether they could successfully navigate and survive in the third world, where conditions were extremely difficult and dangerous. Meanwhile, the city was filled with screams and panic among the people who reacted to the shocking news that the level 30 assassins had lost to a level 20 hunter, which caused widespread surprise and discussion. The leader of the group of hired killers urged the boss not to panic and promised to personally deal with all the problems and regain control of the situation. The man strictly ordered not to disappoint him, as he was well aware of the serious and unpredictable consequences that could arise in case of failure. Pites bowed his head and agreed unquestioningly, fully aware that he had no right to make a mistake and that every step could have critical consequences. The fiery staff brightly illuminated the surrounding area, revealing details and creating a noticeable light even in the darkest corners. The young man understood that with his current level, engaging in combat with the assassins alone would be tantamount to suicide, as his chances of survival were practically zero. The system informed him of the tasks in the third world and told him in detail about the history of this world, explaining its rules, dangers, and features that he would have to face. The hero also had to increase his tomb defense rating by eliminating monsters and completing various missions, which gradually strengthened his abilities and increased his chances of survival. Deadly Caesar attacked the Third World every day with random midnight flashes, and each attack lasted 10 minutes, after which, if the hunter did not manage to return to the tomb, his rating instantly dropped to 0. The young man understood that everyone, including the killers, would be forced to retreat to their tombs to avoid his attacks, and this gave him his only chance to act. At that point, all he had to do was wait for Liu Yao and the new equipment to arrive so that he would have enough strength and resources to continue fighting. Unexpectedly, the young man received a personal message that appeared on his screen, causing surprise and slight excitement at the same time. His friend informed him that all the equipment and items he had requested had been fully manufactured and were ready for use. The guild leader, returning to the Third World, immediately rushed towards his friend without hesitation, quickly covering the distance. Zhang couldn't even imagine that such a complex item could be made in just one day, which seemed absolutely incredible and impressive to him. Liu explained that his father had always maintained good relations with him, and the hunter himself noted that the matter was extremely urgent and required a quick solution. The demon's heart was level 20 and had 2 stars, and the staff was imbued with enormous demonic power, making it an extremely powerful weapon for battle. The president suggested going into battle together, while the guild members reported that the assassins were in a safe zone, lying low and looking for new targets to attack. The system announced that all hunters must immediately return to the tombs, as the deadly Caesar was launching another devastating attack. But they noticed that someone or something was approaching ahead of them, moving straight towards them and posing a serious threat. It was the same mercenaries, but being in the safe zone, their attacks could not succeed and were completely futile. Peishi was furious and said that he would see how long these little bastards could hide, and as soon as he got out of there, the most terrible death would await them. Zhang urgently asked his friend to hide in the tomb as quickly as possible to avoid danger and prepare for further action. He also ordered them not to leave the location until his return, and if necessary, to return to the other world to better upgrade their skills and equipment. The young man opened the portal and resolutely stepped toward it, preparing for quick movement in the upcoming battle. Liu Yao had no idea what plan or idea the young man had in mind, remaining completely unaware of his next moves. The deadly Caesar was advancing into the territory, preparing to launch his devastating attack and cover everything around with destructive force. His eyes were extremely frightening, concealing an endless stream of power and fury that could intimidate even the most daring opponents. The monster posed a deadly threat to all hunters in the Third World, which is why they were forced to wait in safe zones, avoiding direct contact. Meanwhile, the boy moved on, following his carefully thought-out plan, carefully evaluating each step and anticipating possible obstacles in his path. Finally, he reached his destination and found the Undertaker of Life standing in the shade of old trees, watching his every move with deep attention and silence. The character sat, clutching a cross, trembling with fear, saying that the ruler of death was approaching them to desecrate their sacred cemetery of light and destroy their peaceful tranquility. Approaching closer, the young man offered his help, observing the tension in the eyes of those around him and trying to carefully find a way to support them in this dangerous situation. The young man replied that he had arrived in time and was to go to the City of Death east of the Holy Light Cemetery to destroy the army of skeletons that threatened all living creatures. The skeleton army was one of the main forces under the command of Death Caesar, a cruel ruler of death who sought to spread chaos and panic throughout the land. Until they were destroyed, everything would remain in the hands of the enemy, so they could not allow him to act at will, under threat of complete control over their destinies and lands. The character was pleased and said that he had been waiting for the hero's return for a long time, feeling that his arrival could change the course of events and avert extreme danger. The young man received his assignment, which he had 3 days to complete, and he understood that every hour could be decisive for the success of his dangerous mission. Although it seemed ordinary, its complexity was significantly higher than a royal-level reward mission in the Second World, which made the task extremely risky and stressful. During the invasion of the deadly Caesar, if the hunter left the territory of the Cemetery of the Holy Light, he would face a single end, inevitable death. The enemy attacked the entire territory indiscriminately, striking chaotically and destructively, leaving behind a trail of destruction and fear among all who dared to oppose him. The young man's grave was attacked, causing him to lose a significant amount of defense points, leaving him vulnerable to further enemy attacks and the danger of complete destruction. At that moment, the effect of the Dark Devil Eyes and Demon Heart was activated, strengthening the enemy's power and creating a dangerous aura of fear and destruction around him. Fortunately, the hero realized that he needed to turn to Liu Yao to improve his equipment, increase his defense, and prepare for the even more dangerous trials that lay ahead. The Demon Heart effect was the perfect counter to the deadly Caesar, because regardless of his health, as long as he was within the attack zone, instant death was inevitable and unavoidable. The improved effect gave the hero complete immunity to the attacks of the deadly Caesar, allowing him to confront the enemy without any risk of damage or loss of control over the situation. Zhang accidentally learned about this in his past life while studying the Fourth World, when he was researching ancient and forbidden knowledge that revealed the secrets of extraordinary power. However, in the Third World, such equipment could only be obtained from an experienced blacksmith who possessed rare knowledge and skill to create super powerful and magically protected items. Thanks to Liu Yao's connections, he obtained equipment that was significantly better than in his past life, giving him an advantage and increased readiness for dangerous battles. Moreover, such a plan did not take much time, and the item was already in his hands, ready to be used for protection and to increase his chances of success in future trials. The assistant told the president that this was only the beginning, and if they couldn't rise to a new level when the cemetery's defense points dropped to 0, everyone would be doomed to certain death. The robbers appeared in front of the man and laughed mockingly, reminding him that he did not want to leave the safe zone, emphasizing his fear and trying to provoke panic. They seemed to be mocking the man for being afraid to leave and never return to the Third World, emphasizing his vulnerability and making him feel hopeless in the face of the unknown. Peishi explained to the leader that it was extremely important to seize the opportunity and go out in order to raise his level and strengthen his position in the face of inevitable trials and dangers. Chen reminded him that his target was Zhang Yue and that he should not forget this. The main thing was not to give the boss any instructions so as not to arouse suspicion and disrupt the plan of action. The assassin agreed to protect him, but warned that if the man dared to touch even a hair on Chi-Chi's head, the consequences would be immediate and overwhelming, and he would not get away with it. The group of mercenaries warned the president to hand everything over to his comrade, because otherwise, even if they did not touch him directly, it was unlikely that the hunter would survive the night in such a dangerous situation. Liu Yao was angry because they looked down on everyone because of their high rank, showing arrogance and disregarding the feelings and safety of those around them. Jinyan quickly ran to her companion, saying that she had to convey extremely important information to Zhang that could change the course of events and affect their future strategy. But in response, she heard that he had taken the equipment from the blacksmith and fled. But she did not believe these words, doubting the veracity of the message and hoping for a better explanation. The guild believed that the hero had abandoned them on such a difficult journey, using their connections with the blacksmith family, and began to suspect his intentions and loyalty to the common cause. Liu Yao ordered his assistant not to panic and not to doubt those they hired, as the young man did not fit the description of the person they were looking for at all, and inspired more confidence than expected. Suddenly, a message arrived stating that Zhang had asked him for help, which proved that he had not abandoned them in their time of need, remaining loyal and ready to support his comrades at a critical moment. However, the girl did not understand why her comrade had not turned to her, and she became angry, feeling hurt and irritated by the lack of trust and underestimation of her role in the common cause. The guild leader explained that Chen Jun had entered the Third World and brought with him about a dozen high-level assassins, preparing a carefully planned operation that could change the balance of power in the region. The young man himself was in the City of Death at the time, finding himself at the very epicenter of danger, where every step could be decisive for his life and the success of the mission. The girl appeared there, realizing that the monsters in this location were levels 25 to 28, and understood that dealing with them would be extremely difficult and would require the utmost caution. Suddenly, someone's hand emerged from the ground in front of her, scaring her to death, making her heart beat wildly and feeling acute fear of the unknown threat. The monster appeared behind her, trying to grab the hunter, and she was overcome with fear because the danger arose instantly and threatened her life at the most unexpected moment. But the ice cone technique instantly enveloped the monster from all sides, saving her from mortal danger and stopping its attacks with its powerful magical force. Jinyan knew whose voice it was, as it was very familiar to her, and evoked a sense of security and recognizable warmth amid the chaos of the surrounding danger. Zhang reached out his hand to her, showing his support and willingness to protect her from all the dangers that surrounded them at this critical moment. Hugging her with one arm, the young man evoked both admiration and shyness in his companion, making her heart beat faster and feeling a wave of warmth and emotional closeness. The monster in front of them was quickly destroyed, and its body crumbled under the powerful blow, clearing the way and reducing the threat to the group. The young lady was happy that her friend had come to rescue her again, feeling joy, relief, and gratitude for his timely help in a dangerous situation. The leader of the mercenary group had a serious conversation with his assistant about how they had to complete all the tasks assigned to them because the rich scumbag was paying generously for each of their actions. While Zhang was preparing to venture out into the world, he was also planning to repay him for all the humiliation and evil deeds he had done against him. Someone was quietly moving behind them, completely wrapped in a long dark cloak, so that neither his face nor any details of his figure were visible. Pashi shouted loudly after him that if he dared to run away, he should not even dream of escaping the consequences of his actions. The stranger remained completely silent and did not say a word in response, not even hinting at any reaction or emotion. The leader of the mercenary group firmly decided that the man would meet his death at that very location, and then there would be no need to dig a new grave for him. At that moment, the spy quietly and cautiously approached the president, hiding in the shadows and trying to remain unnoticed among the guards and entourage. Lu Yao was wary, wondering if his enemies had already uncovered him and if they knew his exact location and plans for the near future. The spy reported that the assassins were cursing someone named Zhang and at the same time intended to kill him in that old and gloomy cemetery where there was no one around. The man said that no further action was needed and that all the promised funds would be transferred directly to his bank account in the near future. The assistant could not understand why the leader had decided to help the hunter, because if he told the mercenaries everything, there was a chance that they would end their blockade of the higher guild. At that moment, Lu Yao understood that if the young man wanted them to wait for him and return to the safe zone together, then that was exactly what they had to do without any delay. In response, the members of the organization still did not believe in such a plan, but the leader categorically did not allow them to argue with his decision and ordered them to follow his instructions. He sincerely believed in the correctness of his own judgments and at the same time was convinced that Zhang fully deserved what was about to happen to him. In the city of death, the hunters still remained together, staring intently at each other, as if their eyes could say more than any words or actions. The girl realized that her companion had raised his level again, but this increase was only by one small unit, which hardly changed his overall strength. She couldn't understand why he thought the growth was so slow, since they had only been apart for a day or two, which seemed like a very short period of time. From the very beginning, the cemetery's defenses could only withstand 3 attacks from the god of death, which meant that in 2 nights, if the people in the sacred cemetery did not die at the hands of the mercenaries, they would still die from the forces of the god of death. Zhang urgently asked her for a potion, and since the matter was very important, he demanded as much as possible, ready to pay her 120% of the price of the potion in the store. Opening her inventory, the young lady was fully prepared to help and provided Zhang with everything he needed for his urgent needs. Fortunately, her sister had managed to provide her with all the necessary items that could come in handy in a difficult situation. It was then that Jinyan realized that her companion wanted to use the potion to raise his level and thereby increase his own strength so that he could kill the mercenaries. But there were certain limits that people could not exceed, and she could not believe that he could really accomplish all this in such a short period of time. Zhang clearly understood that he had to do everything exactly as planned, without any deviations or mistakes in his actions. The girl firmly decided that she wanted to help him, but her friend explained that the monsters would be very high level, and interfering in the battle would be extremely dangerous for her. However, Jinyan asked him not to worry, as her sister had given her a new set of equipment that increased her attack and defense levels, making her more prepared. It was no surprise that she had spent 400,000, as she always preferred to look extravagant and emphasize her status in everything. So the team decided to change their battle tactics, as their effectiveness in joint actions would increase significantly, but her safety was still the top priority. They set about completing the task, and judging by their progress, they had entered into a difficult battle, but in the end, they would be able to level up and upgrade their equipment. In the third world, the player had previously passed through the secret realm of the 25th level of the Island of Skeletons, which was very similar to the secret realm of the second world, and it was there that he could upgrade his level. After completing the mission and receiving a reward in the form of scrolls, he had enough resources and strength to move on to the next steps of his plan without hindrance. The girl accompanied him to help destroy the secret realm, and ahead of them lay a dangerous journey to the island of skeletons, full of traps and enemies. Ahead of them lay the location of the secret kingdom of the third world, namely the island of skeletons, full of dangerous enemies and mysterious traps. Opening the portal, the group boldly entered, preparing for the unknown dangers and trials that awaited them in the depths. What they saw before them surprised them, and at the same time, frightened them to a certain extent, because the situation was extremely unusual and threatening. Before them lay an island strewn with skulls with fiercely burning red eyes, creating a creepy and threatening atmosphere. The hunters were met by a powerful character, the mage Lao Zui, who stood before them with a serious expression and an aura of great power. He addressed the defenders, who had come to help the lonely old man fight face to face with the terrible monsters that inhabited this island and posed a deadly threat. Handing him a certain item, the character ordered him to keep it with him and expressed hope that it would help them avoid imminent death. The hero clutched what he had been given tightly in his hands, carefully preserving the item, understanding its importance for the upcoming battle. For each skeleton killed, the Lord received 10 chances to recover, with each chance costing 20 points of alternative energy. They had a chance to turn it into a golden order, but it took a lot of time and effort. They could handle killing monsters, and the recovery speed increased significantly, but this required a large amount of alternative energy, which an ordinary person simply did not have. Zhang asked her not to worry and explained that at that time, he was least concerned about alternative energy because he had enough reserves for all the necessary actions. The team managed to kill a level 25 skeleton guard, achieving a difficult but necessary victory to move forward. Without wasting any time, they quickly destroyed their enemies one by one, moving forward with incredible coordination and determination. The hero understood that they had already killed enough monsters, but the order had not changed, remaining the same as at the beginning of the battle. The system congratulated the hunters on their upgrade to the Gold Order, noting their success in providing new opportunities for battle. They had to level up in the secret realm of the Skeleton Island within 2 hours. Otherwise, all their achievements and rewards would simply disappear forever. That day, the team was surprisingly lucky because, fortunately, the young man's energy reserves and natural abilities were enough to keep trying until they finally achieved the desired success. Judging by the time, the god of death was supposed to arrive, but they had managed to accumulate enough defense points, so one attack on the safe zone would not be a serious problem for them. Some rare equipment could only be found in high-level dungeons, and it was thanks to this that they had a much better chance of successfully dealing with experienced and well-armed mercenaries. The mission was unlocked, and now they had to kill 40 skeleton warriors and defeat the guardian of the secret kingdom, the formidable skeleton General Hera. Zhang asked his friend to be extremely careful, explaining to her that the success of their plan and the safety of the entire team during the dangerous mission depended on her concentration and quick reactions. The level 26 skeleton general, who belonged to the physical type of enemies, slowly and inexorably approached the hunters, radiating a menacing aura and preparing to immediately launch a brutal attack. Skeletons flew at them at extremely high speed, leaving behind an eerie whistling sound and giving the hunters no moment to rest or think about their next move. The warriors of the dark forces unquestioningly obeyed their king and his strict orders, seeking to destroy anyone who dared to disturb their peace and invade their forbidden territory. They joined forces with the General Skeleton, who had the level of a lord, and it was these powerful opponents that were the most difficult to deal with, even with experience. To begin with, the company decided to draw the squad of warriors aside, after which the hero decided to attack them one by one, acting cautiously and deliberately to reduce the risk and gradually weaken the enemy's forces. The skeletons behaved frantically, rushing at them from all sides at once, creating chaos and forcing the heroes to constantly fight back and make quick decisions in order to survive the relentless attack. Her companion asked how many people she could control if she made every effort, using all her willpower and abilities to influence her subordinates in any critical situation. The girl admitted that she had never tried this before, confessing sincerely and a little shyly, acknowledging her own uncertainty in the face of a new challenge that had come upon her unexpectedly. They decided to lure the enemies away, find a suitable place, and bring it under their complete control as much as possible to make the girl's task much easier. The player used his staff and acquired skills, employing them in battle with maximum precision and strategic calculation to effectively counter the enemies. The general actively commanded his warriors against the hunters, giving precise orders and coordinating attacks to weaken the opponents as much as possible and increase the chances of complete victory in battle. Jung also did not yield to his enemies, demonstrating endurance, skill, and determination in battle, trying to counter their attacks and inflict maximum damage. He guided the girl's actions, carefully directing and supporting her to help her focus completely on her own actions and perform her tasks with maximum efficiency during the difficult battle. Using her powerful spells, the young lady managed to take control of the monsters, forcing them to do her will and effectively use their powers against the enemies. However, she asked her companion to act as quickly as possible because she understood that she would not be able to hold out for long under the pressure of controlling the monsters, and every minute of delay could cost her strength and the safety of the entire team. An icy attack and a blast of flame came from the hunter's staff at the same time, forming a deadly combination of elemental forces that burned and froze. The skeletons were engulfed in burning fire, which mercilessly destroyed everything around them, incinerating their bodies and leaving only ashes and smoke behind, intensifying the chaos on the battlefield and frightening even the bravest enemies. The general realized that the young men had killed all his soldiers, feeling shock and confusion, for his strategy had failed, and all that remained was the threat from fearless and well-trained opponents. Then he spoke sternly, saying that the young men must atone for all their sins with their own blood, emphasizing the inevitability of punishment and the terrible price they would pay for their actions on the battlefield. Jung saw the characteristics of the enemy and was stunned by his incredible strength, realizing that his own skills were still far less than what was needed to defeat such a powerful opponent. Another problem was that multiple mind control drained too much energy, leaving her exhausted and vulnerable, which greatly complicated the further use of magical abilities in battle. The enemy rapidly advanced on the young man, demonstrating aggression and strength, forcing him to react quickly and find a way to dodge or fight back to avoid a dangerous blow. The weapon and blade were close to the hunter, threatening a deadly attack and forcing him to instantly dodge or use all his skills. On the other hand, Jinyan actively helped her friend cope with the battle, supporting him with her skills and magical abilities to weaken the enemies and increase the chances of a successful outcome in the fight. The atmosphere was extremely tense, with every movement and sound heightening the sense of danger, forcing the combatants to be constantly on guard and ready for instant decisions. The hero understood that his spear would not be effective at such a great distance, so he would have to find alternative ways to attack the enemy, using agility and tactical thinking. The general was engulfed in flames, burning his armor and body, causing him to feel unbearable pain and loss of control, which momentarily disrupted his combat discipline and strategic actions. The situation became completely unpredictable, changing the course of events and forcing all participants in the battle to instantly adapt to the new circumstances, as no one was prepared for such sudden twists and turns. The enemy was enraged that people had invaded his territory, feeling anger and undisguised hatred, ready to immediately launch a vicious attack to regain control and punish the intruders. The player tried to kill him, but expended too much energy on the attack, and the effort was in vain, leaving him exhausted and forced to look for new ways to resist the enemy. So Jung hoped for his friend and her help, counting on her skills and support to stand together against the enemy and increase their chances of success in a difficult and dangerous situation. The girl readily agreed and asked what exactly she should do, seeking to understand her role in the battle and prepare as effectively as possible to help Jung deal with the dangerous enemy. Ahead of them stood the skeleton general, calmly awaiting the battle, radiating a menacing aura and preparing to instantly attack anyone who dared to approach his position. Next to the portal was a group of mercenaries, looking around tensely and preparing for a possible battle, as they were ready to defend the passage or attack anyone who dared to approach. The rules of the secret kingdom had already been activated and changed, making it impossible to enter, so he sought to find out who had dared to steal the secret kingdom's rewards. Jun did not even want to listen to his assistants, ignoring their advice and comments, completely immersed in his own thoughts and resolutely preparing to make an important decision. But then he ordered that when the boy came out of the portal, They should unite to destroy him together, coordinating their actions and using all their strength to achieve inevitable victory. The system reported that Jinyan was the first to clear the hidden secret realm and was rewarded with a rare scroll of bliss that gave her powerful abilities. The guildmaster was shocked that the girl was able to handle everything on her own, demonstrating incredible skills, endurance, and strategic thinking that exceeded his wildest expectations. She said she did not need anyone's help and wanted to receive all the rewards herself, demonstrating confidence in her own abilities and a desire to achieve complete success in the task on her own. Walking away from him, Jinyan explained that she saw no point in continuing the conversation, as all her arguments were futile, and she decided to focus on her own affairs and goals. The man shouted for her to wait, trying to get her attention and stop her, hoping to convey his opinion once more or change her mind before she left. This alarmed the huntress, causing her to tense up and carefully assess the situation, as the man's sudden shout made her suspicious of his intentions and possible dangers. Pites concluded that she was not alone because it was impossible to activate the hidden realm, clear it, and receive the reward alone, so someone else must have been helping her. The hunter explained that they had teamed up with her best friend who had discovered the exact location, allowing her to be the first to thoroughly clear the area. The group leader couldn't calm down and kept asking where her friend had gone, unable to find an answer to his pressing question. Junyan replied that her friend had already left and did not stay behind because she had her own business to attend to and did not want to delay anyone. She was dissatisfied with the fact that Jun's people were interrogating her as if she were a robber, and this greatly irritated her patience and calmness. Then when he tried to ask her out on a date, she firmly told him to stop pursuing her and leave her alone. So, the group of assassins was no longer sure where Zhang was or if he had left the safe place, which made them anxious. By that time, it was already the third night, and if he did not come out at midnight with the Reaper's blow, the cemetery's defenses would completely collapse, leaving it safe. At that moment, the young lady was running through the forest without stopping for a moment, trying to leave the dangerous area around her as quickly as possible. She called out to the boy loudly and persistently, trying to find him in the dense forest and not get lost herself. Seeing him standing behind a rock, she breathed a sigh of relief because she was very afraid that Zhang's men would notice him and danger would arise. The hero knew they would be waiting for him because the enemy had hired many people, and as soon as he saw the reward notice, he realized that they would definitely want to take it from someone. It was no surprise that the young man asked his girlfriend to eliminate the boss at the end of the battle, because he wanted to carefully hide his own involvement in the matter. The young man apologized because he couldn't reveal himself at the time, as it would have caused additional problems, and he felt guilty towards her for such a plan. The team also received the life-saving skill and a random item from the Death Knight set as a reward, which greatly increased their chances in future battles. Until they encountered the man, they could have easily reached level 25 and thus solved their difficult dilemma without much trouble. The girl was worried that they might not have enough experience to defeat the level 30 opponents, but the young man asked her not to worry, as he sincerely believed that everything would turn out well. Touching her hair with his hand, he evoked pleasant yet shocking feelings in her, mixing surprise and unexpected joy at the same time. The huntress reminded him that they had a scroll of bliss from the previous quest and suggested opening it to take advantage of its useful properties for the group. Quests in the alternate world were divided into ordinary, secret, and blissful, with secret ones considered the rarest and most valuable of all. Over the past 2 days, the group had used up a lot of potions, so this was a great opportunity to replenish their money supply and restore their resources for future adventures. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind them, causing everyone to turn around sharply and assess the danger that had suddenly approached. They did not understand what was happening, as they were completely unprepared for such a sudden and dangerous turn of events. It turned out that the blissful task had been updated with the appearance of a new boss in the City of the Dead, and the Golden Skeleton King was advancing on them, posing a huge threat. By choosing the function of leveling up the task at hand, they had to give up the rewards because if they didn't complete it, they would get nothing and their progress would not count. Under normal circumstances, the young man would have taken advantage of such an opportunity, but at that moment, if Zhang appeared, everything they had done would be in vain and go down the drain. Jinyan understood that secret quests were rare and very difficult to find, so she thought they would be able to complete it before the enemies appeared. Seeing the confidence and readiness for action in his companion's eyes, he finally agreed, realizing that together they could overcome any difficulties. So his finger reached for the panel, pressing the positive answer, finally confirming his decision in readiness to act. The system announced that they had unlocked a secret mission, and the team had only 1 hour to complete it, limiting the time for deliberation and action. The reward was double experience, skill books, and a pet egg, all of which were significantly more valuable and cooler than the previous tasks. Jung understood that the difficulty lay in the fact that the two of them were unlikely to kill the monster in an hour, but there was still a chance of success. Behind them, they heard voices saying that they had just found the place where the boss was supposed to appear, and this raised their anxiety to a new level. Without hesitation, the boy covered the girl's mouth with his palm so that she would not make a sound and reveal their location to the enemies. Jun was pleased that killing the monster would bring them very good rewards, while the hunters hid behind a rock to remain unnoticed. However, their faces were frozen with fear, as the enemy was level 28 and looked extremely dangerous. It stood tall and looked extremely powerful thanks to its golden equipment, which emphasized its strength and status among its enemies. The group of mercenaries couldn't move and quickly came up with a plan of action, trying to figure out how to fight such a powerful enemy. The leader ordered those nearby to weaken the enemy and then deliver the final blow. But the warriors understood that they were being sent to certain death and had almost no chance of survival. Patsy instructed the second and third killers to monitor his health and treat him, while he and the mercenaries were to deal the main damage to the boss. And everything had to be done as quickly as possible. Following their leader's orders, the group immediately got down to business, concentrating and decisively executing each point of the plan. Shashu Pesi, taking on the leading role, dealt the king the most powerful blows, concentrating his strength on the strongest part of the attack. Suddenly, a spell came flying from the side like a fiery arrow, burning everything in its path and frightening those present. The attack was so accurate that it hit both the monster and the invaders, damaging all enemies at once. The leader urgently asked Hyler to remove the effect that paralyzed his movements and prevented him from fighting the enemy effectively. The monster did not allow itself to be attacked strongly and damaged, skillfully dodging and deflecting most of the blows. Jinyan thought that her comrade wanted to let the group fight so that they would weaken their endurance and make themselves more vulnerable to further attacks. Zhang replied that he had called what was happening a mantis hunting a cicada, unaware that a nightingale was standing behind them and watching. The battle raged around them, and with each passing moment, the clang of weapons and the cries of warriors grew louder, causing the earth to tremble beneath their heavy footsteps. The king attacked every warrior, striding confidently through the crowd of opponents and delivering precise blows that forced the enemies to retreat in panic. As the hunters relentlessly directed their blows at him, his condition became more and more enraged and dangerous to everyone around him with each passing minute. The girl was not surprised that even with such a small number of people, the killers were able to cause so much damage, because their group was well thought out and well coordinated. Pausing, Pete asked if his subordinates felt that there was something strange and disturbing in the air, as if the atmosphere itself was warning of a hidden danger ahead. June yelled at them to finish off the monster quickly, otherwise he would not receive the promised reward. But he was genuinely shocked that the army had suddenly stopped in the middle of the battle. The group understood that the man was extremely difficult to communicate with, constantly pressuring everyone with orders, irritating them with his demands, and undermining morale at every turn. The leader swung his sword and ordered someone to come forward in an authoritative tone, peering intently into the darkness, as if he knew for sure that someone was hiding nearby and watching them. Peering from behind a rock, Zhang froze in amazement, not believing his eyes, for before him unfolded a scene that completely shattered his previous ideas about what was happening. The attack flew in their direction and shattered the shelter with a powerful explosion, sending debris and dust into the air, blinding and disorienting everyone who was trying to hide. The hero did not expect the mercenary to find him so quickly, passing through dangerous traps and dark paths that he considered reliable protection from the enemy. The opponents said that they really thought they could carry out their plan right under his nose, and he would not notice it, emphasizing his confidence and cunning. The guildmaster could not understand what the hunters were doing near them, and was even more surprised that Jinyan was with the young man, as this completely contradicted his expectations. The young lady repeated that regardless of where she was and with whom, it did not give him any right to make decisions for her or interfere in her affairs. The man ordered the mercenary to kill him and immediately promised that he would be ready to release his daughter if the mercenary carried out the order without hesitation or delay. His eyes burned with hatred, radiating such fierce energy that everyone around him felt a tremor of fear and imminent danger from his presence. The group leader did not understand whether he was serious or just joking, because his words sounded too absurd and raised doubts even among the most cautious participants. Then turning around, he addressed his leader and ordered him to immediately bring everyone from the safe zone so that they could come to their aid at a critical moment in the battle. The killer rushed towards the hunter, mercilessly attacking him with quick and accurate blows, trying to break through his defense and force his opponent to retreat. The young man concluded that his opponent was extremely fast, reacting instantly to every movement and delivering blows that he could barely notice. They struck each other relentlessly, giving their opponent no chance to weaken, each attack precise and measuring the strength and endurance of their opponent. Pites was confident that he could eliminate the young man, as his skills, strength, and experience gave him an absolute advantage over any young opponent. The reason was that he had already left his comfort zone, and in his opinion, the hero's life was completely in his hands, leaving him in absolute control of the situation. Jung did not even think of giving up and responded in such a way that the other could only dream of defeating him, demonstrating unwavering determination and confidence in his own abilities. Jinyan helped her friend, saying that she would never stand aside and calmly watch him bully the weak, resolutely joining the fight. The hunter used lightning, fire, and ice magic simultaneously, creating a chaotic and deadly whirlwind of energy that forced his enemies to retreat and destroyed their coordination. The attack was super powerful, merging into a single deadly stream of energy that flew through space, destroying everything in its path and leaving only destruction behind. The leader of the group did not understand where the young man got such incredible striking power, because his attacks caused enormous damage that far exceeded the expectations of even experienced warriors. The warriors asked the leader for help because they could no longer hold back the monsters that were attacking from all sides, exhausting their strength and undermining their hope of salvation. The king had extremely powerful skills and characteristics that made him virtually invincible on the battlefield and instilled fear in all enemies who dared to oppose him. Putz did not know what to do, as enemies were attacking him from both sides, and every step could be a fatal mistake that would jeopardize his life and the success of the mission. So he rushed towards his subordinates, trying to help them and protect them from danger, despite the risk to himself and possible losses. Jung ordered the girl to distract the mercenaries and focus on killing the boss first, as this could radically change the course of the battle and give them the upper hand. Meanwhile, on the other side, the guild leaders sat, realizing that it was time to leave their safe place. Otherwise, they risked dying if they stayed there even a moment longer. Some of them thought it would be better to hand Zhang over to the killers and run away to save their own lives. But doubts and moral convictions held them back from taking such a step. Looking around, the team carefully surveyed the location, assessing all possible threats, cover, and escape routes in order to act as cautiously and strategically as possible. It turned out that the assassins had left the safe zone, leaving empty spaces behind and opening up the possibility for surprise attacks or a change in the group's tactics. Luya wondered why they had done so and couldn't believe that they had actually managed to track down his comrade, which called into question the safety of the entire team. The man believed that Zhang had promised to release them before midnight, and if the enemies surrounded him, it would all be over, because he could not retreat without violating his own sense of justice. He ordered all guild members to gather immediately and head to the City of the Dead, as the situation required swift action and joint efforts to complete the dangerous mission. He also promised to double the wages of everyone who joined them, encouraging support and attracting new members to carry out the difficult task. His assistants understood that their leader was too honest and straightforward, but they still decided not to refuse the promised money because the reward was too attractive to ignore. The battle between the mercenaries and the Skeleton King continued, and with each passing minute, the chaos on the battlefield grew, with fragments of weapons and magical flashes blinding all participants in the clash. Pites and Hilaire decided who would be responsible for what, while the leader took on the main work and the most difficult tasks, coordinating the group's actions and controlling the course of the battle. Suddenly, the magic of light that flowed around him completely enveloped the warrior, blinding his eyes and forcing him to feel an incredible force that pressed on his body and mind at the same time. The king saw that he was facing a defenseless man and decided to get rid of him, using all his strength and skills to destroy the enemy without any mercy. In less than a second, he destroyed the mercenary, demonstrating incredible speed and accuracy that left all witnesses in complete amazement and fear. Zhang stood with the girl on one side of the location, carefully watching the enemies and assessing the situation to determine the best moment to act. Meanwhile, a huge monster stood between them and the leader of the killers, looming menacingly and blocking the way, ready to attack anyone who dared to approach. The look in each of their eyes betrayed their unwavering determination, for no one even thought of giving up, and all were ready to destroy each other, sparing no effort or life. Jun saw that the battle had begun, with two fighting against one, and realized that he had to wait for reinforcements to balance the forces and have a chance at victory. The high-level monster struck the ground in front of it, creating a powerful wave of destruction that swept away everything in its path and forced the warriors to retreat. The hunters jumped aside to avoid the blow that could have hit them, deftly dodging and keeping their distance to safely continue the fight. The young man asked the girl for only one thing, that she not let him down, placing all his hope in her support and loyalty at the most critical moment. The magic of light suddenly enveloped the Skeleton King, enveloping him in a bright glow and exerting incredible pressure, causing him to feel pain and lose control of his powers. They had only one chance to act at that moment, because it was impossible to delay. Otherwise, the opportunity would disappear forever, leaving them with no choice. Pites angrily declared that he would never let them win, ready to fight to the last drop of his strength and destroy anyone who stood in his way. He suddenly rushed towards the player, trying to quickly intercept the ball and stop his offensive breakthrough, moving decisively and inexorably. Things did not go according to plan, and he realized that he needed to attack his opponent immediately, mobilizing all his strength and reacting quickly to the unexpected situation. The man did not understand who dared to disrupt his plans, and felt anger and surprise trying to quickly find the culprit among those around him. The High Guild, which appeared on the battlefield, said that the leader had remained in the rear and sent them to help, trying to organize protection and strengthen the defense. Angry and confused at the same time, Peishi did not know what was happening and where all his help was, feeling powerless and trying to quickly understand the situation around him. The hunters rushed at the enemies in a crowd, attacking fiercely from all sides, trying to take them by surprise and defeat the enemy with strength and agility. They did not expect such a turn of events, so they were not prepared for the enemy's swift attack and tried to contain the chaos that suddenly arose around them. Meanwhile, the young man took on the Skeleton King's main opponent, advancing decisively and using all his skills to neutralize the dangerous enemy. The leader of the mercenaries, seeing the young man's attacks, could not understand why they were so strong at level 20, feeling surprise and confusion at the unexpected power of his opponent. He had to stop Zhang, as he could destroy the boss and take all the rewards for himself, forcing him to act quickly and carefully to prevent disaster. Jinyan followed the killer and enveloped him with her magic, ordering him to take his dirty hands off her companion, decisively intervening and controlling the situation to restore order. The man's body instantly became controllable by the girl, responding to her magical commands and moving as she ordered, completely obeying her will. Looking at her, he said that he had not killed her earlier only out of respect for June, but if she wanted it, he could not refuse, demonstrating both seriousness and determination at the same time. Peichi gathered his strength and broke the spell on himself, feeling a surge of energy and freedom that allowed him to act independently and decisively again. And then the blade of his sword pierced the young lady's body, shocking her and causing her to feel sudden pain and surprise at the attack that turned everything upside down. Confused and disappointed, the young man looked at the situation and could not believe what was happening, feeling inner sadness and complete confusion. With her last ounce of strength, the young lady told her companion not to stop and to act to the end, resolutely encouraging him and inspiring him not to retreat in the face of danger. His teeth clenched from the unpleasant situation in despair, feeling inner tension and helplessness in the face of what was happening around him. That is why the blow was so strong, as if all the anger, determination, and tension that had accumulated inside him were released with each movement. The hero could not control his state, feeling his emotions bursting out and controlling his actions, making each step unpredictable and tense. The mercenary tried to strike somehow, but it was all in vain, and his attempts were fruitless. leaving him feeling powerless and confused. The player's main battle was with the Skeleton King, and the latter aimed his fist at him, threatening with incredible power and forcing him to prepare for a decisive defense. However, the protective sphere that enveloped the hunter saved him, absorbing the attack and protecting him from the enemy's destructive power, allowing him to remain unharmed. The staff with the power of a dragon was worth everything, carrying incredible power and potential that could change the course of battle and give its owner a huge advantage over his opponents. Aiming his weapon and opponent, Zhang cast a spell, releasing a powerful magical wave based on his skills. It rushed inexorably toward its target, ready to destroy everything in its path, leaving chaos in its wake and demonstrating incredible power and determination. The monster threw him aside, taking all his health and destroying him forever, leaving only devastation and despair behind. The system congratulated Zero on his victory over the Golden Skeleton King and presented him with awards, recognizing his skill and determination in a dangerous battle that brought him well-deserved recognition. It was also announced that the hidden quest had been completed, recognizing his extra efforts and rewarding him for his skillful completion of the secret task. Liu Yao saw that the boss had been killed and realized that it was definitely the work of his comrade, so he had to hurry up so as not to fall behind and lose his chance to intervene. Fortunately, while clearing the secret world, the hunter acquired a defense skill and thanks to it, was able to defeat his opponent, using new opportunities to control the battle and strategy. At that point, he had to complete the quest to level up and gain new powers, achievements, and advantages for future battles. The system offered the necromancer and allowed him to tame the golden skeleton as a pet, opening up new opportunities for combat and improving his magical power. Without hesitation, the young man agreed, accepting the system's offer and preparing to use his new pet to increase his strength and strategic advantage. Jun was enraged that the mercenary had not brought him the reward and had manipulated the murder of his daughter, feeling anger and determination to punish the offender at any cost. Pites rushed towards the young man, deciding to take action once and for all. Feeling the determination and tension that prompted him to take a quick and decisive step, the young man asked him not to rush because soon he too would go mad, trying to calm his friend and prevent rash actions under the pressure of emotions. The leader of the group did not listen and continued to move towards him, ignoring the warning and demonstrating stubborn determination in his actions. The guildmaster realized that the man had no intention of saving his daughter, realizing his true intentions and meanness, which caused deep indignation and determination to intervene. Pointing his weapon at him, he ordered him to be quiet, demonstrating his power and determination to force his opponent to obey unquestioningly. Then stepping on his chest with his foot, he pressed harder, causing his opponent pain and completely controlling the situation without mercy. Then he warned that if he touched his daughter even with a finger, Pei would tear him to pieces, demonstrating his uncompromising determination and willingness to protect his loved ones at any cost. Jun, frightened, explained that he meant that it would be easier to kill the young man at that moment, trying to justify his words and reduce the tension. Moving away, the mercenary said that he could destroy him at any second, demonstrating a constant threat and control over the situation. The guild approaching the enemy said that they did not have time to capture him, and the hunter fled, noting the failure and the speed of the enemy. Thinking about what to do with them, the chief ordered them to be killed, but Jun refused, showing restraint and trying to avoid unnecessary bloodshed among his subordinates. After assessing all the circumstances, he realized that the young man was the best bait for big fish, recognizing his strategic value and dangerous role in the plan. Having completed his secret mission, the young man reached the 25th level, gaining new powers, abilities, and recognition for his skillful execution of a dangerous test. Then he met with Lao Zui, who had assigned the mission, carefully accepting his rewards and looking at their characteristics. Zhen did not even think that the boss could be turned into a pet, and realized that if trained, it could easily destroy ordinary monsters and become a powerful weapon. However, his attention was drawn to another panel, which was different from the usual ones and promised new opportunities or important information that could change his future actions. There was a message from Jun saying that Liu Yao was under their control, but it also said that he was too protective of his life to come and save the Supreme Guild. After that, a message came from the girl, asking him to wait for her so they could go together, because there was a trap and she wanted to avoid danger together. Zhang disagreed, explaining that the time had come for him to take revenge on everyone himself, feeling determined and compelled to seek retribution without outside help. The leader of the Supreme Guild sat on the cold ground, looking extremely sad, his face reflecting a deep inner sorrow that was difficult to convey. His face was also badly disfigured by his opponents, and he begged Brother Zhang to come to his aid immediately, as he could not cope with the danger alone. At that moment, the hero appeared on the horizon, his figure radiating strength and confidence like light breaking through the darkness, promising hope. Jun said that the little fool had fallen for their message, his voice sounding slightly dismissive, emphasizing the ease with which he had fallen into the trap. At that moment, Liu Yao saw his friend and began to shout loudly, imploring him to come to his aid, because without support, he could not resist the threat. The hunter stood in front of them and demanded that they release the hostage immediately, his voice stern, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Peasy said that they were supposed to attack together as soon as he got closer, but the leader decided to attack him openly, ignoring any strategic agreements. Agreeing, they developed a detailed plan of action and began to implement it without hesitation, each step carefully thought out to ensure maximum effectiveness of the operation. The assistant rushed to the guild leader and told him firmly to leave, his voice trembling with anxiety, but his words conveyed unquestionable determination. Approaching Zhang, the man touched his hand and said that he had always known of his goodwill and hoped for his timely help in this difficult situation. The hero responded by ordering him to go first, assuring him that he could handle the enemies himself and did not need outside help in this dangerous battle. In turn, his friend begged him to flee together, explaining that the mercenaries were extremely skilled and it would be practically impossible to deal with them alone. The young man remained adamant and told his comrade to leave, emphasizing that the main thing was not to interfere with him in the fight against the enemies because he could handle it himself. Liu Yao promised that as soon as he reached the city, he would immediately call for help, because there were still warriors in the guild who could continue the fight and support them. The opponents stood still like falcons, patiently waiting for their opponent to take a step forward, ready to instantly take advantage of any mistake he made. Zhang did not rush, carefully assessing the entire situation around him, analyzing the positions of his opponents, and looking for the slightest chance for a successful maneuver. Each of them hoped that the enemy would make the first move in the attack, trying to seize the moment to counterattack and take the initiative into their own hands. But everyone remained in place and did nothing, waiting tensely for someone to break the silence and start the attack, creating a feeling of a prolonged pause. Meanwhile, another group of mercenaries suddenly rushed at him from behind, taking advantage of the moment while the first enemies distracted his attention, trying to surround him completely. But the young man instantly grabbed his staff, gripping it tightly, preparing to give a decisive rebuff to the attackers and not give them an advantage. Just then, the Dark Skeleton King suddenly appeared behind him, his figure radiating a menacing power and frightening aura that made everyone around him tense up. The master stood in front, but looked too small and fragile compared to his powerful pet, which gave the scene a sense of imminent danger. The killers were so shocked that they tried to understand who they were dealing with, their faces expressing surprise and fear at the unexpected power of their opponent. Looking at them confidently, the hunter thanked them and said that all this was possible thanks to their support and courage, which helped overcome the danger. He may have reached level 25, but his opponents were true level 30 elites whose strength far exceeded his capabilities and required the utmost caution. The combat strength of Scorpio in silver armor at that time was significantly inferior to their strength, making his confrontation almost unequal and requiring maximum concentration. Also, the Golden King of Skeletons could absorb all the skills and experience of Scorpion in silver armor, making himself even stronger and turning any encounter into an almost hopeless one for his opponent. Before the battle, the master actively trained his pet, improving its skills and strength to prepare it for the upcoming dangerous encounter with the enemy. Every second, the system congratulated him on his pet acquiring a new skill, constantly emphasizing its growing strength and potential for future battles. Zhang was sorry that his previous pet had disappeared, but at that time, his current companion was incredible, demonstrating strength and abilities he had never seen before. As a reward, the traveler also received a necromancer suit, which gave him new abilities and enhanced his magical power in future battles. The system informed him of all the characteristics of the set and explained in detail what positive effects and bonuses he would receive by using this set in combat and training. The hero understood that summoning a skeleton warrior of the same level was like summoning two pets at once. And if he obtained the golden skill, the effect would become even more powerful and dangerous for enemies. Therefore, he decided to launch an upgrade of everything, activating the maximum capabilities of the system to increase the pet's strength and prepare for the upcoming dangerous battle. The chest flashed with a bright glow, signaling the start of work and the activation of all improvement processes, which instantly affected the pet and its abilities. Then it slowly opened, showing which points had been improved and allowing the hero to evaluate all the new bonuses and improvements to his pet. All items were upgraded to the maximum and took on a golden hue, radiating power and prestige, emphasizing their extraordinary value and power. Each of them possessed new, significantly improved skills and strength, which made them even more dangerous and effective in any combat encounter. The young man was pleased with this turn of events, feeling joy and confidence that all his efforts and preparation had yielded tangible results. With all this equipment, the skeleton became even stronger than the protective boots, and with his warrior skills, he could attack and defend himself effectively at the same time, demonstrating incredible combat power. Jung decided that in this battle, he would not let Chen Jun and his friends live, planning to mercilessly punish them for all the suffering and obstacles they had caused. At that moment, the hero was determined, his gaze radiating unwavering resolve and readiness to overcome any difficulties on the path to victory. So he gave the order to the Dark King of Skeletons to begin the attack, expecting immediate execution and ruthless action against the enemies in this dangerous battle. The mercenaries consoled themselves with the thought that they were facing only a simple tamer, underestimating his true strength and preparation for battle, which made their overconfidence dangerous. However, they had no idea what incredible power he concealed within himself, which could turn the tide of battle at any moment and make them regret their recklessness. The king used his shadow sword skill, instantly summoning a powerful weapon that radiated dark energy and was capable of cutting through any enemy's defense. The attacks rained down on the enemy swiftly and lightning fast, leaving them confused and forcing them to desperately defend themselves against the unexpected powerful force. Peishi opened his jaw in surprise as he watched what was happening, his eyes wide with shock and the incredible power his opponent was displaying. However, Jun was once again manipulating his daughter, forcing her into battle, using fear and control to make her act against her will. A shadow of anger fell over the man's face. His eyes burned with rage and his expression betrayed his readiness to take revenge and not tolerate any violation of his own will. He explained that he knew what to do and did not need any instructions, emphasizing his confidence and readiness to act independently in any situation. The group leader understood that it was because of him that he had lost his brothers and decided that as soon as he rescued the child, the master would receive no mercy for all the crimes he had committed. Throwing himself at the young man, he said that his protege was useless, emphasizing that all his actions were devoted only to him and did not bring him any benefit. Blocking the attack, the young man found himself face to face with his opponent, feeling the tension and strength emanating from his opponent, who was ready for any maneuver. The plan continued to be implemented, moving step by step, each action carefully thought out to ensure maximum effectiveness and success in the battle. The skeleton warrior met his opponent from behind, holding his weapon firmly in his hands and ready to strike instantly, using the element of surprise to his advantage in battle. And as soon as Peishi realized that there was a second opponent behind him, his face froze in shock, his eyes wide with surprise and fear of the new threat. The monster held a heavy sword in his hands, which he drove with fury and force into the mercenary's back, cutting through his armor and delivering a fatal blow. From the unbearable force of the sudden blow, he cried out loudly in pain and despair, his whole body shaking and momentarily losing his balance under the pressure of the terrible attack. Meanwhile, the hunter focused his powerful spells on them, filling the air around him with magical energy and cold determination. The enemy realized that no professional, even at the 20th level, was capable of inflicting such devastating damage that broke through the defenses and broke the endurance of experienced warriors. Perhaps the reason lay in high-quality equipment or some other hidden factor that gave him an advantage in battle and forced his enemies to retreat. The answers to his numerous questions never appeared, so he could only guess, going over possible options and dubious assumptions in his head. His assistants could not inflict any significant damage on the terrible monster, no matter how hard they tried and how much effort they put into their hopeless attacks. They persistently explained to their leader that the Skeleton King was an extremely strong opponent, and even their golden equipment could not help them withstand his devastating power. The mercenary explained that they first needed to get rid of the tamer because he was the one who controlled his pets and directed their actions, increasing the threat to everyone. The group decided together to find his weak spot so that he would be unable to withstand the experienced level 30 professionals and would quickly lose his advantage in battle. But Zhang wasn't even worried that they were all rushing at him together, standing confidently in place and ready to repel any attack without the slightest fear. His fire sphere skill flared up around him, engulfing everything around him and delivering a powerful, devastating attack that shook the environment and set it ablaze. The assassins quietly crept up from all sides, enveloping him in an invisible web of danger, ready to deliver a sudden and deadly blow at any moment. However, the lightning ability in the young man's hands suddenly activated, releasing bright electrical discharges that cut through the air and struck everyone around with powerful energy. Everyone around him simply did not realize that they were doomed to death and continued to move, unaware of the danger that was already inexorably approaching them. They were as if guided by an invisible force of confidence in their own victory, which made them move decisively and fearlessly, unaware of the threat looming on all sides. A powerful protective sphere hung over the young man, and suddenly a voice announced that the president had ordered Zhang Yue to be guarded, providing him with unbreakable protection from any danger. An unknown man suddenly appeared in his field of vision with his warriors, moving confidently and ready to engage in battle, casting a shadow of menace over everyone around him. The hero stood in surprise, not understanding who exactly had appeared before him, trying to recognize the face and assess the stranger's intentions. The hunter introduced himself as the vice president of the Supreme Guild, named Li Xiaoyao. His words sounded confident, emphasizing the authority and importance of his position among all those present. The young man accepted their help, but sternly asked them not to put themselves in danger, emphasizing that he did not want anyone to suffer for his sake. So he ordered them to join forces, treating the wounded and exhausting the enemy in every way possible to strengthen their defenses and gain the upper hand in battle. The warriors immediately accepted the senior officer's order and, without hesitation, set about carrying out the task assigned to them, resolutely organizing attacks and treating the wounded in the shortest possible time. The mercenaries fought back with all their might, using every skill and weapon at their disposal, trying to hold back the enemy's onslaught and save their own lives in the fierce battle. Their leader watched as the entire guild was ready to give their lives for Zhang, realizing the incredible dedication and determination of his warriors in protecting the young hero. The armed clash was relentless, tearing through the air with loud blows, magical flashes and screams, leaving chaos and destruction around them that made the heart sink with fear. The enemy instantly used a freezing skill, covering everything around them with an icy crust and slowing down the movements of their enemies, forcing them to fight against the overwhelming cold element. To save his life, he was forced to take a step back, carefully retreating and avoiding dangerous contact with an attack that could instantly destroy him. The young man was not surprised that the leader of the mercenaries was so agile, demonstrating lightning-fast reactions and precision movements that testified to his high level of combat skill. Pites addressed him, warning that death was only a matter of time, because he was not that girl with the ability to control the enemy, and any mistake could cost him his life instantly. The master directed his pets towards him, forcing them to attack decisively and press on him from all sides, leaving no room for retreat. He stood in front of them, exalted by his immense strength, radiating unshakable confidence and terrifying power that made his enemies tremble before him. Incredibly, a notification window suddenly appeared near the enemy, its light shining brightly around him, announcing a new event or danger that was approaching instantly. The assistant reassured the leader, saying that there was no need to worry because the lady of the Su family had sent people to search for Tsitsi, and now she was under reliable protection next to him. His eyes widened at this unexpected information, reflecting both shock and relief, as he had not expected to hear about Qixi's safety at this critical moment. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, he resolutely ordered all the mercenaries to stop, forcing them to cease their attacks and listen carefully to his words, which were to change the course of the battle. The warriors froze in shock, unable to believe their eyes and struck by the sudden authoritative presence that made them instantly fall silent and await further orders. Even Zhang himself was confused by this turn of events, not expecting such a sudden pause and an incredible display of control over the battle, which took him by surprise. Jun instantly rushed toward the man, who stubbornly refused to obey his orders, forcing him to act decisively to regain control of the situation. Grabbing him by the throat, Pacey darkened with rage, his eyes burning with anger, and his body filled with fury, ready to burst out in terrible force. The guildmaster began to beg him to let him go, shouting words of forgiveness and submission, but all pleas were in vain, as Pacey remained unyielding in his anger. Speaking maliciously, the leader of the group reminded him that the man had kidnapped his daughter and should have known how it would end, emphasizing the inevitability of his revenge. Throwing his body aside, he firmly grasped his sword and slowly approached, radiating determination and deadly confidence with every step. Chen Jun began to beg for mercy, promising to release his daughter immediately, in that very moment, trying to save himself with words and persuasion. But Paiza refused, confident that his daughter was already safe, and Chen Jun's words could not sway his determination and anger. The blade of the sword penetrated the former guildmaster's chest, cutting through his defense and delivering a fatal blow that caused his body to instantly stagger and fall. The leader of the group stood with his weapon in his hands, silently pondering everything that had happened, analyzing the events and consequences of the battle, and trying to figure out what to do next. Zhang approached him and calmly asked if he was not afraid to kill him in this way, reminding him that revenge might come for him and the consequences would be dire. They were used to working as if walking on a knife's edge, and he explained what could be expected from a man who was unable to protect his own family, showing strength of responsibility and determination. Pites knelt down and apologized to the young man on behalf of the leader of all the mercenaries, demonstrating sincere humility and a willingness to rectify the situation for the sake of peace and justice. Surprised, the young man could not understand what exactly he was apologizing for, looking at Pites with surprise and slight astonishment, trying to comprehend the meaning of his actions. The leader quietly said that his comrade had saved his daughter, and for that he was infinitely grateful, ready to give his life for all his comrades whom they had brutally killed. Xiaoyao kindly reminded them that they had destroyed 235 members of the Supreme Guild, emphasizing the scale of their actions and the strength they had shown in previous battles. The mercenaries could not understand what this information meant, exchanging surprised glances and trying to comprehend the implications of what they had heard for themselves in future events. An order rang out for everyone to stand still, forcing the warriors to stop instantly and freeze, listening to the voice that commanded with authority. Zhang said he could not refuse his request, recognizing the importance of the situation and showing respect for his words and request. His magic instantly enveloped the mercenary, enveloping him in a powerful wave of energy that restricted his movements and made him feel the full force of the spell. At the last moment, the man realized how powerful the young man's blow was, feeling the force and precision of the attack that left him defenseless against its unexpected power. He concluded that the young man was definitely not an ordinary person, realizing the incredible strength and skill that far exceeded human capabilities. The mercenaries were determined to avenge their boss, preparing for a merciless attack to show their strength and restore their honor before all their enemies. They stood opposite the young man, carefully preparing their weapons for battle, watching his every move intently, ready to react instantly to any move he made. Suddenly, the leader unexpectedly sent a message to everyone that made them freeze in surprise and instantly change their further actions in this tense situation. Peichi announced that his daughter was safe. Zhang's people had provided assistance, and if anyone approached or disobeyed the order, they would be immediately expelled from the guild forever. The team was shocked by the message, but no one dared to go against the leader's decisions, understanding the consequences of such disobedience for themselves. The young man stood next to the vice president, tensely waiting to see what would happen next and trying to predict every move that could change their situation. Approaching closer, the mercenaries positioned themselves directly opposite the young man, watching his movements intently and preparing for a possible confrontation at any moment. The man initially felt intense fear and panic, but the hero asked him not to be afraid and to remain calm in this dangerous situation. Kneeling on one knee, he demonstrated his submission, while the killers stood ready to accept punishment for killing the hunters and to accept the consequences of their actions without objection. They were truly shocked by the events that had taken place and therefore decided to act exactly as their leader had ordered, without hesitation or doubt about the correctness of the decision. Zheng said that they were citizens of the Dragon Nation, and their anger should be directed only at their enemies, not against their own allies, preserving the unity of the guild. Killing their own would teach them nothing, so he wished for them to protect their families and the Dragon Nation. And only then would they be able to understand the true meaning of survival for professionals in battle. As he left, the hunter asked the guild to tell their leader that all material losses over the past few days should be compensated in double, as they were responsible for recruiting people into the higher guild in the third world. The mercenaries immediately agreed without question, fully accepting the order and understanding that any objection could have serious consequences for themselves and the guild. Xiaoyao watched the young man, carefully studying his movements and behavior, trying to understand his character and strength in order to predict his next actions. And later he understood why his boss valued this young man so highly, appreciating his determination, courage, and extraordinary strength, which set him apart from the others. Everyone around watched the tamer and his pet, not believing their eyes and not understanding where they got such incredible strength and control over the situation. The master carefully studied the statistics of the Dark King of Skeletons, analyzing his strength, tactics, and weaknesses in order to prepare for a possible confrontation and make the right decisions. As expected, his strength was significantly higher than that of ordinary professionals, but he lacked the experience and skills to fully control the situation. As far as the hero remembered, the reward for the quest was 2 skill books with which he could teach his pet new abilities and significantly increase its combat effectiveness. The first book was based on deadly provocation techniques, and the second taught how to deliver a supersonic blow to the enemy, making attacks extremely fast and dangerous. Therefore, without hesitation, the master began to carefully study his pet's new techniques, practicing each movement and improving his skills for future battles. Jinyan ran ahead, calling out loudly to her companion, trying to get his attention and warn him of possible danger on the way. He did not understand what she was doing in this location, watching her actions with curiosity and slight surprise, trying to find logic in her behavior. The girl did not answer the question, but only calmly asked if he had killed Chen Jun, watching his reaction closely and trying to assess his intentions. The young man wanted to do so, but was unable to because his attack was stopped by Pacey, who completely neutralized his attempt and forced him to retreat. Hearing this answer, the young lady rejoiced, realizing that her companion had not been harmed, and for a moment felt relief and peace in her heart. She explained that Chen Tianqi was his only son, and regardless of who killed him, the man would surely come after the culprit to restore justice with his own hands. Hearing this, Zhang said that she had previously risked her life to help him, and now she had come to safely convey important information and report on the events. In his opinion, she was a very loyal friend, always ready to support him in any danger and not abandon him in difficult situations. However, the young lady was not so satisfied as she had lost the opportunity for rebirth, and because of this, her level had significantly decreased, which caused her irritation and disappointment. The young man thought about her question, considering what to do next, weighing all the possible options and consequences of each decision in a difficult situation. Then he replied that first they needed to go home and rest, and at night he promised to take her to the third world, fulfilling his promise and planning their next steps together. Finally, in his room, the young man could calmly rest, relax, and regain his strength after the exhausting events of the day. But his peaceful state was disturbed by a call from an unknown number, which rang unexpectedly, forcing him to be alert and postpone his rest. The caller turned out to be Pishi, who immediately got to the point, forcing the young man to listen carefully and respond to his every word. He said that he had gotten the number from his girlfriend and just wanted to thank him for giving him a chance to start a new life, expressing his sincere gratitude for the opportunity for change. Chitsi was everything to him, and he was willing to do anything for her, but because of her loss, he lost his mind and allowed his emotions to completely take over. Pixie promised that he would first lead the higher guild through the third world, and then move forward to put an end to the baseness at the location and establish justice with his own hands. Smiling, the young man was glad that the mercenary understood everything and felt relieved, realizing that the situation was starting to move in the right direction. The morning sun gently lit the room, announcing the beginning of a new day and filling the space with warmth and hope for new events. A loud knock on the door abruptly woke the young man, forcing him to get up instantly and warily prepare for a possible uninvited guest. The courier informed him that a delivery had been ordered for him, and the young man carefully accepted the package, wondering what exactly had been sent to him and why. Opening the door, Zhang explained to the courier that he had not ordered anything, wondering how the package could have ended up at his doorstep and trying to understand the situation. But they shoved the envelope into his hands and the contents written inside shocked him, causing him to feel unexpected fear and surprise at the same time. Someone was eagerly awaiting his appearance at the professional tournament, preparing for the meeting and planning to test his strength and skills in the upcoming fight. The hero gradually realized that someone was watching him closely and already knew his true identity, which he had tried to hide from everyone around him. The music playing in the room suddenly changed, signaling an incoming phone call that caught the attention of everyone in the room. He was urgently questioned and ordered to immediately turn on the news to find out the latest developments that could influence further decisions. There was a detailed report on the start of the 100th anniversary tournament of Professional Glory, which attracted the attention of viewers from all over the world. The guild headquarters suddenly turned into a field of fierce battle, in which 42 professionals and an innocent girl were tragically killed, leaving everyone in shock. Zhang immediately realized that it was PC and his daughter, and that some vicious beasts had destroyed the entire mercenary guild, and spared not even an innocent child, leaving chaos in their wake. They were brutally murdered at 6 in the morning, and then the young man received a mysterious letter, and it seemed that all of this could somehow be connected, creating a mystery. The player realized that he could not stay in his apartment because of the danger, and urgently decided to look for new safe housing in another part of the city. After changing 3 taxis and circling the city center 3 times through different areas, he was finally sure that he had gotten rid of any possible tail, if there had been one at all. So the moment came when he finally decided to find a new home that would be a safe haven for him and a new start in life. The employee politely asked if he really intended to rent this apartment, watching his reaction closely and trying to understand his intentions. She had a great option for him, located close to the community, providing convenient access to all necessary services in a safe environment. The young man slowly walked through the room, carefully examining every corner, while the realtor diligently listed all the attractive features of the house, trying to convince him. Without even looking at the bedrooms, he quickly agreed to the offer, realizing that this house could be his new safe haven. She was delighted and immediately ready to prepare the contract to finalize the deal as quickly as possible and satisfy his decision. The phone suddenly rang again, and he quickly picked up the receiver, preparing to listen to the caller with anxiety and tension in his voice. Jinyan asked with interest whether their previous plan was still in effect, watching his reaction closely and trying to understand his intentions. So the hero finally rented an apartment and transferred all the necessary money, finally securing his new safe home and a new stage in his life. It was at that moment that he realized it was time to act decisively and begin his conquest of the third world, planning each step with precision and caution. The young lady was already waiting patiently for him, sitting nearby and observing everything around her, ready to greet him with interest and attention. Other hunters persistently invited her to join their team to help deal with the skeletons and effectively cope with the dangerous threat. But she politely declined, explaining that she already had her own group and could not join them, adhering to her previous commitments and plans. The strangers began to question her persistently again, following him closely, trying to convince her to join their team at any cost. Zhang stepped closer and confidently stated that the girl was with him, emphasizing his authority and protecting her from the intrusive strangers. Smiling warmly at him, she was genuinely happy to see him, feeling joy and relief at meeting him after a long wait. However, the hunters couldn't believe that one young man could help her, and again persistently offered to join their team, doubting his abilities. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the collar, shocking him with the unexpected action and forcing him to react instantly to the threat. Lu Yao inquisitively asked if he was really looking at the girl he considered his so-called brother, watching his reaction closely and trying to understand the truth. Coming closer, Zhao Yao quietly asked her not to draw unnecessary attention to herself so that the young man would not have any problems and could act calmly. Therefore, returning to the hunters, he resolutely ordered them to leave this place, demonstrating his authority and confidence in the situation. So the team was finally assembled, and all the members were ready to act together, joining forces for the trials and tasks ahead. They were also joined by the vice president and Sheng Yi to provide assistance and professional treatment to the wounded, ensuring the safety and support of the entire team. The player realized that this was unnecessary, so he asked them to just defend themselves and stay away from the battlefield, keeping safe and cautious. The girl talked to the young man about how Chen Tianqi was too cruel, not even protecting the little girl, and everyone knew that he was responsible, as well as about revenge for her son. Zhang said that everything was much more complicated than it might seem at first glance, hinting at hidden circumstances and secrets surrounding the situation. Being worried, she was afraid that her friend might be the next target, because he also had a dispute with Jun and was in potential danger. But the hero reassured her, assuring her that he was capable of standing up for himself and protecting himself, giving her a sense of security and confidence when she was with him. The other team members followed behind, offended that they had been left out, and kept to themselves silently, not engaging in conversation with the rest. The leader asked if everyone was ready for the challenge, looking intently at the team and waiting for confirmation of their readiness to act together. Without the slightest hint of doubt or fear, they confidently agreed, demonstrating their determination and readiness to face the challenge together. The system asked if the player wanted to form a team in order to clean up the third world in an organized and efficient manner, preparing for a dangerous mission. Without hesitation, the young man resolutely pressed the positive answer, confirming his decision to act decisively and take responsibility for the team. Then a portal suddenly opened before them, its flickering light inviting them to enter an unknown and dangerous world full of trials. All players entered the portal with the intention of completing the trials as quickly as possible and finishing the dangerous mission without unnecessary delays. The system solemnly congratulated the group of participants on their successful entry into the mysterious and dangerous third world, full of new adventures and trials. They quickly realized that ahead of them lay a huge and well-protected boss base that radiated a threatening atmosphere and danger. However, their attention was immediately drawn to the disturbing rustling and loud cries of monsters swirling around them in the air, creating a sense of constant danger. It was clear that the monsters were fiercely guarding their boss, circling around the base and ready to attack anyone who approached. The monster looked extremely powerful and was enormous in size, making it both frightening and impressive to anyone who saw it. The team stood with their heads raised to get a good look at the monster and assess its power and menacing appearance. The god of death, Kaisa, proved to be an extremely strong opponent in battle, demonstrating incredible strength and skill that frightened even experienced warriors. The hero quickly activated powerful detection technology that allowed him to track even the weakest signals from enemies in the surrounding environment. He immediately reviewed detailed statistics on the enemy to know exactly who he was facing and to assess its strength, weaknesses, and possible battle strategies. He was stronger than previous enemies, but now he had 2 pets and a full set of powerful necromancer equipment, which made him even more dangerous. The hunter's combat strength had increased significantly, so with this level of power, he felt confident and ready for any challenges in battle. The monster made a strange, eerie sound that was unlike anything familiar and frightened everyone around with its unusualness. Suddenly, numerous monsters began to emerge from the ground in front of the team, rushing towards them and creating a chaotic and dangerous situation. Zhang instantly called his pets to help so they could join the fight and support the team in their battle against the advancing monsters. Right behind him stood the Dark King of Skeletons, along with a skeleton warrior, ready to support Zhang and attack the enemies with ruthless force. A new task was added to their orders: to eliminate all enemies in front of them without exception, ensuring absolute superiority in battle. The servants immediately began to carry out their master's orders, obeying him unquestioningly and preparing to attack the enemies. On the other hand, the hero, wasting no time, instantly rushed into the attack, directing all his strength to destroy his enemies. All enemies in the surrounding environment were suddenly engulfed in a powerful sphere of fire that burned with incredible intensity and devastated everything in its path. Even Shengyi did not expect such enormous damage, because previously, even with 4 allies, it was difficult for them to kill one skeleton, and now the hero had destroyed an entire group on his own. Returning to the team, the leader calmly explained that he would deal with the boss himself, leaving the rest of the group safe and ready to provide support if necessary. He ordered the team to protect themselves, paying special attention to Liu Yao, who had only recently been reborn and was still weak in battle. The president promised to stay away from danger and assured everyone that everything would be fine and no one would be hurt during the battle. The Dark King of Skeletons was to use his deadly laughter to distract the god of death and give his allies the opportunity to attack unhindered. The other skeleton warriors were to destroy all other creatures around them, clearing the battlefield and ensuring absolute superiority for their side. So, together, they instantly began to launch powerful attacks on the boss, coordinating their actions for maximum effectiveness and damage. The team immediately noticed that the leader's minions were incredibly strong, demonstrating superhuman strength and skill in battle against their enemies. The player paid no attention to anyone around him, completely focused and accurately targeting his goal, preparing for a devastating blow. They saw that the level 30 boss with 3 stars was a mere monster compared to the power of Zhang, who clearly surpassed him in strength and skill. Xiao Yao asked Shengyi not to comment and to take everything as seriously as possible, realizing the danger and importance of the situation. The hunter and his pets continued to unleash powerful attacks on the monster, leaving it no chance to recover. The final triple strike was so powerful that it instantly destroyed the boss, leaving behind only ruins and the echoes of its power. The system solemnly congratulated Zero on his brilliant victory and generously awarded him all the rewards he deserved for his outstanding achievements in battle. The team just watched him silently, admiring his skill and incredible strength, which exceeded their expectations. Then messages from other members of the group appeared on the screen, expressing their admiration and joy at his victory. Liu Yao understood that they were the first in history to defeat the boss of the Third World, setting a new record and gaining incredible fame. Zhang asked the team what their plans were for the future and suggested that they go to the Fourth World together for new adventures and challenges. He understood that their strength was not yet sufficient, so they needed to level up and strengthen their abilities before facing new challenges. Luyo and Jinyan agreed and decided to stay in the Third World to improve their skills, level up, and become stronger for future battles. Opening the portal, the player stepped through it without hesitation, confidently entering the new world and preparing for the next trials. He decided to rest a little and gather his strength so that the next day he could fully immerse himself in the trials of the Fourth World. Suddenly, his hand accidentally touched something soft on the bed, causing unexpected shock and surprise. The young man was so frightened by the unexpected touch that he jumped back sharply, losing his balance and slowed down by fear. The stranger was fast asleep on his bed in his new apartment, unaware that her presence would surprise and frighten the owner. From her sleep, she quietly but insistently asked someone to immediately remove their hands and said that she could easily turn over by herself without anyone's help. The young man was deeply shocked by such unexpected events and the mysterious person standing in front of him with an impassive and cold expression on her face. Calling the realtor, he cautiously asked if she had really found him an affordable communal apartment in a decent neighborhood with acceptable living conditions. The woman calmly explained that he would easily be able to make friends with his roommates, as they were friendly, sociable people, open to new acquaintances and living together. Zhang couldn't remember when he had heard such words from her before, and this strange feeling of uncertainty made him doubt his own memory even more. In response, she confidently said that they had an honest business and had made every effort to find him a really good, comfortable apartment with decent living conditions. Having resolved the issue, the young man calmly asked them to find him another apartment where he could live completely alone, in peace, without roommates or unnecessary worries. The company agreed and explained in detail that they would definitely call him as soon as they found different apartment options so that he could choose the most convenient and comfortable one for himself. Turning around, the young man quickly left the room, feeling a mixture of relief and uncertainty about what had happened inside. He remembered that the letter mentioned something about the National League, where the strength of a nation was measured not only by its conquests of other worlds, but also by its high ranking in the world rankings. In his past life, the player had died too early, and now he had to make every effort to surpass his previous record and reach new heights. To get into the Pro League, he had to reach level 30, so he had to hurry, do his best, and not waste a single minute. Opening the portal, the player consciously decided to go to the afterlife, feeling both excitement and fear of the unknown dangers and mysteries that awaited him ahead. But his attention was suddenly drawn to a notification on his phone, which lit up brightly on the screen and distracted him from preparing for the transition to the other world. Liu Yao turned to him for help, explaining that he was currently facing minor problems that he could not solve on his own and needed outside support. His friend was in the wild lands of the Third World, where harsh conditions, dangerous creatures, and constant challenges required him to be extremely cautious and quick-witted. 3 hunters stood before him and questioned whether he could really handle it, to make sure their time would not be wasted on a risky venture. He said that a real man would never say he couldn't do something on his own, emphasizing that his team had failed to clear the map, but his older brother would definitely be able to handle the task on his own. When he got to his buddy, Zhang asked carefully what happened, trying to figure out all the details and reasons for the mess, which was really bothering him. The guild president was clearly pleased to see him, appreciating his skills, determination, and potential for future joint tasks and important missions. The women couldn't believe that an ordinary monster tamer was able to complete the quest on his own, as his success exceeded all their expectations and ideas of what was possible. Smiling, Liu Yao asked him to join the team to clear the area together, because while they were working together, all the kills effectively went into one chest, increasing the effectiveness of the operations. The map boss was level 27, and even 10 experienced guys couldn't handle him, so the reputation of the Supreme Guild leader was seriously questioned in the eyes of all members. Entering the portal, the hero sternly ordered everyone to stay outside and under no circumstances to enter with him, in order to avoid danger and not expose anyone to unnecessary risk. The hunters believed that men like to stand out, but life showed that luck always smiled more on those they considered fools than on those who sought to prove themselves. 3 minutes later, the young man appeared before them, and the team could not understand what had happened, because his unexpected arrival completely disrupted all their expectations and plans. He said that everything had already been done, and added that he now needed to go about his business without being distracted by other people's concerns or unnecessary details. The girls were very confused that the quest was really over, because they did not expect that it could be completed so quickly and efficiently. Liu Yao understood that they had argued earlier, so according to the terms of the agreement, one of the girls had to be his girlfriend for a whole week, fulfilling all the rules and responsibilities. One of them said she would meet him later, and without waiting for a response, walked away, leaving him standing there with a feeling of slight surprise and anticipation. The hero heard that he was called Asura and instantly became alert, sensing that this name carried a powerful force and hidden danger that could change the course of events. Without turning around, the player calmly reminded her that Asura had died in battle 100 years ago, adding that she should know this, emphasizing the obviousness of the fact and his calm control over the situation. The huntress was stubborn and sincerely believed that he was hiding in this very place, convinced that she was standing before the young man who had long been the object of her search and observation. Grabbing her by the throat, Zhang sternly asked if she had sent the letter or if it had been someone else's initiative, in order to get to the bottom of the situation and find out the truth. The girl replied by asking him to help her with a few things, promising that after that she would answer all his questions in detail and clarify the situation. In order to get him to agree, she swore that she would not say a word to anyone, and that all the details would remain strictly between them, keeping the secret from outsiders. Zhang understood that if he killed her, he would risk losing his advantage, as it would disrupt his plans, jeopardize his control over the situation, and undermine his strategy for further action. So he calmly asked what exactly needed to be done, seeking to understand the exact actions and steps that would allow him to complete the task correctly and effectively. She confidently said that she wanted them to join forces in the Pro League, emphasizing the importance of cooperation and joint efforts to achieve a high level of gaming success. She hoped that he would guide her through the city qualifying competitions, supporting her every step of the way, and helping her overcome any difficulties that might arise during the performance. The boy thought that everything she did was motivated solely by financial gain and doubted the sincerity of her intentions, watching her every move and action. However, the huntress said that this was not the case at all, explaining that her main goal was to find out what she was really capable of by testing her own limits and abilities. Upon his return, he said that the reason did not matter and instructed her to come only when she reached level 30 and officially applied to participate in the national tournament. The girl was surprised and delighted at the same time, and feeling excited, decided to immediately add the player to her contacts in order to keep in touch with him and share news about her progress. Then she started walking in the direction he was going, carefully approaching him so as not to get lost, and at the same time keeping him in her field of vision, feeling a sense of excitement inside. Zhang said that she didn't need to follow him, but should only come after she had submitted her application, emphasizing the importance of following the rules and procedures. The system asked if the player really wanted to choose the world to move to, waiting for his confirmation or rejection before starting the transfer process. And the young man moved to the fourth world of the Valley of Dragons, feeling the new environment envelop him with unusual sounds, smells, and the atmosphere of a mysterious adventure. His safe zone at that time remained the Temple of Light, where he could rest, recharge his strength, and prepare for new trials in the dangerous world of the Valley of Dragons. Looking around, he realized what the world of dragons was really like, feeling the immense power of the creatures that inhabited it and the incredible beauty and danger of every corner. The hunter was given detailed information about the location where he was, including all the features of the terrain, the location of dangerous areas, and potential resources for survival and strategy. When he reached level 30 and completed the second class changes, he would unlock a second pet slot, so he dreamed of getting a real flying dragon. To begin with, he had to take on quests, completing tasks, gaining experience and resources to gradually increase his level and get closer to his dream of a real dragon. The quest took place in the Dark Mountains, where dangerous paths, rocky slopes, and hidden traps forced him to act cautiously and carefully to complete the task at hand. He had to destroy 12 giant dragons of darkness, who possessed incredible strength and cunning, forcing him to plan every move and use all his skills to survive. A prerequisite for completing the world quest was gaining trust, which required him to show courage, honesty, and a willingness to help other inhabitants of the dragon world. This was the only way to destroy the monsters, because without gaining their trust, no one took him seriously or helped him prepare for battle. Without the support necessary to defeat the powerful creatures, he had to act cautiously, thinking through every step and using all resources to survive. Therefore, the master and his pets set to work, coordinating their actions, using everyone's abilities, and devising a strategy for the successful completion of the task. The Skeleton King proved to be a good ally and reliable assistant, providing strategic support, valuable information, and strength in the battle against powerful enemies. His high level of defense was powerful, as the damage inflicted by the dragon was almost insignificant to him, and with the help of his pets, the forces should have been enough to defeat the enemy. After reading the system message, the player realized that this would allow him to spend more time studying ways to complete the quest. However, his attention was drawn to a strange noise that stood out sharply from the usual sounds of the location, causing him to be alert and carefully look around. A flock of dragons was flying toward him, their wings creating powerful gusts of wind, and their fiery eyes glowed menacingly, forcing him to prepare for a fierce battle. It was clear that the quest was of a secret type, and he was facing such a task for the first time, feeling both excitement and anxiety about the unknown trials ahead. So the player could increase the completion rate to rare by using the strategy, agility, and skills of his pets to achieve maximum efficiency. Without hesitation, Zhang decided to immediately increase all indicators, using available resources and abilities to quickly improve the chances of successfully completing the quest. The difficulty of the task increased, and at the same time, the list of rewards was updated, adding valuable items, rare resources, and opportunities for further character development. With his pets, the master decided to check out the situation, carefully moving around the location, assessing threats and potential opportunities for effective task completion. It became clear that they had already begun the battle, and the fierce clashes, loud rumblings, and fiery cries of the dragons testified to a fierce struggle for control of the territory. The dragons emitted an incredible amount of flame that engulfed the space, scorched the ground, and posed a deadly threat to anyone nearby. The battle was one-sided, as the dragons of darkness were no match for the dragons of light, and so the quest seemed relatively easy, offering a chance to quickly complete the task and receive rewards. But everything turned out to be not as simple as it seemed, because unpredictable attacks, cunning traps, and changing combat conditions created constant difficulties and required maximum concentration. A mighty dragon of darkness appeared in the field of vision, its huge wings raising powerful gusts of wind, and its fiery eyes glowing with deadly menace, forcing everyone around to tense up. The Skeleton King defended his master from attack, bravely engaging in combat, blocking blows, and using his skills to minimize damage and keep the enemy at bay. The Lord of the Battle Dragons of Darkness was level 35 and possessed a physical attack type, delivering powerful blows capable of breaking through most of his opponent's defensive barriers. His minions stood on either side of him, and the player thought that the quest was actually seeking his demise, as enemies surrounded him on all sides and posed a deadly threat. The monster said that the Light faction was doomed, and remaining their ally meant equating oneself with death, forcing the player to think about the risks and consequences of his actions. The boy was shocked that the enemy knew human language, as he had never before encountered a monster capable of communicating in understandable words and expressing threatening thoughts. The dragon decided to give him one chance to renounce the light and join the dark faction, promising to spare his life only if he did so, presenting him with a choice that would determine his fate. It was quite clear that going up against 3 dragons of such an incredibly high level meant certain death, and any defeat of the player would result in a loss of level and double punishment. It seemed to him that this was not a hidden quest at all, but a cunningly planned trap created by the most powerful dragons of darkness to test the player's courage. Zhang told him that if he was unable to defeat the enemy by force, the wisest thing to do would be to take charge and lead the way in this dangerous situation. These words made a strong impression on the enemy and even made him listen more carefully to every word Zhang said, assessing his power and intelligence. So they opened a huge portal, the light of which blinded the eyes, and the character slowly approached, preparing to boldly enter its glow, not knowing what awaited inside. The young man hesitated, feeling both fear and excitement, his heart pounding wildly, his mind trying to predict the dangers that might await beyond the portal. But then he took a decisive step forward and boldly entered the portal, feeling his body fill with energy and readiness for unknown trials. The dragons of darkness instantly followed him, their huge wings stirring up the wind, their eyes burning with rage, ready to tear apart anyone who stood in their way. Soon they found themselves in a huge hall of darkness, where shadows cast from the walls and the cold breath of air created a sense of danger at every turn. He quickly realized that this area was not marked as a safe zone, and any careless step could lead to an immediate threat to his life and freedom. Ahead stood the formidable leader of the Dark Dragon Knights, Goya, his massive armor reflecting the dim light, his gaze radiating strength and unwavering determination in the face of any enemy. Together, they were preparing to destroy the hypocritical dragons of light and take control of the entire valley, establishing absolute power and unquestionable dominion over all its inhabitants. As far as the young man knew, no player had yet dared to leave the faction of the dragons of light of the Fourth World, and his own decision could be the first risky step in this dangerous game. To prove his unquestionable loyalty, he had to go to the Temple of Light and destroy several huge giant dragons that guarded its secrets and power. The clan of other dragons assigned quests through NPCs, but the head of the clan of darkness could also do this, the only difference being that the reward for completion was significantly higher and tempted players into more dangerous tasks. The giant dragons of light were almost equal in strength to the dragons of darkness. Their history was almost mirrored, so it didn't matter who to kill because both sides had the same power and cruelty. Unexpectedly, he received a message from a girl who asked him to help her with a quest and promised to generously share the funds she earned, tempting him to take a risk and get involved in a dangerous business. However, the guy replied that he was only willing to help with the qualifying stages of the quest, but would not perform the task for her, leaving all the risk and responsibility on her shoulders. But she replied that if he agreed to come, she would reveal an important secret about Asura that could radically change his understanding of the game and its mysteries. The hero thought deeply, pondering the offer, because it seemed extremely interesting and could open up new opportunities for him that he had not even suspected before. The huntress was already waiting impatiently for him at the specified location, carefully scanning the surroundings and preparing for a meeting that could radically change the course of their adventure. Zhang slowly approached the huntress, carefully stepping along the rocky path, his gaze focused and his heart beating fast with anticipation and uncertainty. At first, she apologized to the hero and explained that she had to complete the quest with her friends, but they had let her down. The deadline was only half a day away, and it was too late to look for a new team, and he was the strongest of all her acquaintances. The young man said angrily that he didn't care about the drama with her fake friends, so he ordered her to hurry up and complete the task without delay, urging her to act decisively. Bowing her head, she silently agreed with his decision, feeling both respect for his determination and an inner desire to prove her own strength and dedication to the quest. Jinyan saw her companion and was deeply surprised that he had ended up in that world, where he had already completed all the difficult tasks, demonstrating incredible skill and experience. And then, suddenly, the same stranger appeared in her field of vision, walking confidently and mysteriously, attracting Jinyan's attention and forcing her to watch her every move intently. She introduced herself as Ning Tiatian, a cousin, her voice sounding confident, her gaze radiating mystery and power, forcing everyone present to listen to her every word. Turning to him, she promised to keep everything strictly confidential. Her words sounded decisive, and her eyes reflected a sincere willingness not to reveal any secrets to anyone. Seeing their determination and trust, Jinyan also decided to join them and help them, feeling that joint action could significantly increase their chances of success in completing the dangerous quest. With this decision, the young man smiled quietly, as if sincerely pleased with the appearance of his friend and the fact that their team had now become stronger and ready for new challenges. Without wasting any time, the team immediately got down to business, clearly dividing responsibilities and moving in unison to complete the task as quickly as possible. The comrades acted strictly according to their old plan, performing each step with precision and coordination, adhering to a proven strategy that had previously brought success in similar situations. Attacking the zombies, the group effectively combined their forces, synchronizing their strikes and magical abilities to destroy their enemies quickly and without unnecessary losses. So it turned out to be easy to destroy them, because the coordinated actions and combined strength of the team allowed them to effectively neutralize each zombie, leaving minimal chance for error. Tia Tian looked at the huntress with admiration, her eyes shining with respect and curiosity as she watched her skill and confident actions in battle. She clearly understood that the huntress was much more confident and experienced than she was, every movement radiating determination and control over the situation, which aroused Tia Tian's admiration and desire to learn. Shocked to see how quickly they completed the task, she couldn't say a word. Her mouth remained open and her eyes wide with incredible surprise and admiration. The others noticed the same tamer who had previously helped them defeat the boss. His presence added a sense of reliability and confidence, as everyone knew about his extraordinary abilities and experience. The girl carefully checked her statistics after completing the quest, comparing the results achieved with previous indicators and evaluating her own progress and effectiveness in completing tasks. Then she sincerely thanked the team for their help, expressing her gratitude for their support and coordinated work, which allowed them to complete the quest quickly and successfully. Jinyan said she was in a hurry because she needed to meet Zhang in the fourth world on time, where new tasks and dangerous trials awaited them. When her companion left, the player immediately asked about the secret he was supposed to learn, expecting important information that could significantly change his understanding of the game and future events. Tiatian said that Asura lived in the city of Linhai, in the Shiyue yachting community, and his presence there could be crucial for future events and the revelation of the world's secrets. The player became angry because he could not understand who exactly was standing in front of him and how she could know so much important information. His indignation was mixed with a feeling of anxiety and suspicion. So he ordered his pet to grab her by the throat, asking disturbing questions, his tone stern and demanding the truth, forcing her to nervously look for a way out of the situation. She calmly reminded him that she would tell him everything only after he provided her with the necessary assistance and fulfilled his promise without any objections. The skeleton continued to mercilessly squeeze her throat, not loosening his bony fingers, while she desperately tried to break free and take at least a sip of air. However, the master ordered in a cold and authoritative tone to release her immediately, allowing no objections or unnecessary movements from his subordinates. He decided that he would do nothing more, sternly ordering her to return only when she reached the 30th level and became significantly stronger. Zhang understood that in order to ensure complete safety, it was necessary to leave the residence immediately after completing the quest, without delay. In the fourth world, the city of destruction, unbridled chaos reigned everywhere, spreading through the streets, engulfing every corner, and leaving only fear and devastation in its wake. The god of war could not understand how Tiatian could have betrayed him, for he trusted her unconditionally and considered her his closest ally among all. The team that kidnapped her carefully concealed their number and identities, knowing only that the monster tamer existed and that among his subordinates was the mighty king of skeletons. Suddenly, a loud announcement rang out that the Dragon of Darkness had finally left the area of defeat, leaving behind a tense and anxious silence. So the man finally decided to complete the quest first, focusing on each task and carefully planning his next steps to achieve success without mistakes. Ahead of them stood the same tamer, tall and confident, with a cold gaze that immediately showed his power and readiness for any battle. They noticed him immediately because his majestic posture and piercing gaze stood out amid the surrounding chaos, attracting the attention of everyone nearby. The leader watched mockingly as his assistants were frightened by his presence, and the stranger brazenly sought to take the prey, not hesitating to challenge him. And then they actually asked him to help carry the heavy equipment, unaware of how much of an additional burden it would place on him. Zhang wondered if anyone could clear the third world so quickly, or if he was facing true veterans of unknown origin whose strength exceeded all expectations. The man asked himself incredulously, did he really want to confront the powerful guild of the god of war? Knowing the danger and the huge difference in strength, the hero had never heard of them before, but he remained cautious nonetheless, understanding that they carried out various tasks and could pose an unpredictable threat. Therefore, ignoring his opponents and their threats, he resolutely went in the other direction, determined to reach his goal on his own terms. The assistants calmed the leader, trying to appease his anger at the fact that an ordinary tamer had disobeyed his orders and shown unexpected disobedience. The vice captain saw that luck had smiled on them and realized that now they could significantly increase the level of the quest, taking advantage of the unexpected opportunity for advancement. All they had to do was get rid of the boss and receive their well-deserved rewards by completing the task as quickly and flawlessly as possible, so as not to miss their chance. The dragon was an extremely strong opponent, its power and agility exceeding all expectations, forcing enemies to act cautiously and deliberately at every turn. They flew above the hunters like helpless prey, surveying the area from above and feeling complete superiority over those who could not defend themselves. The Guild of the God of Death instantly rushed into battle, unleashing incredible power and deadly coordination on their enemies, causing everyone around them to feel real fear. Suddenly, an unknown force took hold of the leader, penetrating his body and mind, paralyzing his will, and causing him to feel a cold fear of the unknown source. He did not understand what had happened because everything happened too quickly, and his mind could not process the strange and disturbing events taking place around him. But later it became clear to him that they were not alone on the battlefield, and forces capable of changing the course of events at any moment were lurking nearby. The Lord of Darkness suddenly appeared before them, majestic and menacing, his dark wings spread wide, filling the air with a sense of danger and power. And then it became clear that the same tamer was walking ahead of him, striding confidently and demonstrating his strength and readiness for any challenge. The man scoffed, not believing that the young man could handle the boss on his own, perceiving his actions as incredible and almost impossible for an ordinary person. Zhang said that he had warned them for the first and last time, emphasizing that they needed to leave the boss's territory immediately to avoid irreparable danger and serious consequences. The guild leader loudly ordered the immediate killing of the enemy, his words sounding authoritative and ruthless, forcing his subordinates to act without hesitation or doubt. The members of the organization stood at the ready, focused and determined, waiting for the signal to begin their attack on the enemies. But less than a minute later, the tamer instantly used his powerful spell, forcing the enemies to retreat and turning the tide of battle in his favor. Nothing remained of the warriors, their bodies and armor completely destroyed, leaving behind only devastation and silent fear. The system announced that his sin level remained at 0 for such a killing, confirming that his actions were justified and had no negative consequences for his karma. They all couldn't understand how he managed to kill the archer so quickly and wondered why the dragon didn't attack him despite the obvious threat. The player stood next to the monster, protecting it from any danger, closely monitoring the environment and ready to intervene at any moment. The quest's objective was to protect the dragon at all costs and prevent its death by controlling all threats and responding quickly to dangers. So, summoning his pet, he instantly sent it to the enemies, allowing the creature to deal with them quickly and efficiently, leaving no chance for resistance. It was then that the guild realized that the tamer standing before them was actually an ally of the Dragon of Darkness, and his actions were intended to protect the powerful creature from any threats. It was not difficult for the leader to guess that it was his girlfriend who had approached him, because her behavior and gaze betrayed her true intentions and emotions, which she was trying to hide. Zheng said that he had failed the previous secret quest, but promised that nothing like this would ever happen again, and that from now on he would do his utmost to succeed. Enraged by the betrayal, the leader coldly ordered the members of the organization to immediately finish off the damn monster tamer, leaving him no chance of escape. However, they faced a serious problem in the form of a dragon of darkness that appeared unexpectedly and, with its terrifying roar, made everyone feel the approach of an inevitable threat. The warriors understood perfectly well that the vice captain was deliberately sending them to their certain death, hiding his true intentions behind a cold smile and ruthless orders. Launching a devastating attack on them, the young man did not allow his enemies to escape, mercilessly blocking all routes of retreat and keeping them under constant pressure. Everything around suddenly burst into bright flames, engulfing buildings and trees, leaving behind only thick smoke and cold, lifeless ashes. The guild leader decided to temporarily retreat to report everything to the head of the organization and return to the attack only when the long-awaited reinforcements arrived. So they retreated, carefully backing away under the cover of their shields and keeping their eyes on the enemy, who could launch another attack at any moment. Zhang had to complete the quest within 24 hours, constantly rushing and thinking through every step, because the enemies would soon return and leave him no room for error. He also did not understand which girl was being referred to, searching his memory for familiar faces and trying to find at least some clue among his memories. On the forum, he decided to ask about the God of War Guild and find out where its members came from and what secrets they hid behind their power. It became clear that the opponents were extremely strong, and he immediately realized the need to call on allies for help in order to have at least a small chance of survival. So he asked the dragon to wait at the location, leaving on his own and promising to return as soon as possible to fulfill his promise and continue the fight. When Jinyan saw that her companion was going to fight the God of War Guild, she was shocked and could not hide her fear and concern for his life. She decided to complete all the quests as quickly as possible, deal with the boss, and prepare to leave for the Fourth World without delay. Goya couldn't believe that he would have to face the forces of light on his own land, and asked if he could ask the hunter for help in this dangerous matter. He had heard that when the side of light gave quests, it never offered help, so it was unexpected that the Clan of Darkness would decide to do something completely different, breaking all the rules. Therefore, Zhang asked for help during the battle with the God of War Guild, and Darkness assured him that it would never leave its follower to fight alone, even in the most dangerous moments. Suddenly, the system announced that the Dragon Corpse had been attacked, instantly grabbing his attention and forcing him to prepare for a new unpredictable encounter. The young man was confused by how quickly everything had started, not having had time to comprehend the situation, and his thoughts flitted frantically from one possibility to another. So he decided to go first, with the darkness following behind, watching his every move and ready to intervene at any moment. The dragon's roar could be heard all around, echoing over the location, breaking the silence and causing everyone present to feel cold fear and anxiety. The creature directed a devastating attack at the enemy with its flames, engulfing them in a wall of fire and forcing them to retreat under the heat and smoke. However, they were under a protective dome that absorbed the flames, protecting them from harm and preventing the fire from reaching their enemies' bodies. The guild leader ordered his subordinates to surround the Dragon of Darkness on all sides and give it no chance to escape. The warrior's magic enveloped the monster, enveloping it in light and restraining its every movement, preventing the beast from using its full power against them. Therefore, they decided to rush into the attack while the magic was active, using every moment of advantage to inflict maximum damage on the monster. They did not even suspect that destroying the dragon would not be so easy, as its strength and endurance exceeded all their expectations and wildest calculations. The lightning technique instantly eliminated the hunters, striking them with electric shocks and leaving behind only smoke and scorched fragments of their equipment. Zhang approached the battlefield, carefully navigating through the chaos and ruins, preparing for a clash with enemies and unpredictable dangers. Upon seeing the enemy, the man loudly demanded that they be destroyed immediately, leaving no doubt about the seriousness of the situation and the danger posed by the enemy. The young man said calmly that if they did not want to die, they should leave, maintaining a cold gaze and firmly demonstrating his determination in his words. The protege stood behind his master, acting as a protective shield, ready at any moment to take the enemy's blow and protect him from danger. The opponents did not stop and decided to separate the boss and the tamer, trying to weaken their combined strength and gain an advantage in the battle. The player saw the guild leader, the lightning mage, in front of him and instantly realized that it was he who had attacked the dragon, causing him to feel fear and tension at the same time. The power of the two sides was extremely powerful, creating incredible pressure and destructive energy that made the earth tremble under their blows. Preventing the attacks from reaching the boy, the Skeleton King protected him, creating a dense protective barrier and deflecting all enemy blows. The Lightning Mage knew that his attacks were usually enough to eliminate all level 30 players, but his protege didn't even get a scratch, which surprised and alarmed him. On the battlefield, they attacked the chain structure technique, disrupting its design and forcing the warriors to adapt to the rapidly changing conditions of battle. So the enemy rushed forward, breaking through the line of defense and trying to reach the main targets on the battlefield as quickly as possible. The Lightning Mage did not stop, mercilessly trying to eliminate the Tamer, directing all the power of his electrical attacks at him and leaving no time for rest. However, he was taking more and more hits, feeling the enemy's attacks piercing his defenses and sapping his strength step by step. Getting to his feet, he tried to block the attacks, straining every muscle and steadfastly holding his defense against the relentless onslaught of the enemy. It was only because of one opponent that he had to go so far, overcoming fatigue and pain to continue fighting and not retreat in the face of danger. But indeed, the man saw that the young man before him was a monster, and this discovery instantly changed his perception of who he was dealing with. Confidently, the head of the God of War Guild said that the hunter would never be able to defeat him, even in the most dangerous battle that would one day come. In response, Zhang said that even if they exhausted all the resources of their organization, they would not be able to complete the quest and achieve their desired goal under any circumstances. The dragon made a hollow sound, as if confirming the Tamer's words and demonstrating his complete agreement with his decisive statement in front of everyone present. All of his assistants rose into the sky, soaring above the ground at the same time, like shadows of huge wings enveloping the space around them. This situation only shocked the man even more, leaving him speechless and unable to comprehend the magnitude of what was happening around him. The player asked what they wanted in order to avoid a confrontation and find a peaceful solution that would satisfy all parties without any violence or conflict. The guild leader thought for a moment and remained silent, deeply pondering the question, giving no answer that could shed light on his intentions. Suddenly, he raised his hand to all his subordinates and ordered them to retreat, forcing them to immediately cease any action and obey his command without question. The assistant was restless and suggested various ways to attack, but the leader realized that for the sake of one quest, he could lose the entire guild and be left without allies. He was concerned about only one question: why neither the dragon's corpse nor the 3 black dragon lords were attacking the Tamer, leaving him completely surprised and anxious. All the creatures stood behind him, like a talisman, ready to protect him from any danger that might appear around them at any moment. It was then that it occurred to them that the young man was not there to destroy the boss, but to protect him, which completely changed their perception of the situation and the young man's intentions. Therefore, the guild realized that the task was impossible to accomplish, and that any attempts to achieve the goal were doomed to failure even before the start of the action. Returning to his assistant, the leader asked him to inform the hunter that he would meet him again, preparing him for a possible unexpected encounter in the near future. In his mind, he did not want to give up, but sought to destroy the one who had taken his girlfriend, feeling rage and determination pulsing in every breath he took. A day passed after the battle, and the young man was still with the dragons, feeling their presence and trying to understand the mystery surrounding their power and behavior. The system announced that he had successfully defended the dragon's corpse and completed the task, confirming his skill and determination in performing even the most dangerous trials. The beast began to howl with joy, radiating excitement and emotional elation, enveloping everything around it with its powerful energy and vitality. Then it lowered its head to the young man when he asked it to fly, demonstrating obedience and willingness to carry out any command without hesitation. So the flock of dragons flew away from the location, remaining alive and preserving their strength and majesty, only to reappear when their time came. At that moment, the player had reached level 28 and had a 3rd level of trust with the leader of the Dark Clan, Goya, which gave him certain privileges and influence in his relationships with powerful allies. Finally, everything was done. The reward turned out to be quite good, and the destruction could be given to the Skeleton King, completing the task completely and without any problems. Upon reaching level 30, 6 slots and a second pet should open up, which will significantly expand the player's capabilities in combat and interaction with other creatures in the game. The player decided to save the eggs for later, as they may turn out to contain rare rewards that could significantly enhance his abilities and advantages in future adventures. Suddenly, a message appeared informing him that his friend was asking for help, forcing him to immediately focus and decide how to respond to the urgent need. His location was in the city of ruins, where destroyed buildings and empty streets created a sense of constant danger and chaos around him. The vice captain was already waiting for the hunter in that place, watching his every move closely and preparing for possible unexpected developments. As soon as his assistants saw him, they were to report to him immediately, relaying important information and ensuring a timely response to any threat. It wasn't long before Zhang appeared in the square, striding confidently among the crowd and attracting the attention of everyone present with his determination and strength. The man ordered that the chief be notified immediately so that he could come with reinforcements, providing support and backup in a critical situation. The player understood what awaited him and prepared for the trials ahead, anticipating the dangers and difficulties that might arise along the way. The Guild of the God of Death decided to see what his abilities and confidence would be without the help of the dragons, in order to assess his true strength and independence in battle. Then the boy realized that they had been demoted because they had failed the quest, and that now he would have to work harder to regain his status. The angry man said that it was because of him that the task had gone awry, and that the girl had left them, intensifying his anger and feelings of guilt towards everyone. Throughout the entire conversation, Zhang never understood who the girl was, remaining confused and perplexed about the person being discussed. The enemy rushed towards him, moving quickly and aggressively, preparing to strike without any sign of hesitation or attempt to stop. Between them, a spell destroyed the ground, stopping the attack and creating a barrier that prevented the opponent from advancing further. The leader did not understand who dared to stop him, feeling shock and uncertainty in the face of an unknown force that had interfered with his plans. But ahead of him appeared the guild leader, walking confidently and demonstrating his strength, ready to intervene in the situation and take control of events. Breathing a sigh of relief, he saw that the leader had come to his aid, bringing a sense of relief and hope at a critical moment. Immediately, reports began to come in that they had found the young man who had thwarted their mission and were ready to attack, heightening the tension in the whole situation. The lightning mage replied that he would handle it himself, demonstrating confidence and readiness to overcome any threat on his own without outside help. Leaning forward, the young man remained silent, thinking about the situation and focusing on his next steps, without uttering a sound or showing any emotion. However, the guild leader continued, calling him brother, emphasizing the bond and trust that existed between them despite the tense situation. And then he invited him to join his guild, the God of War, offering an alliance and the opportunity to become part of a powerful organization. This offer was a chance for redemption, opening up the possibility to correct his mistakes and restore his honor and reputation among his allies. Zhang asked if they had eyes on their foreheads as no one stopped to look at people from above, showing his surprise and ironic attitude towards the situation. The man realized that the offer had been rejected, and his face was filled with disappointment, feeling the loss of an opportunity to influence the young man. Behind him, a voice asked if anyone dared to touch their comrade, causing tension and fear among all those present. Liu Yao strode confidently toward them, unable to comprehend how they dared to attack a senior member of the Supreme Guild, feeling indignant and ready to defend the honor of the organization. The young man and his enemy stood in the middle of the square, tensely sizing each other up and preparing for the inevitable conflict. On the other side, the members of the Misty Rain Pavilion were ready to defend Zhang, standing at the ready and prepared to fight for his safety. The assistant head was shocked by those standing behind the tamer, feeling fear and surprise at the unexpected strength of the allies. The leader himself did not understand if they really wanted to become enemies of the second-ranked guild in the province, feeling surprise and anxiety at their audacity. Smiling, Liu Yao did not understand what was so special about them being second, and whether he was more handsome or richer, showing his contempt for their status. Jinyan warned that if they so much as touched Zhang with a finger, the pavilion would not stand idly by and would immediately intervene, protecting him at all costs. When the Lightning Mage's warriors wanted to rush into the attack, the leader ordered them to stand still, restraining them from rash actions and controlling the situation. Returning, they decided to leave the city of ruins, leaving it empty and devastated after all the events and battles that had taken place there. The assistant was restless, wanting to fight everyone, feeling a wave of anger and a desire to prove his power in battle without any restrictions. But they couldn't just waste resources, because international competitions were about to begin, which required maximum preparation and strategic planning. With such well-developed skills and the help of two large guilds, the Tamar will most likely experience an incredible story that will be remembered for a long time. The head of the God of War Guild decided that he had to take him in, seeing in him enormous potential and a valuable ally for his plans. Approaching the young man, his companions asked about his condition, concerned for his safety and ready to help if necessary. The girl and Liu Yao were alarmed that they had dared to attack the hunter, feeling shocked and uneasy at the audacity of their opponents. However, Zhang did not know what was going on, why both friends were looking for him, remaining surprised and confused by the reasons for their behavior. At the same time, they asked the tamer to join their guild, offering an alliance and support for common goals and future tasks. Meeting each other's gaze, they began to shoot lightning bolts at each other, radiating power and tension that could be felt in the air between them. The dispute between the comrades gained momentum, inflaming emotions and creating a tense atmosphere in which everyone was ready to defend their position. The girl was already prepared to pay money for Liu to give up Zhang, seeking to resolve the conflict in her favor and protect her own interests. And when she heard that he had offered the young man some young ladies, she started shouting, calling him vulgar and expressing outrage at his behavior. In turn, the president did not lag behind and said that this was how male physiology worked, and if he went to her pavilion, she would definitely not be able to satisfy his needs. In response, Jinyan did not understand why she would not be able to do what they meant, remaining surprised and confused. The boys looked at her and remained silent, not daring to express their thoughts, watching her reaction with curiosity and caution. Embarrassed, the young lady explained that she didn't mean that, trying to justify herself and clear up the misunderstanding that had arisen in the conversation. Zhang asked them not to argue and explained that he would not join the guild at all, emphasizing his decision and desire to remain independent. He also instructed them to complete quests and level up, emphasizing the need to develop skills and complete tasks without delay. Leaving his companions behind, the hunter went about his business, walking calmly forward and focusing on the tasks ahead. He explained to them that he was just about to choose a task for himself, demonstrating his initiative and readiness for new challenges. Jinyan understood that the Temple of Light was on the other side, and it was unknown where exactly he wanted to get the quest, leaving her in surprise and anticipation. The leader of the God of War Guild sat at his monitor and read about a mission intended for a professional player who was to leave the side of light and join the Dragon of Darkness. No one dared to accept the secret quest that appeared among the players at the same time, so it became a legend passed down from one generation to another. If that was the case, he could deal with Zhang without losing a single soldier, effectively using strategy and resources without unnecessary risks. Dragons were powerful creatures, possessing immense physical strength and magical abilities that made them nearly invincible in battle. It was difficult for hunters to complete tasks with him, as his skills and strategy far exceeded their capabilities, creating constant challenges. Their large wings and flames destroyed everything in their path, creating chaos and leaving devastation and fear among their enemies. Liu Yao explained that every year, some fool would try to steal a dragon egg, and the divine dragon would go berserk when hunting it, displaying incredible fury and power. Zhang joined his companions, becoming part of their team and ready to work together to achieve common goals. They thought that the hunter had also come on a quest, and if they joined forces, they could destroy monsters much more effectively and move forward faster. Passing by, the young man explained that he was going to the Temple of Light to kill several monsters and complete another task. The girl did not understand why he needed to fight there, if the temple gave them tasks and allowed them to complete missions without unnecessary risk. The dragon approached them, growling menacingly and flapping its wings, creating a sense of danger and tension in the air. His state could be explained by the fact that someone had stolen an egg and he was looking for the culprit, so he would not bother his companions, focusing only on his hunt. His eyes burned with hatred, radiating fury and determination to punish whoever dared to challenge him. However, he continued to approach the team without stopping for a moment, creating increasing tension among everyone present. The hunters were ready for any intrusion, keeping their weapons at the ready and watching the enemy's every move intently. A thought flashed through his mind. Could the dragon really attack someone innocent, calling into question the fairness of what was happening? Then its jaws opened, releasing a stream of flames that roared forward and threatened to destroy everything in its path. The shield reliably protected the hunter from a strong and unexpected blow that could have caused serious injury or even threatened his life during the hunt. The creature mercilessly continued to attack everyone around it, regardless of pain or fatigue, demonstrating incredible aggression and dangerous determination in its actions. He desperately tried to save himself from the burning fire, dodging and saving himself from the dangerous tongues of flame that threatened his life. The system immediately notified him that he was under a deadly attack from a divine dragon, which could instantly destroy everything around him and threatened his life. The battle raged around him, filling the space with the clang of swords, explosions of magic, and the cries of warriors, creating chaos and danger at every turn. The hunters were puzzled as to why the mighty beast had suddenly attacked the tamer, violating all the laws of nature and the logic of their expectations. Liu Yao even thought that his companion might have stolen the egg, but dismissed the idea as completely absurd and illogical. But in response, Zhang shouted loudly that it wasn't him, trying to quickly refute the accusation and defend himself against false charges. He mentally decided that all this could have happened because the hunter had deliberately chosen the side of the clan of darkness, which had dangerous consequences for everyone around him. There was no time for a detailed analysis of the situation, and he realized that he had to act quickly, making instant decisions to avoid mortal danger. The dragon relentlessly continued to attack the player, spewing streams of fire from its mouth and wreaking havoc around it, threatening the hero's life with every move. Fortunately, his pets bravely took all the damage, protecting him from dangerous attacks and giving the hunter a chance to stay in the fight. But, as expected from a boss, even the Skeleton King's large health pool was sharply reduced after a powerful attack, demonstrating the incredible strength of the enemy and the danger of the battle. The leader of the God of War Guild stood there, rejoicing in his ability to divert attention to someone else, and was quite confident that the young man would inevitably fall before the mighty dragon in this dangerous encounter. His comrades immediately gave the order to help Zhang in battle, rushing forward, ready to engage and support him against the strong and dangerous opponent. However, the creature's attacks proved to be extremely powerful and destructive, capable of breaking through even the defenses of experienced warriors and posing a tremendous danger to all participants in the battle. They coordinated well with the hunter's attacks, creating a powerful combination of strikes that amplified the effect of each attack and maneuver against the enemy. The girl appealed to him, asking him to understand everything correctly and retreat, trying to prevent dangerous consequences and save him from unnecessary risk. The dragon asked her sternly, where was any evidence that Zhang had not taken the egg, suspecting him of the crime and demanding irrefutable proof of his innocence. Flustered, the young lady stood confused and did not know what to say because the words refused to form, and the pressure of the situation made her decision incredibly difficult. Therefore, the boss decided that if they were going to help him, then they would all die, because he was ready to mercilessly destroy anyone who dared to oppose him. Standing up, the Emperor of Light gathered all his strength and released a powerful energy outward, illuminating the space around him with a bright glow and forcing his enemies to retreat from his might. Suddenly, Tian appeared and shouted loudly that she could provide convincing evidence of his innocence, seeking to save him from false accusations and immediate danger. They stared intently into each other's eyes, awaiting the verdict, their hearts beating rapidly, and the tension between them made the atmosphere incredibly tense and anxious. The vice captain saw that the girl was truly bravely standing up for another man, defending him in front of people, and demonstrating her determination and commitment to justice. The young lady explained that she had already recorded everything on crystal, demonstrating that she had evidence and recordings of events that could confirm the truth and refute any doubts. An unexpected message appeared before them, saying that the guild leader had planned a dangerous ambush for the young man, exposing the enemy's cunning and insidious plan that threatened his life. He clearly stated that he would destroy the tamer, uttering these words with cold determination and confidence in his own strength, which could cause mortal danger. So it turned out that he was the real culprit, and this unexpected truth revealed his true intentions, leaving everyone present in shock and surprise. The man shouted, asking how the girl could reveal her own boyfriend, not hiding his surprise and indignation at such an unexpected and painful betrayal. In response, she firmly said that they had broken up long ago and that he was acting like a fool, demonstrating his misunderstanding of the situation and the senselessness of his actions. Unwilling to listen to endless arguments, the dragon sternly asked what had happened to the egg, seeking to find out the truth and quickly resolve the situation that threatened his plans. It turned out that the vice captain had sold the item long before this situation arose, revealing an unexpected truth and calling his honesty into question in front of everyone present. Enraged, the creature fiercely released flames from its jaws, unleashing a hot stream of fire that could incinerate everything in its path and intensify the chaos of the battle. The culprits were immediately burned by the blazing flames, leaving only cold ashes and evidence of the destructive power of a creature that knew no mercy. When the dragon flew away, the companions gathered together, worrying about each other, checking to see if everyone was alive, and trying to calm their fear-filled hearts. Liu Yao could not even imagine that the guild of the god of war was capable of such a treacherous act, which revealed its true cunning and dangerous intentions against him. Zhang turned to Tiadian and said that this time the debt was on him, acknowledging his responsibility and willingness to pay for previous mistakes or unfinished business. She blushed slightly, feeling a warm flush on her cheeks from Zhang's unexpected attention and words, which made her heart beat faster. His companion asked what their plans were now, trying to understand what actions they were going to take next and how best to organize their next steps. Zhang decided that while they were in the City of Destruction, he would not allow any member of the God of War Guild to survive, planning to decisively destroy anyone who stood in his way. In the city of Gunyang, Zhejiang Province, loud voices could be heard coming from the organization's base, creating a sense of tension and activity among everyone around. It was reported there that Vice Captain Wu Di was being targeted by the Divine Dragon and was forced to hide from it in the real world, risking his own life and avoiding mortal danger. Tian, the leader of the guild, was deeply disappointed that his assistant had failed to carry out his orders, and this breach of discipline caused him great dissatisfaction and anger. Therefore, he told all members not to follow Zhang into the City of Destruction, where he was mercilessly killing each of them in order to avoid even greater losses and danger. An order was also issued that Wu Di and all his assistants be immediately expelled from the guild, stripping them of all rights and powers and demonstrating strict discipline. Tian decided to deal with the tamer personally, planning to find out all the details himself and punish him for violating his rules and threatening the guild. The realtor informed the young man that she had found the right apartment for him in a cozy area of the city with developed infrastructure and convenient transportation. Meanwhile, the courier knocked persistently on the apartment door, waiting patiently for someone to open it and accept the important package he had to deliver to the addressee. The girl slowly opened the door, completely unaware of what had happened and why there was such a tense and incomprehensible silence in the hallway. But her face suddenly froze in deep shock when she saw an unexpected sight before her, which instantly changed her mood and threw her off balance. Because standing in front of her was her ex-boyfriend, who had finally found her after a long search and was now silently looking her straight in the eyes, waiting for her reaction. Tiaxian did not know why he had suddenly appeared on her doorstep after a long absence, but deep down she already guessed the real reason for his visit. She also explained that she couldn't remain silent in that situation because he was deliberately trying to frame someone else, shifting the blame for his own actions onto them. But he did not believe her because he had always thought that she had a relationship with Zhang, and it was difficult for him to accept the truth that contradicted his beliefs. Out of irritation and anger, the man began to brutally assault her, unable to control his rage and completely ignoring her cries and pleas for help. The girl desperately begged for help, calling on anyone to hear her cries and save her from the violence that was already threatening her life and health. Suddenly, the ex was abruptly pulled away by the scruff of his neck, jerking him away from the girl, who could barely breathe from fear and shock at the unexpected turn of events. His body hit the wall behind him with a thud, knocking the last bit of control out of him and making him hold his breath for a moment. Cheng suddenly appeared in the apartment, unexpectedly bursting into the room, and his presence instantly changed the atmosphere, filling the room with tension and surprise. A tearful Taiyashin instantly rushed to him, hugging him with all her strength and seeking in his presence the protection and support she so desperately needed. The enemy thought that they had gotten back together, which angered him even more, intensifying his rage and causing him to act even more aggressively towards Taiyashin. But the girl persistently explained that it was all a lie and that he had already gotten to her, trying to convince him to stop the violence and back off. Unable to take it anymore, the former rushed at her with violent fury, trying to deliver a fatal blow and kill her, ignoring her screams and pleas for mercy. However, Zhang anticipated his blow in time and instantly counterattacked, stopping the dangerous attack and protecting Tiation from mortal danger. The man suddenly doubled over in pain, which swept through his body after the blow, and for a moment lost control of himself, his face contorted with suffering. Then a fist flew sharply into his face, striking with full force and causing him to feel even more pain and loss of balance. His body sprawled on the floor, mercilessly losing control and leaving behind a dull thud and a trail of chaos in the room. The hero calmly explained that he had simply lost consciousness from the blow, trying to reassure those present and explain his sudden loss of control. And then, with a touch of irony, he explained to the girl that he didn't give a damn about their soap opera and all the drama of the past, because her safety and the real world were more important to him. Later, the hunter realized that they were neighbors, and this unexpected discovery made him rethink past events and see the situation from a new, closer perspective. Tutian explained that she first noticed him through a crack in the yard, and then they accidentally bumped into each other while playing, which was an unexpected and exciting moment for both of them. At that time, the young man still did not understand why she called him Asura, and this left a strange feeling of mystery and uncertainty in his mind that tormented him. Then the young lady explained that it all started when he was away from home, and she received a letter that revealed a series of events and forced her to act in a certain way. The player thought that this might be the very message he had received earlier, and this thought aroused doubts and memories of past events that had left a mark on his memory. However, the letter contained an appeal to Asura and a message that he was expected at an international competition, which instantly aroused his excitement, curiosity, and sense of the importance of the event. The enemy was close, but the young man did not know who it was, and if he wanted to find out who had sent the letter, he would have to look for clues during the tournament, carefully observing each participant. Zhang asked her to keep the letter so that he could save the important information and, if necessary, use it for further action and solving the mystery. Suddenly, the young lady abruptly asked him not to leave, filled with anxiety and hope that he would stay and help her figure out the complicated situation. She wanted to go with him so that her ex would not attack her again and to ensure her own safety, as well as to feel the support and protection of a reliable person. The hunter said he didn't like living with neighbors and urged her to find a new apartment to avoid inconvenience and keep her peace of mind. But he remembered how she had helped him deal with the dragon, so he asked for her phone number so that she could help him again if necessary. At that very moment, the girl received money for a new place to live, which instantly eased her anxiety and allowed her to feel confident about the future. The tamer explained that it was a bonus from the city competition that he had promised to win for her, and that she did not need to return the money at all because it belonged to her according to his promise and efforts. After going about his business, Zhang explained that this money had been taken into account in the calculation, and thus everything was fair and transparent without any debt obligations. Tiachin had never had any connections or money and was always in need of help, and most likely a loser like her was not to anyone's liking, remaining unnoticed by those around her. The hunter continued to raise his level and gain the trust of the leader of the Clan of Darkness, gradually consolidating his authority and strengthening his position among the most powerful members. Standing opposite him, Goya said that the young man cared wholeheartedly about the Clan of Darkness, devoting his energy and time to the benefit of the group and gaining its trust. He needed to continue in the same spirit, and very soon he would receive a special task, the completion of which would guarantee him the clan's highest reward and a higher status among its members. Judging by his words, the young man had to reach a certain level of trust in order to earn the right to take on a special task and prove his loyalty to the clan. Zhang had already reached the required level, so all that remained was to pass the qualifying test before taking on new complex tasks and trials of the clan. Therefore, he agreed and resolutely pressed the button, thereby officially starting the qualification process and approaching new trials. The player crouched down at the location, carefully examining every corner around him, listening to the slightest sounds and trying to remain invisible to his enemies. Ahead of him lay a qualification test that required maximum concentration, precision, and the ability to make complex decisions quickly under time pressure. During the task, the character was not allowed to leave the area of action, strictly adhering to the established boundaries and performing all tasks without any deviation from the plan. Together with the Skeleton King, they decided to go and look at the enemy, carefully moving through the dark labyrinths, carefully evaluating each step in possible traps. The boy took a step into the unknown, feeling a slight chill of fear and at the same time a rush of adrenaline as darkness unfolded beneath his feet without any support. Before him were scattered skeleton bones, swaying quietly in the light breeze, creating an eerie atmosphere of a forgotten and dangerous place. The whole situation shocked him even more, making his heart beat faster and his mind try to quickly figure out how to act in this terrible situation. There was also a strong wind whistling between the debris and bones, forcing him to cover his face and struggle with every step forward. The team did not know what to expect, waiting tensely, watching the surrounding darkness and trying to anticipate any danger ahead. Suddenly, skeletons began to crawl out of the ground, scattering dust and stones, quickly forming a threatening crowd that made hearts beat faster and nerves tense to the limit. The hunter directed his pet to attack, ordering him to react instantly to the enemy's movements and leave no chance for his opponents to dodge the blow. However, the opponents pounced on him at once, surrounding him on all sides and forcing him to instantly dodge and parry their attacks in order to survive in this chaotic battle. Zhang understood that he had to help him cope, quickly assessing the situation, coordinating his actions, and preparing to intervene at the right moment to change the course of the battle. The Skeleton King could not defeat such a large number of monsters, feeling his strength gradually draining away under the pressure of a relentless attack and numerous enemies on all sides. The young man's mind was filled with only the words catch up, imitate, and destroy, focusing all his thoughts on the precision of his actions and speed of reaction so as not to give his enemies any chance to escape the blow. It also seemed to him that the whole situation was a violation of his mental field, as he felt strange waves of anxiety and chaos that seemed to penetrate his consciousness and cause his body to tense up. The attack was powerful and destroyed several enemies, scattering their remains across the ground and forcing others to retreat in fear of his unexpected power. The hero tried to cope with the task, focusing all his attention on the details, quickly analyzing the situation and performing each step as carefully and efficiently as possible. But the Skeleton King could do nothing but watch helplessly as events unfolded around him and enemies broke through his defenses without any resistance. Therefore, it occurred to him that pets should not be used when completing the quest, as this makes the task much more difficult and jeopardizes the success of the entire team. Looking at the map, the player had to move on, choosing the least noticeable path, carefully avoiding dangerous areas and preparing for possible ambushes along the way. Then he decided to leave the Skeleton King behind, moving forward on his own, carefully assessing each step and avoiding unnecessary attention from enemies on his way. He headed to the center of the map to see what was there, carefully avoiding all obstacles and listening for the slightest sounds that might indicate danger nearby. The closer he got to the center, the less pressure he felt from his surroundings, and the air became lighter, and the space around him seemed less threatening and more controllable. Zhang understood that the place was frighteningly calm, feeling a strange silence that heightened his sense of danger and made every sound seem extremely significant. The unknown crystal was in front of him, glowing with a strange light and radiating a cold energy that permeated the air and made his body tense with anxiety. The young man had no idea what was happening, standing surrounded by unusual phenomena and feeling his mind trying to find an explanation for everything that was happening around him. Most likely the task was in the chains of mirror reflection, forcing him to carefully analyze each step and check where reality reflected danger or illusion. He had to be on guard, constantly monitoring the movements around him, anticipating possible traps, and reacting instantly to any change in the situation. Zhang's eyes reflected the object in front of him, focusing on every detail, analyzing the shape, size, and possible danger that could be hidden behind its appearance. Pulling out his staff, the hunter could barely hold it, feeling the weight of the magical energy flowing through the weapon and filling his hands with tension and strength at the same time. He knew that things were not going well, feeling the growing tension, the chaos around him, and the need to make quick decisions to prevent disaster. The crystal seemed as if it would burst at any second, radiating intense energy that made the air around it tremble and kept him in a state of constant readiness. The boy was thrown aside when a powerful burst of energy knocked him off balance, forcing him to fight for control of his body and quickly get up so as not to be in danger. But then, coming to his senses, he saw that he was in a different place, surrounded by unfamiliar landscapes and strange objects that immediately caught his attention and aroused his curiosity. The test pulled him into a separate space where the walls and floor seemed endless, and the air was saturated with a strange energy that affected his sense of time and space. He appeared in front of him, but in a different form, with a body that radiated unusual power and a face distorted by magical effects, making him almost unrecognizable. Zhang watched everything and was confused, trying to understand the essence of what was happening and predict the next steps in this strange and unpredictable situation. His eyes were wide open as he saw his doppelganger in front of him, feeling shock and incomprehension at how this was possible, and trying to understand whether it was an illusion or a real threat. The player rushed at him immediately, approaching rapidly with complete determination and concentration, ready to deliver a precise blow and leave his opponent no chance to dodge. The character's staff barely touched the opponent's chest, releasing a wave of energy that instantly affected his balance and forced him to take a step back, feeling the force of the blow. However, the enemy grabbed the staff's handle, squeezing it with incredible force, trying to stop the attack and control the staff's movements, forcing the hero to tense all his muscles to hold the weapon. And in a second, the battle shifted to the other side, as both opponents instantly changed positions, exchanging blows and trying to use every moment to gain an advantage over their opponent. Zhang focused on his rival, closely watching his movements, analyzing his weaknesses, and preparing for an instant response to gain the upper hand in this dangerous encounter. He ordered his reflection to get out of the way, focusing all his attention on his opponent and trying to avoid any obstacles that could interfere with the accuracy of his attacks. Then he used a lightning spell, releasing a powerful stream of energy that cut through the air and headed straight for his opponent, forcing him to retreat under the blow. From the other side, his opponent rushed at him, approaching rapidly and trying to attack unexpectedly, forcing the hero to react instantly and parry the blow. The forces collided, creating an explosion of energy that scattered the light and sound around, forcing both opponents to strain all their strength to maintain control of the battle. Their speed, strength, strategy, and mana levels were virtually identical, making each of their strikes, blocks, and maneuvers critically precise and decisive for the course of this tense battle. Even his instincts were equal, allowing him to instantly anticipate his opponent's movements, react to the slightest changes, and maintain a balance between attack and defense in this evenly matched contest. Zhang realized that he was merely copying his behavior and that there was no human instinct in the void, feeling the cold precision of his opponent's actions without any emotion or true intuition. The hunter had no idea that the test would turn out this way, and it was even easier because instead of a chaotic struggle, he was faced with a predictable reflection of his actions, which gave him control over the situation. The fire charge engulfed everything around it, bursting into flames and scattering sparks, destroying everything in its path and leaving behind hot ashes and smoke. The creature also delivered the same blow, directing incredible power through its limbs, which exploded around it in a fiery whirlwind and nearly destroyed everything around it. As soon as they lunged at each other, their forces collided with a loud explosion, creating a wave of energy that spread around, shaking the ground and raising dust and debris. Zhang understood that in most cases, warriors relied on their instincts, reacting instantly and without thinking, allowing their bodies to act faster than their minds in critical moments. The reflection did not expect such a turn of events when the situation suddenly changed and all his predictions instantly lost their meaning, leaving him completely confused. It was then that the hunter was able to strike him, taking advantage of his opponent's momentary weakness and directing his force precisely at the most vulnerable spot, forcing him to retreat. His movements were coordinated and precise, each step and each attack performed with cold calculation, demonstrating complete control over his body. His opponent's body flew through the air, scattering dust and debris around him, and fell heavily to the ground, leaving behind shock and the echo of the blow that tore through the air. When he reacted faster, his opponent could not strike back and copy his movements, because all his actions lagged behind by fractions of a second, leaving him defenseless against lightning-fast attacks. The spell enveloped the doppelganger, enveloping him in light and energy, compressing his body with the power of magic and forcing him to fight against invisible chains that pulled him into darkness. The young man tried to eliminate his opponent, directing all his strength and precise strikes, carefully waiting for the moment for a fatal blow that could end the fight. The creature suffered damage, feeling pain and loss of strength as the enemy's blows pierced its defenses and left deep wounds and traces of destructive energy on its body. The fight was really tough, the tension growing with each blow, and both participants expending maximum effort, feeling every pain and fatigue that accumulated in their bodies. The blows collided and repelled each other, creating explosions of energy and vibrations that tore through the air and left behind clouds of dust and sparks that blinded the eyes. A lightning spell surrounded the doppelganger, piercing his body with electric discharges that ignited the air and created a deafening roar and blinding flashes around him. Zhang punched his opponent in the chest, directing all his strength into the point of impact, causing a dull sound and forcing him to fly back a few steps, gasping for air. Then he told him that emptiness could never strike with the same force and grace as a real person, and that its imitations would always lose to living instinct. Having destroyed his competitor, Zhang waited for what would happen next, staring intently at the space around him, ready for new attacks and unexpected twists, feeling his heart tremble and adrenaline rush. However, nothing happened, and everything seemed to have ended, leaving silence and calm after the storm, where the air was thick with tension and the ground was littered with traces of battle. Everything around was illuminated by a glow that spread across the ground and walls, reflecting off the debris and creating an effect of unreal beauty and enchanting silence around. The system announced that the qualification change test was complete, and bright messages and indicators appeared on the screen, confirming the successful completion of the process and readiness for the next stage. Finally, Zhang could use his second pet in battle, and when he encountered someone stronger than the Skeleton King, his power would increase significantly, ready to overcome any obstacles and destroy his opponents. He also needed to improve his skills, honing his accuracy, speed, and strategy so that future battles would be less exhausting and more effective. The hunter set to work, perfecting his spells, carefully honing every movement and pronunciation so that his magic would become stronger, more accurate, and capable of destroying even the most resilient opponents. Fire charge, magic shield, and everything else improved, becoming more powerful, faster, and more accurate, capable of withstanding the blows of stronger enemies and inflicting significant damage. The young man decided to kill several light dragons to reach a new level of trust with Goya and receive a special quest that would open access to rare resources and powerful rewards. Tiachin stood in the middle of the forest, facing enemies lurking in the shadows between the trees, ready to attack from any side, and she tensely prepared for the upcoming battle. The leader of the God of War Guild pressed her again, demonstrating his superiority and strength, forcing Tiachin to feel pressure and tension, but at the same time awakening her determination to resist. She did not understand why he killed innocent people, because his cruelty seemed senseless, and her heart was filled with sadness and indignation at this immeasurable violence. The man explained that he wanted everyone in the Temple of Light to know that if anyone dared to unite with her, they would die, demonstrating his terrifying power and uncompromising devotion to his own rules. His foot struck the young lady's body, directing all his strength to the point of contact, throwing her back and causing her to feel intense pain that passed through every muscle and bone. He also began to mock her taste in the opposite field, ridiculing every choice and decision, trying to break her confidence and make her doubt her own actions. Tia Tian loudly assured everyone that Zhang had done nothing to her and was not in a relationship with her, rejecting all accusations and firmly defending her own truth before those present. The former ordered him to be called for help to ensure that he would never return, using his authority and power to finally sever any ties and leave a trail of fear. His assistants returned and were shocked to see someone they did not expect to meet there, and their faces reflected a mixture of fear, surprise, and uncertainty. The player approached them in person, moving confidently and quietly, instilling a sense of danger and control that forced his enemies to watch his every move intently. The man was confident in his strength and began to mock him, laughing and emphasizing his own superiority, trying to intimidate and undermine his opponent's resolve. Tia Dian, in turn, was very pleased to see the boy, her eyes shining with joy and relief, her heart filled with warmth and hope for support. But Zhang still couldn't understand what was going on between them, feeling a confusion of emotions and a lack of understanding of each other's intentions, which left him confused and tense. His team decided to attack the Timur, coordinating strikes and magic spells to break through the enemy's defenses and take control of the situation as quickly as possible. The warriors were overconfident and rushed forward, neglecting caution, and their decisive steps immediately exposed them to dangerous enemy attacks, creating chaos on the battlefield. The player realized that the whole situation was to his advantage, and he could test his improved skills, honing the accuracy and power of his attacks, as well as evaluating the effectiveness of new strategies in real combat. The spell flew toward his opponents, cutting through the air with bright flashes of energy, carrying with it the power and destruction that could strike anyone who stood in its path. Behind them, Tien approached with his guild members, moving in sync and cautiously, ready to engage in combat and support their allies at a critical moment in the conflict. He addressed the former hunter of the organization and was angry that his order to stay away from the tamer had been ignored, causing irritation and a desire to regain control. The nervous man did not understand how the leader did not support his people, but even sided with the enemy, which caused him to feel betrayed and that there was complete chaos in the organization. The leader explained that he did not need lectures from his servants, rejecting his words and showing absolute confidence in his own decisions and complete indifference to the comments of others. The battle was already underway between him and the organization. Explosions of magic and blows from weapons tore through the air, and both sides demonstrated strength and determination in the fierce confrontation. Tien approached the young man and apologized for the situation, offering him membership in his organization and promising support and protection in future trials. However, the hunter replied that he was ready to discuss this later, because at that moment nothing connected them, and all thoughts were focused on the current threat and danger around them. It turned out that the young man had saved Tieshin again by intervening at a dangerous moment when the threat was becoming critical, and ensured her safety by acting quickly and decisively. Suddenly, a message flashed on the screen, attracting attention and causing surprise and tension, as its content could radically change the situation. His comrades were again asking for help, as they were on the verge of death, crying out for rescue and trying to keep themselves from falling into chaos and danger. Two giant dragons suddenly appeared from the sky, swooping down on the team, their huge wings raising a storm of dust and alarm among the participants. The hunters stood close together, gripping their weapons tightly, trying to defend themselves from the dangerous threat looming over them from the darkness. The archers prepared to attack the enemy from the left, the knights provoked the enemy, distracting their attention, and the priests held them back with spells, preventing them from moving forward. Liu Yao and Jinyan resolutely gave orders to their groups, coordinating the actions of the warriors and ensuring that everyone fulfilled their role in the battle. Together, they acted in unison, trying to destroy the enemy, using every opportunity and all their fighting skills. However, destroying the dragons proved to be much more difficult than they had expected, as the huge creatures displayed incredible agility and strength. They seemed completely unaffected by the hunters' blows, calmly continuing to attack, ignoring all attempts to hurt them. Zheng watched what was happening, closely tracking every movement of the dragons and the reactions of his team, trying to understand the course of the battle. Everyone felt relieved and happy that their comrade had finally come to their aid, boosting morale and adding confidence to the battle. The girl reported that the dragons had an extremely high level of magical defense, and everyone should be extremely careful when attacking them. They had been captured by the faction of Light, and technically the dragons were under their control, so it would not affect his own position in the battle at all. A perfect opportunity lay ahead to test his skills, putting his reaction, agility, and strategic thinking to the test in real combat. The Frozen World spell immediately dealt significant damage to the monsters, engulfing them in an icy wave and paralyzing the movements of some of the enemies. His companions realized that he had successfully passed the promotion test, assessing his skill, courage, and ability to act under pressure. The creature also prepared to attack the tamer, demonstrating aggression and dangerous determination in its movements. But the young man successfully repelled all their attacks with spells, creating a magical barrier and preventing the enemies from approaching. Thanks to Zheng, the dragons lost a significant amount of health, feeling the power of his attacks and magical skills, which gradually exhausted them. Therefore, the whole team instantly rushed into the attack, seizing the opportunity and concentrating all their forces on the weakened dragons. Together, they were able to combine their efforts, coordinating attacks and support to fight the enemy as effectively as possible. Working together greatly increased their chances of victory, allowing them to use their strengths more effectively and cover each other's weaknesses. In the next moment, it became clear that the dragon had fallen to the ground, unable to withstand the blows and efforts of the entire team. Its battered and destroyed body testified to the hunter's victory, confirming that all their efforts and strategy in battle had been successful. Zhang sought to find a protege stronger than the Skeleton King in order to increase his own power and have a reliable ally in future battles. Liu Yao, not missing the opportunity, once again invited the young man to join his guild, emphasizing the value of his skills and potential for teamwork. Given his strength, even the Misty Rain Pavilion did not have the right to hire this hunter, recognizing his extraordinary skill and status among warriors. The assistant reported the news that the entire God of War Guild had been destroyed in the Fourth World, and even the head of the organization had not survived the disaster. The information shocked everyone, causing fear, uncertainty, and a sense of imminent danger among those present. His comrades immediately began to watch the young man closely, assessing his reactions, decisions, and readiness to act in critical situations. But he assured them that he was not involved in this, adding that if he really wanted to destroy them, he would not have stayed so long and would have acted immediately. In this case, the Supreme Guild gained a significant advantage in the tournament table, strengthening its position and increasing its chances of final victory. Zhang wondered how this could have happened, as he had recently seen them and could not understand how they could have been destroyed so quickly. The system announced that the level of trust with Goya had risen to the required level, confirming the success of his actions and progress in interacting with his ally. The knight said that in 1,000 years he was the first to fulfill the conditions of the final quest of the Dark Faction, and now they needed his help to complete their mission. The boy had no idea what they were talking about and was just trying to understand the essence of the conversation and the reason for such an unexpected statement. Goya explained that for 1,000 years, they had been unable to destroy the Light Faction and take control of the Valley of Dragons, despite all their efforts and plans. The reason for this was the Divine Dragon of Light in the Royal Guard, who with their strength and strategy constantly thwarted their attacks and conquests. Therefore, the task was to infiltrate their lands, destroy the Rider and the Royal Guard, and secure control of the territory for the Faction of Darkness. Zhang was shocked that the task required the destruction of everyone, feeling a moral conflict and the weight of such a ruthless order. They were in a forbidden zone where no one could enter, but the man had the ability to go there, overcoming all obstacles and restrictions. The system announced that the player had unlocked a quest that had remained hidden for 1,000 years, opening up new opportunities and dangerous trials. The program also warned that if the quest was not completed, it would never appear again, and the unique opportunity would be lost forever. The hunter understood that the more difficult the test, the more valuable the reward, so he accepted the offer without hesitation and prepared for the trial. The knight promised to delay the dragon so that it could not return to the Forbidden Zone and prevent the hunter from completing the task. So the portal opened and gave Zhang access to the Forbidden Zone, paving the way for him to complete the dangerous quest. The young man stood in front of the portal, gathering his thoughts and preparing for the difficult and dangerous trial that awaited him inside. And then he slowly took a step forward, feeling both anxiety and determination, entering the unknown of the Forbidden Zone. The system welcomed him to a special map where everything around him was the Forbidden Zone of the Light Faction, filled with danger and secrets. The player was surprised by only one thing. He could not leave the location while completing the mission, feeling the limitations and importance